Yesterday was Uncle Steve, and today is Ask the Atheist, right? And sometimes I come in on Sunday.
Norm, they're really interchangeable, you know.
Yeah. So here, but anyway, let me get. I hope I can reset my clock because those were just extended greetings. So this is what I'm working with. Palestinians have demanded, and some bodies have awarded them without the approval of Israel, something called the right of return, meaning that they want to come into Israel. They want to come into Israel, a sovereign nation, regardless of what the law is of Israel. And the idea that I am now starting to embrace is that what they call the right of return looks like October 7th. That's what they want. That is their right of return. They want to come and commit unspeakable butchery and mayhem. I looked at some of the photos. I'm trigger alert for people who don't like blood and gore and guts because I'm about to say something graphic. So tune out for about a minute. I looked at some of the pictures of October 7th 2 days ago, and there was a picture of a man and his heart had been cut out. And it has a guy in his car. They cut out the guy's heart. And I've heard these guys, these Palestinian terrorists, including on this app, say they want to eat our heart. I don't know if the guy. I don't know if.
Now y'all bombing him. No, stop it.
We would love to. Okay, this is your second warning, ODM. There will not be a third. We like to hear your contribution. We want to keep you on stage. But if you interrupt somebody again, I have to dump you to the goo for the rest of the show. But you have my word, and Uncle Steve never lies. Ask anybody. We will come back around. So if you want to comment on a prior speaker, take notes on a scratch piece of paper, but please do not interrupt. Norm, go ahead.
Thank you, reclaiming my time.
Of course. You get 4 more minutes, not a problem. Go ahead.
Appreciate it. So, the mastermind of October 7th, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust, had his life saved by a Jewish dentist who was examining his teeth and discovered that there was something in Yahya Sinwar's head that seemed like a tumor. They checked, it was indeed a tumor, and Israel, at their own cost, took this guy's tumor out and kept him alive.
Norm, you dropped out. Oh, go ahead.
Am I back?
You're back. Yeah.
He was that part of an exchange for prisoners. Before he left, he said to the guy who saved his life, someday our positions will be reversed. I'll be sitting where you are, you will be sitting where I am, and I will eat your liver. That's what he said. It's on the record. And that's what they apparently want to do. They want to commit cannibalism. I think we have every obligation to prevent this. I'm believing now that this is a lot like the Cold War. It didn't matter what you said to the Soviet Union and all the countries that they conquered, many countries in Eastern Europe. They just brutally dominated their own people whom they slaughtered and sent to gulags if you disagreed with them. The totalitarian, fascist, authoritarian system that they first imposed on the Eastern Bloc and then tried to impose on the United States, and came close to even starting a nuclear war by putting nuclear weapons in Cuba. It doesn't matter what you say or do with these Palestinians. They want to destroy the West. Not just Jews, not just Israel, but you and me, Christians, Muslims. They have one sign that says, first we come for the Saturday people, that's the Jews, then we come for the Sunday people, that's the Christians. So unfortunately, it seems to me that I don't know if any kind of deal will be possible long term. There may be a short term deal to get some hostages back. Doesn't look that great, but it might happen. But long term, the only solution, I think, to this conflict is absolute military defense. against anybody who picks up a gun and tries to threaten either the Western people, because there have been more than 50,000 jihadist terrorist incidents in the West, all over Europe and Asia and Africa and in the United States, or anybody who tries to threaten Israel. I just think there's going to be a zero tolerance policy. I believe the jihadist terrorists, and again, Hamas is part of the Muslim Brotherhood, which wants to destroy the West and also dominate the Muslim world. So they want to kill Muslims who disagree with them as well. The only solution is going to be absolute military domination, military defense against even the slightest glimmer of any kind of violence from the jihadists. And that's where I will land it. Oh, by the way, there is a commentator called Einat Wilf. Now, I think she's an atheist, Steve. You may like her. She's also beautiful. She was a former member of the Knesset. Einat, E-I-N-A-T, Wilf, W-I-L-F. And she has a book called The War of Return, in which she theorizes, as I said, that October 7th is what they mean by return. They want to cut out our hearts literally. And obviously, we have an obligation to defend against this. And I think Israel has both the ability, and so does the United States, the willingness, ability, and equipment to defend against jihad.
Norm, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And let's see if Reverend Scott left. I was going to bring up something, but Reverend Scott left. Let's go back to Alfonso. Would you like to contribute at this time, or are you good? Alfonso is probably good. Let's see, we got a new speaker coming up, and we do put a premium on new speakers. There we go. Shape, good morning. Welcome back to Ask the Atheist with the Mod Squad. It's a pleasure to have you here. Would you like your Fresh Five at this time, or do you want to wait?
I'll take a couple minutes. It won't be.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I too am working on a theory like the prior speaker. My theory is that what the Israeli Defense Forces call defense is actually the killing of 30,000 women and children. So that's like part of my theory. The second part of the theory is that defense is just a nice way to justify killing people that do represent a threat to future Israeli territory. And so rather than work through negotiations, we'll just use the term defense, and we'll just keep killing them until they have to surrender. And that's all I've got, Steve. Thank you.
Steve, did we lose you?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's go. Appreciate that. Let's go to Jeff. Jeff, would you like to contribute at this time? Jeff, or are you good?
I'm good. I'm not going to wade into Middle Eastern issues. I'm good for now. Thanks so much.
My pleasure. Okay, now we get to ODM. Okay, ODM, you get a Fresh Five. Go ahead.
That's a very sensitive topic. Now, I don't like people dying. I don't like bullying. And you're right. We got to figure something out, Steve. Can we help us, man? Steve, please. That thing bothers me every day. I cry about that one, man. Every day.
Well, I am here to help. And since we have no new speakers on stage, again, if you're in the audience and you want to come up.
I have a comment.
Oh, Richard, go ahead, Richard. You didn't even take your Fresh Five before, I don't think so.
I did not.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I would like to call to everyone's attention two numbers that have been mentioned on today's discussion. Earlier in the conversation, Uncle Steve, you called to the attention, speaking to a prior speaker, about 110 dead people in a
110 to 120 dead innocent children,
Innocent
not
children.
even teenagers. Yes,
It's not
children.
even-
Yes.
And just a few moments ago, I think it was Shape or somebody.
The prior speaker, prior
speaker.
No, everybody go on mute except Richard. Okay, go ahead.
Mentioned 30,000 dead women and children in conflict in Gaza. So just calling it to everyone's attention. A slow-moving horror. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, what do they say about war? The two, I forgot.
First casualty of war is the truth.
Thank you. The first casualty of war is the truth. The second casualty of war is that innocent people die. Yes, thank you. Appreciate that. No one new is on stage, so we can go to a couple of news stories. See if this helps you. A federal judge blocked a Washington state law that would have required Catholic priests to report child abuse learned during confession, citing priest-penitent privilege and First Amendment protections. A high-stake clash between protecting the vulnerability and preserving sacred rights, in this case privacy, carried the day, but the debate is far from over. Anti-Muslim vandalism spurs mosque security boosts. Following recent graffiti attacks at mosques in Texas and California, some drawing stars of David on Muslim houses of worship, community leaders are increasing security and emphasizing interfaith solidarity. When the mosques get tagged, neighbors often step on to clean. It's a reminder that community is stronger than hate letters in spray paint. Let's see, what's next? Safe House nonprofit wins religious freedom ruling. The U.S. Appeals Court ruled that Safe House, a nonprofit running a proposed supervised injection site in Philadelphia, this is when I wanted to talk to Reverend Scott because he's in Philadelphia, may claim protections under the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, even though it's not formally religious, because its missing is informed by Judeo-Christian values of life-saving care. Turning the faith freedom script, not a church, but a mission worthy of legal sanctuary. Faith meets public health in unexpected places. And we'll do one more, and then we'll see if anybody wants to speak. Pew Research, our gold standard here on Ask the Atheist with the Mod Squad. A recent AP NORC poll shows about 60% of United States adults back the idea of religious chaplains in public schools for counseling or pastoral care, but mandatory or teaching-led prayer and public funding for religious charter schools remains unpopular. Americans want pastoral presence, but not preacher-led programming. Religion as guidance, not government. Just a couple of stories that are in the news today. If you want to come up and talk about anything you want, doesn't matter if I agree with you or don't agree with you, just have a take and don't suck. Raise your hand and you can come on up. Let's try, let's see, how about we can go back to Benjamin. I promised you a Fresh Five in hour number 2. Would you like another Fresh Five, Benjamin? No.
Sure.
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead.
I was just looking for this reference. I think I found it here. Found the link. Here it is.
Thank you for speaking without food in your mouth. I do sincerely appreciate it.
You know, you called me, you called on me while I had a piece of pineapple.
You can always say, come back to me.
I tried to swallow it. It's no problem.
Yeah, okay, all right.
So here's the article I put in. It's kind of interesting. It says, lying increases trust in science, study finds. evidence.
What increases trust? What?
Lying. The paper
Lying
published in the journal.
increases trust?
Yes.
You got to give me an example. One example of where lying increases trust. My eyesight sucks. I haven't read the link or the article. Give me one example of where lying increases trust.
I'll read for 1 minute. Tell me when 60 seconds is.
Go ahead.
The paper, published in the journal Theory and Society, starts by outlining the bizarre phenomenon known as the transparency paradox. That transparency is needed to foster public trust in science, but being transparent about science, medicine, and government can also reduce trust. Hyde argues that to find a solution to this paradox, it is important to consider what institutions are being transparent about. The study revealed that while transparency about good news increases trust, transparency about
I'm going to stop you there. Why don't you get to the part where it talks about lying?
You cut me off right at this part. Transparency about bad news, such as conflicts of interest or failed experiments, decreases it. So if science is transparent about things that go wrong in science,
I still haven't heard anything or the word lying. I'm still waiting.
Therefore, one possible solution to the paradox and a way to increase public trust is to lie, which Hyde points out is unethical and ultimately unsustainable. For example, making sure bad news is hidden and that there is always only good news to report. Instead, he suggests that a better way forward would be to tackle the root cause of the problem, which he argues is the public over-idealizing science.
You make an excellent point.
When do I know?
Hang on. And Norm, if you're there, unmute. Yeah.
I'm unmuted.
Yeah, hold on. Let me set it up. Let me lob you a softball so you can hit a grand slam out of the park. Norm has a lot of journalistic experience, arguably an expert, and there's an old saying in journalism that if it bleeds, it leads. So when Benjamin talks about getting the trust by hiding the bad stuff, arguably, the news that really sells is the bad stuff. Norm, I'd love to hear your take if you feel comfortable.
Of course, 100% true. There's another more recent expression, no Jews, no news. So there's genocide going on in Sudan. There was genocide in Syria.
That's the first time I've heard that one, Norm.
Yep, put it on the wall. So nobody cares about all these disgusting genocides being carried out around the world, but they take a fake claim of genocide and try to pin it on the Jews in Gaza. We know nobody wants to watch a smooth train running on the tracks. But as soon as you have a train wreck, everybody wants to hear about it and see about it immediately. Please continue, Norm. Yeah, so I was going to say, when was there ever in the history of the world a genocide that could be stopped with a phone call? Hamas, all they had to do was pick up the phone and say, here are your hostages back, we surrender. Not one single person in Gaza would have had to die. Never mind the people who had to die in Lebanon, the terrorists up there, Hezbollah. They fired 10,000 missiles at Israel since October 7th, or the people in Syria. Although I think the result of getting rid of Assad was good because he was a butcher. I mean, this whole thing was deliberately engineered to destroy Israel in a ring of fire. Hamas to the west, Hezbollah to the north.
All right, well, we'll come back. I just wanted to go to you for the journalistic point of view. No, we'll come back to you. I want to finish up with Benjamin, and Mr. is new on stage, so after Benjamin...
So put another link in the chat. I guess I'm the only one of the nieces and nephews who actually backs up what I say, and like everybody else has got an opinion. I provide the I bring the receipts.
Talk about lying, yes.
Well, you could talk about lying while you review all of the chats this morning. There's some number of them. I don't know how many, but I think I'm the only one that has actually put in links to support what I'm offering here. So the other nieces and nephews, but
I put in 4, Benjamin.
Well, that's why I said to Benjamin, talk about lying. But Benjamin, you got 2 minutes left, and I want to go to Mister.
They wouldn't know the difference between their opinion and an asshole, but I do, and so I just demonstrate, and maybe if others pay attention, they'll learn. This is an article by The Guardian. Scientific publishing needs urgent reform to retain trust in research process. Now, what's interesting here, Steve, is that you and I have spoken before, and often when you and I speak, we speak about the need for reform in the research process. And a lot of times you call me a liar, or you belittle this in 100 ways, and so forth. But look, this is The Guardian. I don't know if you've ever heard of The Guardian. It's one of the leading reporting institutions in, I think, the UK. And they're putting that down on their own paper. So it might just be the case, Steve, that when you disagree with me, it is because you are not yet informed. So I try to fix that by bringing these articles.
Thank you.
The dysfunction. I'll just read a little bit. The dysfunction of scientific publishing that your article so aptly captures derived from two forces: quality of scientific papers questioned as academics overwhelmed by the millions published. Researchers are incentivized to publish as much as possible, and publishers make more money if they publish more papers. Artificial intelligence will not fix this. Turning out more papers faster has gotten the students' place, given current incentives. AI only churning them out even faster. A paper written by AI, peer-reviewed by AI, and read only by AI increases.
Benjamin, thank you. Thank you very much.
You are so welcome. I do everything I can to educate, and I hope that somebody got a clue this morning.
Let's go to Mister. Mister, good morning. Have you been here before, Mister? Is this your first time? Mister, going once. I think. Is this your first time here?
Absolutely.
Well, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. The show is unquestionably better with you or without you. What would you like? Pardon me. It's better with you. Yeah. What would you like to talk about?
I'm just here to listen.
You're just here to listen. You don't want to speak. Okay, no problem. Tell you what, we're going to give you a first-class escort down to the VIP, and you can listen all you want. And if and when you want to come back up, or if and when you want to talk, just let me know. And we are at the bottom of the hour. And let's see. There we go. Love that. Love my sound effects. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Ask the Atheist with the Mod Squad. If you're here for the first time, this is how the show works. We encourage everybody and anybody, especially the new speakers, to come on stage, get a fresh five, talk about whatever you want. You can talk about God, religion, current events, politics, you, me, the show, Clubhouse. Just, it doesn't matter if I agree with you or not. Just have a take and don't suck. What does that mean? Well, you can come on up, get a fresh five. You can go on a narrative. Or you can engage with me or my Mod Squad. I have compiled, I have put together, I have assembled the best Mod Squad in the history of Clubhouse. And there is no doubt, black and white, no gray, that my Mod Squad has a wide variety of knowledge and expertise. And with that, I think somebody new wants to come on up. I thought so, but they're not here yet, which is cool. Let's go to Alfonso. Alfonso, would you like to contribute at this time? Okay, he's probably busy with kids, children, family. Let's go to Violet. Violet, would you like to contribute at this time?
I did want to. Am I correct that the song you played at the break was "Hazy Shade of Winter" by Simon and Garfunkel?
Yes.
Okay, Norm inquired about it in the chat, and
No.
I told him my guess, but I wanted to verify that. I haven't heard that one before.
Well, it's because of you I'm playing different music.
Brilliant.
Well, I loved it.
Brilliant.
Yeah, Violet is the one that suggested like a month or two ago, Steve, play different music, please. And so I stopped playing the same old stuff, and I told her I wouldn't play the same song inside of a month. So, yes, Hazy Shade of Winter was written by Simon and Garfunkel, and then redone, arguably made more popular by the Bangles. Yes.
Steve,
Yeah, I'd heard-
you'll be away for an hour. So
All right.
back up
You
there. Thank you.
you got it, Alfonso. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Violet.
I had heard the Bangles version of it.
Right.
Like, as familiar as I am with Simon and Garfunkel, I just missed that one, so I'm gonna add it to my playlist.
It's my pleasure. Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
I appreciate you. Let's go to Lynn. Lynn, would you like to contribute at this time, or are you good?
I'm enjoying the show, but my voice isn't good, so I'm going to just listen.
You got it. No problem. Let's see. Richard spoke. We can go back to Jeff. Jeff, would you like to comment, or are you good?
Well, I said I wasn't going to wade into Middle Eastern issues, but I guess I'll just.
Well, you can talk about anything you want, or nothing at all.
I'll just add on the Middle Eastern side that I've never been a Zionist myself, and I'd be interested in supporting charities that help Israelis immigrate to the U.S. So if anyone knows a good one, please let me know. Thank you very much.
Well, Norm would be all about that, but Norm would know all about that. So we'll get to him in a moment. He can talk about that. ODM, would you like to contribute, or are you good? ODM.
I'm good listening for now. I'm in my feelings, so I don't want to say anything too stupid. I gotta gather my thoughts and get you next time, man.
Yeah, no problem. And again, scratch piece of paper, pen or pencil. It helps. Believe me. Dave, end of days. Dave, would you like to contribute, or are you good?
I'm good right now. Thank you very much.
All right, so now we go back to El Normo. El Normo, you want to comment on that, or no, yes, maybe?
Yeah.
Sure.
There is a weird narrative from a group of terrorists called Black Hebrew Israelites. These are guys who were started. This group was started by a guy named William Crowley in North Carolina. And the idea is that the folks who were enslaved in America, American black folks who were enslaved in this country, brought here in chains and treated brutally somehow, are the real Jews or the real this or whatever nonsense they believe in. Every once in a while they come and attack the actual Jews. And I think it is a weird, delusional, psycho cult that has been called a terrorist group by the Southern Poverty Law Center. And I think it's based on a mental aberration. In other words, they read the Torah, which is, by the way, is there for all to read, and they see that the Jews were enslaved by Egypt and by the cruel pharaohs, and then got their liberation from God, and then went into the desert and were redeemed. And this story of redemption is open to everybody. And you don't have to sort of attack the actual Jews and pretend that you're the actual Jews in order to benefit from the story. Take it as a metaphor, take it as a lesson, take it as a biblical fountain of knowledge. Yes, your suffering is meaningful, my suffering is meaningful, everybody's suffering is meaningful. And you don't have to attack Jews or Israel in order for your suffering, which we acknowledge that is real. Your suffering is real. You don't have to pretend to be a Jew in order to be blessed by God or in order to enjoy the fruits of redemption. That's another one of my little
Norm,
ideas.
I've had a lot of conversations with the Black Hebrew Israelites on Clubhouse. Do you find that their agenda is primarily focusing on that they have a direct bloodline to the original 12 tribes, or are they really just anti-Semitic and they want the destruction of all Jews?
This is my theory on on the subject you raised. Um, uh, like many groups in human history, black folks in this country were treated abominably, and in order to heal this trauma, a certain cult has tried to embrace some fake identity, the identity of Jews or Israelites, in order to compensate for, or in order to heal their trauma. It is a dysfunctional response to trauma. The same way many people in prison today who have committed horrible crimes were themselves the victims of crime. So in this case, this subset called Black Hebrew Israelites, they were legitimately subject to discrimination and horrible treatment, but their response is to attack other people. And of course, that is unacceptable. That's my theory. It has nothing to do with Jews.
Because I find the only other people that they are attacking are Jews, which comprise barely 2% of the American population and barely 0.5% of the world's population. Why don't they go after the Nazis? Why don't they go after the ultra right Christians who make up 70% of the population? Why are they going after Jews? Or is it just to them it's an easy fix? I don't understand.
Well, Uncle Steve, they do go after other people. There is a very instructive.
Really?
Well, yeah, they dress up like Power Rangers in cheap robes of different
They
colors.
do not. Really?
They do. Yes.
They dress up like Power Rangers. Okay.
Yes, sir. With costume jewelry, and they stand on a street corner in Times Square and other places on cardboard boxes, yelling at the people who walk by, yelling at everybody who walks by.
Yeah.
They yell at black folks. They yell at white folks. They yell at Latino folks. Native American. They yell at everybody. They're just angry, violent, crazy death cultists.
Yeah. Amazing. If you're in the audience and want to come up, please do so. Let's go back to Shape. Shape, would you like to contribute, or are you good? I guess Shape is good. Okay. So let's continue on with our rundown. Let's see here. On May 22nd, the Supreme Court issued a 4-4 tie blocking the first taxpayer-funded religious charter school in Oklahoma, allowing a state court ruling that deemed it unconstitutional. Some people think a tie is just like a loss in the policy game days. The fight over funding faith-based schooling isn't going away quietly anytime soon. Trump's new religious nationalism gains ground. Reporting this month details a shift towards a nationalist political faith under President Trump, one that blends MAGA identity with religious symbolism, sidelining theological nuance in favor of cultural belonging. When cherry-picking doctrine meets flag-waving spectacles, you get faith-turned rhetorical weapons. It's church, surprisingly, even the pews. Reverend William Barber's moral movement pushes policy and prophetic prayer. Across America, the Poor People's Campaign, led by Reverend William Barber, continues its Moral Monday protests, connecting civil rights history with modern fights over health care, poverty, and budget cuts, framed through religious ethics and civic responsibility. Where protest signs meet Bible verses, faith definitely becomes social action. Barber says silence equals complicity, and these crowds don't plan to stay silent for very long. Jonas Brothers reflect on faith purity rings and media pressures. Nick and Joe Jonas recently opened up about the scrutiny they received to their teen years for wearing purity rings, being questioned about sex life and religion, and fearing they might be labeled part of a cult by reporters. When pop stardom meets religious expectation, every ring becomes a headline. Today they say the culture has eased, but the scars of image, remain. First female leader of Community of Christ installed in Missouri on June 1, Stacey Cram, C-R-A-M-M, was elected prophet president of the Community of Christ, becoming the first woman to lead the denomination headquartered in Independence, Missouri. And last but not least, Tabernacle Choir its 5,000th broadcast amid religious service celebrations. America's Choir celebrated the 5,000th episode of Music and Spoken Word, one of the longest turning religious broadcasts in history, a milestone in faith and airtime. A cappella was staying power. Few things age better than choir robes and hymns, though the devotion hasn't faded at all. Some final thoughts, and then we'll go back to the room. From courtrooms protecting confessions to faith-inspired nonprofits challenging drug policy, from survey reveals on prayer in schools to protest movements rooted in moral faith, this month's religion headlines prove that in the United States, belief is far from private. It's public, messy, hopeful, and ever transformative. Let's see if anybody on stage would like to speak. Just raise your hand. If not, I'm going to play a short clip. If anybody in the audience, I didn't mean raise your hand, I mean unmute and say your first name. If anybody in the audience wants to come up, we welcome your questions, thoughts, or opinions. Nobody on stage is unmuting. So,
Violet, yes I am.
okay, Violet, thank you. Go, Violet.
Regarding the teaching of like Christian tenets in schools,
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose if your entire community is of that faith and it's something you want in your school, that would. But my problem with it is that even believers of Christianity don't agree on all the tenets of it. So how are they going to decide which tenets of Christianity would be taught in school?
If you teach one religion, you have to be ready, willing, and able to teach all of them. Otherwise, it's a violation of the Constitution.
Right.
Right. This is why I've been so opposed when it first started to posting the 10 Commandments. Once you post the 10 Commandments on a school wall, you're then required to post the part of the Quran. You have to post part of the Church of Satanism. There's 5,000 different religions minimum, and you can't just cherry pick the ones you want. Once you pick one, you have to be ready to put them all up on the wall. Go ahead, Violet.
Right, which is why, I mean, that should be done if you're going to do it, but I don't think it should be. That should be up to parental guidance and way. I mean, separation of church and state. I'm very much for the separation of church and state.
Yeah, parental guidance, as long as it's parental guidance is not unconstitutional, then it has to stay in the home.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't think that we should deviate from the separation of church and state. That is going to be very problematic and not something we should do.
Completely agree. Richard, I think you were next, yes?
And I wanted to make a comment. There was a previous speaker who's comment in this room, I'm not going to say what it is, that said that they are the only one who was posting supportive information.
Yeah, and I him a liar, and I heard you say you posted 4 links yesterday.
Today, and hundreds over the time that I've been through. So he's just, but that's complete misinformation, and I want to correct that. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is one of the reasons. Oh, did anybody else want to pop in at this time or no?
I'd like to comment on
Yes, please do. I'm sorry. First it was Jeff, and then who was next after Jeff, please? Someone else?
Shape actually spoke first. You can go.
No, go ahead. We're going to do this like gentlemen. No, I insist Jeff goes first.
I just had a very quick input, which is that this topic of religion in schools, I would be very much against. With one, the only thing that might be helpful would be something like comparative religion, but again, it's a slippery slope. But I do think that as atheists, supporting comparative religious studies, outside of public schools is an important thing to promote, because that can open people's eyes a lot more than just, debating with them or whatever. I found that my studies in comparative religion were very informative. Thanks very much.
Absolutely, and I'm assuming they were in college and not K through 12. Is that correct?
Yeah, I went to a Catholic university that required that we take 2 classes in theology, but they could be any classes, and they didn't have to do with Christianity, but the most common one was comparative religion, and it was a great class.
I agree with everything you said. Go ahead. Who's next?
Hey, I think that was me. Steve?
Hi. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so in Canada, the government, I don't know a ton about this, but the government funds both Catholic and public schools.
And 40 years ago also redid your Constitution to include God in the very first sentence.
Oh, I like that addition.
I'm just stating the facts.
Yes, that's why we're so friendly. I'm Orthodox, so I'm not Catholic, but I went to Catholic school. And I had Muslims that went to Catholic school. I think the system works if done right. I'm not saying it's perfect, but if we create the minimum bar as it's generally working, I think it works. I also took we didn't call it comparative religions, we called it world religions, and it was literally one of my favorite courses in high school. I absolutely loved it. It opened my eyes to a bunch of things. But generally speaking, well, let me speak for myself. Yes, there are differences between the various Christian denominations, but generally speaking, there's a common foundation that most parents will just will want to benefit from when sending their kids to school. They very rarely do parents, at least in my circle, send their kids to school to make sure they understand the nuances of the doctrine.
And what is that commonality?
A belief in a higher power.
Yes.
The teachings of Jesus Christ, turn the other cheek,
Yes.
love, treat one another like you want to be treated.
How come I don't hear more of that in the Christian clubhouse rooms of the golden rule? Treat people like you want to be treated. Love thy neighbor and forgive them, for they know not what they do. Why do I hear a lot more screaming, yelling, and arguing about who's right and who's wrong rather than the former?
I agree with that observation. It's something that bewildered me for many months when I first joined Clubhouse, but I think I figured it out.
Oh, tell me!
Clubhouse attracts the polarities. The people that are in the median, that have the median opinion, they're maybe generally unwilling to yell at somebody. So they'll just stay muted, or they'll just leave quietly. So I think that's kind of what's going on.
Let me expand on that very quickly. It is absolutely true that 85%, 90% of the people on Clubhouse just listen. The numbers day in and day out bear this out. 85% of the people minimum just listen. Also, there's an old saying that the minority yell the loudest. Good, bad, or indifferent. It's a fact. Please continue.
Yeah, I do. I did try and fight back, quote unquote, when I heard some of these Christians. In fact, some of them are the most anti-Semitic
I've ever encountered in my life, and having grown up in the Middle East, I've seen a lot of anti-Semitism, but there's a level of anti-Semitism in some pockets of these extreme Christian rooms on Clubhouse that just completely shocked me. So every once in a while, there's a quote from the movie Boondock Saints. Have you seen that movie?
I haven't even heard of it.
Oh my goodness, Steve!
I
give you this gift. It's called Boondock Saints. You must watch it immediately, preferably with a couple of beers in your system.
All right, Netflix? No,
I don't know if it's on
HBO?
Netflix.
Prime?
I don't know where it's playing, but it's.
All right.
Don't watch the sequel. Watch the first one, Boondock Saints.
All right,
It's a wonderful
cool.
movie. Anyway, it starts off with the priest saying something like, "It's not the actions of wicked men that we need to be worried about, but the indifference of good men." It's one of my favorite. I butchered the quote a little bit, but it's one of my favorite.
It's all right.
Things. Anyway, I yield. Back to you, Steve.
Thank you. And you mentioned an interesting word, polarity. And where we have polarity in government, we have polarity in the world, we have polarity in religion. A great place to find polarity is in sports. Check it out.
I'd like to talk a little bit about baseball and football. Starting with baseball. Baseball is different from any other sport in a lot of different little ways. For instance, in most sports, you score points or you score goals. In baseball, you score runs. In most sports, the ball or the object is put in play by the offensive team. In baseball, the defense puts the ball in play, and only the defensive team is allowed to touch the ball. In fact, in baseball, if an offensive player touches the ball intentionally, he's out. Also, most sports, the team is run by a coach. In baseball, the team is run by a manager. And only in baseball does the manager or the coach have to wear the same uniform the players do. Can you picture Bill Parcells in his New York Giants uniform? Now, baseball and football are different from one another in other kind of interesting ways, I think. First of all, baseball is a 19th century pastoral game. Football is a 20th century technological struggle. Baseball is played on a diamond, in a park, the baseball park. Football is played on a gridiron in a stadium, sometimes called Soldier Field or War Memorial Stadium. Baseball begins in the spring, the season of new life. Football begins in the fall when everything is dying. In football, you wear a helmet. In baseball, you wear a cap. Football is concerned with downs. What down is it? Baseball is concerned with ups. Who's up? Are you up? I'm not up. He's up. In football, the specialist comes in to kick. In baseball, the specialist comes in to relieve someone. In football, you receive a penalty. In baseball, you make an error. Whoops. Football has hitting, clipping, spearing, blocking, piling on, late hitting, unnecessary roughness, and personal fouls. Baseball has the sacrifice. Football is played in any kind of weather. Rain, sleet, snow, hail, mud. Can't read the numbers on the field, can't read the yard markers, can't read the players' numbers. The struggle will continue. In baseball, if it rains, we don't come out to play. I can't come out to play. It's raining out. Baseball has a 7th inning stretch. Football has the 2-minute warning. Baseball has no time limit. We don't know when it's going to end. We might have extra innings. Football is rigidly timed and it will end even if we have to go to sudden death. In baseball, during the game in the stands, there's kind of a picnic feeling. Emotions may run high or low, but there's not that much unpleasantness. In football, in the stands during the game, you can be sure that at least 27 times you were perfectly capable of taking the life of a fellow human being. Preferably a stranger. And finally, the objectives of the two games are totally different. In football, the object is for the quarterback, otherwise known as the field general, to be on target with his aerial assault, riddling the defense by hitting his receivers with deadly accuracy, in spite of the blitz, even if he has to use the shotgun. With short bullet passes and long bombs, he marches his troops into enemy territory, balancing this aerial assault with a sustained ground attack which punches holes in the forward wall of the enemy's defensive line. In baseball, the object is to go home. And to be safe. I hope I'll be safe at home.
Polarities in sports. If anybody in the audience wants to come on up and talk about that, God, religion, current events, politics, the show, you, me, just raise your hand. And we're coming up on the top of the hour, so it's time for our break. This is always a good time to come on up. 2 hours in the tank, and 1 hour left. And don't go away, and we should be right back.
Joan was quizzical, studied metaphysical science in the home. Late nights all alone with a test tube of love. Maxwell.
Fire up.
dad. I've nurtured every sensation man has been inspired to have. I cared about what he wanted, and I never judged him. Why? Because I never rejected him, in spite of all his imperfections. I'm a fan of man. I'm a humanist. Maybe the last humanist. Who, in their right mind, Kevin, could possibly deny the 20th century was entirely mine? All of it, Kevin! All of it. Mine. I'm peaking, Kevin. It's my time now.
Speaking about influence, Americans' views on who influences health policy and which health issues prioritize. Over 70% of Americans say health insurance companies have way too much health policy influence. Partisan disagreements about the CDC's role in health policies. Americans are in the midst of ongoing discussion and debate about which health issues are most pressing and who should play a role in addressing them. According to a new Pew Research Center survey, that's our gold standard, a solid majority of United States adults, 70%, say health insurance companies have way too much influence on public debate about health policy. Of the 8 groups and institutions that Pew asked about this survey, such as Congress, the general public, and federal courts, health insurance companies are the one that a majority of Americans agree have way too much sway in health policy. Just 9% say they have about the right amount of influence, and an equal share say they don't have enough. Wow. Although politics and health policy are often deeply entangled, this dim opinion of health insurance companies' influence is an area of notable partisan agreement. Roughly equal shares of Democrats, including those who lean to the Democratic Party, and Republicans and GOP leaners both express this view. Similarly, shares of Democrats and Republicans also say Congress has too much influence on health policy, although this view is less widely held than it is for health insurance companies. You gotta look long and hard these days, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to find issues that both Democrats and Republicans agree on. It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it. And if you're in the audience, welcome to another edition of Ask the Atheist with the Mod Squad. 2 hours in the tank, 1 left. If you want to come on stage and talk about whatever you want, now is a good time. Because as it gets closer to the top of the hour, it's going to become more difficult, if not impossible. Let's welcome Cora to the stage. Cora, thanks for doing the heavy lifting. Are you still kind of on that first cup of coffee, or did you want to contribute anything?
I'm still working on it.
You got it. Well, good morning, and thank you for coming on in. Let's say hello to Dr. James. Dr. James, good morning. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting and coming on in.
Yes, I slept in today, and I've done 0 heavy lifting at this point, but yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. Good morning.
You are welcome. It was a pleasure to speak to you, albeit briefly, yesterday.
Yeah.
And yes, and I'm glad everything is going good for you. I haven't mentioned it. I won't mention it. I'll leave that to you.
Okay, I'll mention it. I passed my EPPP yesterday. I passed my part 1 of my licensing exam. Now I've got just the ethics and law exam to schedule in the next 4 weeks. And then I can get licensed to practice psychology independently instead of working under someone's shingle for all these years. So, yeah, this was
something, and one specific thing that Uncle Steve said a couple of weeks ago to help you, indeed help you. What was that?
Yes, I'll tell you. It was writing with my own hands rather than simply reading off of other people's writing, but putting it into my own penmanship really, really turbocharged a lot of my studying over the last month. So, well, actually, last couple of weeks, I would say, really was helpful, getting a lot of new stuff into my brain. And for this next ethics and law exam, I'm going to start studying for that right out the gate, just writing everything down that I want in my own penmanship and doing all my own diagrams. And I'm hopeful that I'll be able to pass that thing in the next 3 to 4 weeks if they let me schedule it right away. So, fuck yes, man. I am like, you have no idea how relieved I am. 2 years of studying for this stupid exam. I thought I was never going to pass it. My marriage was on the rocks. Like, everything was on the line. And I went into that exam yesterday feeling like, you know what? I'm probably not going to pass it. I'll just reschedule it again. I put on my favorite T-shirt that I made of my little dog Osiris. It's got Osiris on it, and my other Scotty Muda, who actually passed. It's a very cute image, and you know, I had them by my heart because I was like, you know what, I'm gonna need you guys when I fail this fucker. Part of my language. I mean, this is a Jersey James coming out full on right now. But yeah, no, I am so happy. I'm so relieved. And I really appreciate I appreciate all of the, you know, my friends that I've made on Clubhouse who have just been with me along the way on this fucked up journey. It's just, yeah, that's all I got to say about that. I'm very relieved. Thank you for mentioning it.
And I wasn't sure if you wanted me to, so congratulations. Let's say hello to Sam, who is our clubhouse scientist and occasionally practices law. Sam, good morning. Thank you for doing the heavy lifting.
Good morning, everyone. I've been doing a lot of heavy lifting by spewing sass in the chat for the past hour.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you for your service.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing it.
I'm here on stage to spew sass in person. Dr. James, again, congrats. When you said it, you took me back 25 years ago when I passed the bar, and Debbie and I just, you know, went out for dinner and celebration and all that, so I was reliving that moment all day yesterday. Congratulations.
Oh my gosh, I got so sauced with my wife yesterday. We both started doing tequila shots, and within an hour of me getting home, it was just like, yeah, we never drink, and we just, by mid-afternoon, we were in our garden hanging out, feeling really sassy.
And let's say hello to John Malincrot, who is our retired professor of physics. John, thank you for coming on in and doing the heavy lifting.
Yeah, are you getting me?
Yeah.
I'm coming to you via Starlink from deep in the Mendocino woods. We've never had internet access here before.
Wow.
So this is kind of an experiment. I won't be here long, but I did want to say hi. And congratulations, Dr. James.
Thank you. Hey, John, is it fair to say that we are speaking to you through a satellite that is flying in a spherical shape around the Earth?
Elliptical would be the only correction I would make to that.
You said it's traveling on a flat plane until it falls off the edge and then goes around.
Right. That's right.
I believe when elliptical becomes three-dimensional, you call it ovoid. So it's not elliptical.
Yeah, but it's not. But the orbit is elliptical.
Yeah, the orbit's going to be an ellipse because it's hollow. It's just
right, but Starlink, basically, we have
oh, that's true.
Coverage by Starlink than the ozone layer. So the entirety of Starlink is ovoid.
I thought they just fall off the other side and they have to keep making new ones. I thought that's why they make so many. They just keep falling off the other side.
Oh, you're right.
It's like a stop.
You launch a Starlink, it goes to the edge of the Earth, falls off, and they have to launch more. That's why they're constantly launching new ones.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, well, that definitely added some content to the show. If anybody wants to comment on that, we encourage you to come on stage, talk about that, or anything you want. Would anybody else like on stage like to contribute anything? Just mute
that
and
was
say, yeah.
Free advertising for higher education because there were 3 PhDs on the stage having that conversation. So if you go to the university and get a PhD, you too can join that conversation.
Oh, how about that? So let's see here. I'm trying to bring up something else to talk about, and I hope I don't mess this up. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. I think I got it. At the end of, no, that's not where we start out. More than 2/3 of United States adults identify with a religion, whether Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, or something else. That's a high number compared with some other wealthy, economically advanced countries. For example, just 46% of adults in the Netherlands and 44% of adults in Japan claim any religious identity at all. But when we look at all 36 countries, and by the way, there are 209 countries around the world, but Pew Research, our gold standard, was able to actually interview people in 36 countries. Quite a few have large percentages of people who say they have a religion. This includes places like Indonesia and Israel, where almost all adults identify with a religion. In many countries, even places where nearly all adults say they have a religion, not everyone believes in life after death. In Israel, one of the countries with nearly universal religious affiliation, just 61% say there is definitely or probably life after death. In the United States, 7 in 10 adults think there is definitely or probably an afterlife, which puts the United States in the top third of countries surveyed on this question. Across Europe, people are far less likely to believe in life after death. For example, 38% of Swedish adults express belief in an afterlife. Nearly half of United States adults, meanwhile, say they believe that parts of nature, such as mountains, rivers, or trees, can have their own spirits or spiritual entities. Solid majorities in India and Peru also hold this view, but only about 3 in 10 people, 30% surveyed in Poland, say parts of nature can have spirits. When it comes to rates of daily prayer, the United States is roughly in the middle of the 35 countries surveyed. I thought it was 36, whatever. Yet the United States stands out among high-income countries on this question. Generally speaking, relatively few adults in wealthy countries such as Japan and France say they pray daily. We got 45 minutes left till the show ends. If you're in the audience and want to come up, you can absolutely have a fresh 5. Yes, go ahead.
In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the bank. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemesis as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the tar floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise that flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kefra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tar when he createth his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one may be obedient unto me. nation of folks. Procul, o procul esti profani, lasti peda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the path floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise that flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Tefra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Tar when he createth his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, all light, all power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, flashing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one may be obedient unto me. Invocation of Thoth. Procul, O procul esti profani, or lasti on Peda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom-crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of life and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemesis as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the car floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise that flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Petra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tar when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, ascending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one may be obedient unto thee. Invocation of Thoth. Procul, O procul esti profani, lasti ompeda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the car floats over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise up flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Hepra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Tower when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath never nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a crashing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one may be obedient unto me. habitation of folks. Procul, o procul esti profani, on lasti, on peda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which stands in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the car floats over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Tefra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tar when he createth his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, ascending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the majesty profaning, while lusty on payday. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom-crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of life and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemesis as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the biers of the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the star floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of new. I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on with the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Ra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Ptah when he created his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and
Sergeant in the church was called Kitover, trailer supposedly for his program.
Invocation of Thoth. Procul, o procul esti profani, or lasti ompeda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom-crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the tar floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise that flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountain, the celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kepra, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tamu, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the Ptah when he createth his works. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath ever nourished the changeless Godhead of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto thee, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of burning air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the vast one may be obedient unto me.
And then just and work illegally.
I'm not 100%. Yeah, I'm asking you a question. You have to shut up so I can answer, so I can let you, so I can ask it so you can answer. My question is, what do you think of that? Did you even see the video up above? And if so, what did you think about it?
It was fucked up that he got jumped, but what was the reason he got jumped?
He said the N-word. Apparently, no, that's what your piece said. That's what your piece said. I didn't see it.
Word, right? So they're reacting violently, right?
Your piece was up here. She's the one who made that claim. I think she was just making it up.
People that react to word.
That's like the same story about the white woman, remember? Supposedly she said the N-word. What's her name? Shiloh? We don't know if she actually did. It's just about there having, just...
No, she said it on video.
Wait, she said it on video?
Yeah, there's a video of her saying it loud and proud.
I thought there was another thing where she, maybe you're right on that one, I don't know.
Who cares? Let me ask the room a question.
Just put a 1 if yes, 2 if no. But if I refer to every one of those pieces of shit in the video that attacked that white couple, a bunch of dirty, filthy, violent niggers, is that insulting? And am I being wrong for doing that?
What
Or
color
put
is
2.
this monkey?
Put 2 if it's no. I didn't. Hey, let me finish.
What color is that monkey? It's white.
Amazing. Shake your watermelon suckers, faggot.
Wonderful. Fantastic. 4. Look at the shaved monkey here. What color is their skin? You ever seen a monkey's lips?
It's not because this is not because black people.
Where's the energy gone?
You guys
What
don't.
happened? There was so hype and you know,
Alright, check.
excited to say nigger.
Hang on, let's wait, I want to see how long it takes
You're a
to
white
get
monkey.
to respond.
Now you're quiet. What's going on?
Brandon. Wow, that's racist, Brandon. Brandon, I'm just checking it. Is my microphone coming through on Brandon's phone?
He doesn't have a phone.
I'd like to know if Brandon can hear. Oh, Brandon's on the phone. Okay. Brandon sounds pretty low IQ. I think that you guys should check your IQ, take an IQ test, and if your IQ is high.
Do you know who created the IQ test?
I'm in the middle of a sentence, sir.
Just trying to correct you.
Don't say me, Jaber. How did I say anything incorrect?
Just go ahead, my friend.
What are you correct?
Guys, shut up. Everybody, let him finish.
Yeah, I have a question.
Let him finish first.
He's a trash bag. He's not saying anything.
Oh, hold on.
I'm a person. I'm using Clubhouse. I'm a Clubhouse user. I'm a human being. I'm not a trash bag. Just because I changed my name back to trash bag, I'm not literally a trash bag, okay?
Okay,
I'm not literally a talking trash bag.
Just do your...
I'm just saying, Pepe, Mr. Anderson, Matt, David, if you take an IQ test, take one. It's fun. I recently took it. I got a high IQ. What did you get? I got 130. I got 130.
I got higher than you.
Sorry, that's very surprising, but impressive. And if you actually got higher than me, that's cool.
You did not get 135.
PTR the proof, bitch. I got a screenshot.
All right, guys. Let's not fight over.
PTR the proof.
Yeah, let's not fight over that.
All right.
But in a time of war, people die. People die. In Hiroshima,
What, so why are we focusing on Tokyo? People die? That's what you're saying, right?
right? What I'm saying is, people die in a war. People die. Now, there is a chance that this could all stop, but they don't want to stop.
Who's they?
Hamas.
And Smotrich and Ben Gavir want to stop?
Sorry?
Do Ben Gavir and Smotrich want to stop?
Want to stop what?
Well, you said that Hamas don't want to stop. Whatever Hamas don't want to stop, do Ben Gavir and Smotrich want to stop?
Well, you'll have to connect Ben Gavir and Smotrich to, I mean, you'd have to prove that Bibi was influential by
Well, undeniably, they're in his cabinet and some of the most influential members of the cabinet.
Yeah,
But they were willing to. Oh, sorry about that. They were willing to literally get rid of everything if they released the hostages.
Right, but that's just positive. I mean, we know the true nature of Ben Gavir and Smotrich. They're convicted terrorists, or they were charged daily for terrorism. So I mean, forgive me for thinking that they don't have the purest of intentions. You know, that's just the way things work, right?
So now we're at an impasse. Okay, so you're distrustful of one side, other people are distrustful of the other side. So this is what happens. This is what happens with them. They won't let it go. They won't stop. They want to carry it on. Why? What are you going to win?
So is it men's fault now, or where are we going back to George's argument?
Well, we could go back to George's argument. Why can't we move past this?
I'll tell you why.
Okay.
There's an unwillingness to accept, because the general consensus is that Hamas are, they've been prescribed as a terrorist organization. I'm willing to accept that. I'll say, okay, fine. But there isn't a willingness to accept that there are members of the Knesset that do not have the purest of intentions, at least for the people on the other side. And this is something that people are not willing to dive into. And this is the truth. This is the truth of it. Look at Bengovir, look at the smoldering.
I agree with you, Aziz, I agree with you that the whole state of Israel is not to be blamed for some radicalized Jewish people or radicalized Muslims. Okay, it shouldn't happen.
Right.
But it is. It is happening.
You're blaming, you're justifying the deaths of those innocents.
I'm not justifying any deaths. I think death is horrible.
No, you are. You said you
Well, you're justifying the deaths that happened on October the 7th. You are, though. Because now I'm going to use your straw man right back at you.
Well, I haven't done that, though.
But you have. I am not
making the argument
justifying death. I'm literally saying that in times of war, people die.
Right, that's we accept that, but how?
Yeah.
Why have you
Stop the war. Stop the war. That's how we get that.
Right, through diplomacy, right? We have to just use military aggression. Is there no other way?
No, I think Muslims, specifically radicalized Muslims like Hamas, need to realize that this world isn't theirs, and we can share it.
But what does the radical Jews need to realize?
Well, exactly the same thing.
But you haven't said that.
But Lovey, on October the 7th, it wasn't the radicalized Jews that did anything. It was the radicalized Muslims.
I'd like to add
one
important
specific
note,
day?
And the reason why I'm talking about one specific day, because that was the pinnacle of what this whole thing is about.
Well, in your mind, yeah, from your lens, of course.
Okay, so what is this all about? What is this all about? A small group of people who don't like the fact that they have to share a land with other people, therefore they remove themselves from that land, and now are chanting from the river to the sea, because they want the eradication of Israel.
They didn't have a choice about sharing. There was no sharing. Sharing wasn't an option for the 750,000 people.
Are you serious, Aziz? There are Israeli Arabs who were Palestinians that live in Israel, have the same rights, go and worship in their mosques. They serve in the IDF. They serve as teachers. They're integrated. They're happy that Israel exists. But Aziz, if you don't like a regime, you don't wage war against it. You leave it alone.
Right, I think we're ignoring some of...
No, I think that what you're doing is saying it's okay for Hamas to do what they're doing, but it's not okay for Israel to respond to what they're doing. That's what you're... Yeah.
No, that's what you're saying is it's okay for the IDF, it's okay for Hamas. You are justifying one side, I'm not justifying anything.
If someone came to kill you, Aziz, right now, they burst in your door, they've got a gun, right?
Would I kill their family?
No, would you kill them? Would you kill them? Would you kill them?
Saying that it's totally wrong. Anyway, he said he's not condoning it for what happened on the 7th.
Right. No, he is.
And he said that Israel have got every right to defend themselves. 110%. He said that. But what he's saying is there was a cataclysm of events that led up to the 7th. It wasn't just one day they woke up.
No, there wasn't.
It could have been avoided, and the IDF and the Mossad had already. It's documented and it's out there, and freely admitted that they had information that they didn't act upon. So it's not like it was an event that just got up and it just happened.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Scotty.
Months and months and months.
Scotty, let me ask you a question, right? Let's talk about the KKK, right? They're a terroristic organisation, correct?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, absolutely they are. Now, should they be given the same privileges as everybody else when it comes to causing, death or killing people? Or should we just let them get on with it because, it's their land?
What do you mean? Absolutely.
No, so it's all of this thing of all this stuff that's leading up to October the 7th, right? It's nonsense because Israel is diverse. Okay, it's a diverse place. It's more so secular than you know it should be really. But anyway, why then do I hear people saying that Israel doesn't deserve to be there, that everyone needs to leave and give the land back to the Palestinians, when the Palestinians that live in Israel want Israel to stay there? Who the fuck has anyone to tell anyone what to do?
Absolutely, you're right there. But I can tell you this: it's not the Jewish people, it's not yourselves, it's not the people that live in Israel and integrate in Israel with the Palestinians and our Palestinian friends that live there. That's totally, you're 100% right. What it is the government that they're in at the time, which we have not improved over the last, 15 years, have been the same thinking and not changed one bit, doesn't look at other views, and there have been nothing but warmongers. It's a fact. Shoot first, ask later. Instead of sitting down and talking like you are now, because you are right in everything you say.
No, Scotty.
Not everything, there's two sides to every
single time Israel doesn't wage war. It doesn't wage war, it defends itself against war. Every single country that has attacked Israel has done so because of a religious motivation. People say, no, it's not religion, it's political. Is it fuck? It's all about religion. Now, am I saying that Israel has clean hands? Hang on, I haven't finished. Am I saying that Israel has clean hands? Absolutely not. And I'm sure within the IDF there are some sick, twisted people that need dealing with, okay? Absolutely 100%. I agree that there are people who are bad people that work alongside people that just want to do good. Absolutely agree.
Yeah, I did some nice sucker punches to the wife.
I didn't see the video. What's
You have to see the video.
The video is part of
The fucking video. I'm not explaining it to you.
Oh my god. Alright, I'll click it. I'll check it out.
I'm guessing it's Chicago. I haven't seen the video, but I'm guessing it's Chicago.
Oh, white man. So, there's really no context to it.
Letting up. Boom.
No context. Does that mean
However, it doesn't show what caused the outrage.
Okay, so I just looked at the video and apparently yeah, I just watched the bald guy with the white shirt. He said he called them an N-word and he called them a nigger and so they beat his ass. I just looked at the video. Wow, I just looked at the video.
Okay, gotta go to the audience. Sorry, so fucking disruptive. So what, Black?
I just said I watched the video, however, it doesn't show what caused the outrage. So what happened?
I respond to that? Well, they didn't say there was no news on that, and so I guess my question would be, what do you think would invite that?
Yeah,
kind of bias?
That's what. Yeah, unless there was like physical confrontation, like there's no justification for hitting somebody.
So I think that's what's so appalling, and that I don't want to speak for anybody else in this room, but when we see things, are you just breathing? I was just confused and you were talking about. But my point is, what's appalling about videos like this, and what was appalling about the Carmelo Anthony and the Austin Metcalf situation, it's a running theme, which is, I don't want to speak for the white community here, but from my personal perspective, it seems like there's a level of violence, and then there's a fucking overkill. And a lot of the stuff that we're seeing seems like overkill. And I don't know, Your Piece, the Clubhouse user whose name is Your Piece was in here earlier, and she said that the white man used the N-word, and that's why he was being beaten up by this mob of people. But when I watch the video and I see this guy getting stomped the fuck out by multiple people, I mean, what I want to see in that mob who's running up and he's like, yo, he's good. Don't stomp him out anymore. He's good. Like, we got him. But there's nobody in that crowd who's like, yo, chill. They're all like, yeah, get him. Like, many people run from the sidelines to go and, like, give a kick or something. And that, I think, is really disturbing.
I mean, Black, do you think, let's just say he did call them the N-word, hard ER, would that justify what they did?
No, not really. However,
Not really, it should be a solid no. She said no, not really,
I'm not
however.
gonna.
Let her cook.
Oh God. However, I'm not gonna allow somebody to call me that and just walk away. You're gonna get told something.
You couldn't just walk away. You're allowed to say something. I'm talking about trying to head stomp people and sucker punching a woman and knocking her unconscious on the ground.
No, that was
You can say like your mother is the W word. I mean, and then you can say all these insults, and you can walk away. Yeah.
The W word.
Nobody's saying you can't be insulted.
And we can understand that it was probably overboard. Main man got jumped. If they called one black man a nigger and everybody else, and only that one black person or a black couple responded, okay, it'd have been a fair fight. But they got jumped. What is it? It's a very excessive consequence, but that's just what it is. Is every black
So that's why monkeys end up in prison at disproportionate rates. Because you guys really don't know how to do it.
How I'm able to engage with people that are obviously insecure of black people.
I'm not insecure. I'm not on parole. I don't have a violent felony. I don't have a hard time getting a job or a place to live because I'm a violent fucking citizen like you.
You're calling people niggers for no reason, basically.
No. If you support this behavior, hold on, my friend. If you support this behavior, then you are in fact a filthy, violent fucking nigger. That's what you are.
White people group? Like, do we have to fight this?
Nobody's standing up for violent white people, but you guys are standing up for violent black people. Let's talk about that.
But let's be real here. You people lynched people, took pictures, laughed,
do shit,
watched it like a theater, and now since somebody here is violent with the
so that's the excuse.
What about
that's an excuse to violate? That's an excuse to violently assault somebody. It's not. Century or two later. Okay.
It's a retaliation.
Can I be
That's like saying like your great grandfather did something bad, so like I need to punish you.
No, it's not cool. No, it's not.
Lynching is still going on to this day. They just not recently,
I haven't seen it.
made it
So
illegal.
bring it to the top.
Why is lynching just becoming illegal? What's going on here?
That doesn't matter. There's a lot of weird rules in our books in different states. Just because they made it illegal doesn't mean it's happening.
Okay, so can you find or even imagine, a video on Instagram or TikTok or YouTube? Can you find a video or even imagine a video of a random white group of drinkers at a bar beating the fuck out of a black man and woman? Can you find or even imagine such a video?
Probably not.
Why is that a thing?
Doesn't mean it doesn't happen. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, but you most likely won't find it because black people are the most protected race of human beings on this earth when it comes to anything racially unjust. So we're not going to find stuff like that because white people won't openly do that anymore because they know the backlash they will get. So.
But why isn't there a backlash when black people openly do that?
Because you guys are not standing up for yourselves. You're letting it happen and you don't
That's a terrible excuse. That's a terrible way to
Wait a minute. Can I clarify my understanding of this?
Again, let Brandy finish, guys. Let Brandy finish.
Terrible.
Let Brandy finish.
I'm not judging. I'm respecting.
My friend, let her finish.
It's the truth. It's the truth. So when things like this happen, just like storm the Capitol, white people can get up, protest, go to
There's
their.
black people also in January 6th.
David.
Well, we're talking about white people. So when something happens to you, your people, protest. Go burn down your own neighborhoods like we do. Go, no justice, no peace. Go find a white Al Sharpton to be in the front lines to get white justice.
Can I ask a question? You're saying,
terrible way of thinking.
wait, David, that's a lot of judgment. Can I ask a question? Are you saying that when we see a video of a random white couple being beat up by a random black mob, that we should respond to that by burning shit down in our neighborhood?
Hey, it works for us, right? You just asked questions.
Did it work? Did it work?
No, hold on. He just said why.
But wait, that's what she said, Sig. Is it? I see you putting your face in your hands, but
hold on.
That is what she said.
Why haven't we seen any videos of a group of white people beating up a black couple, right? And I said because white people are afraid to do certain things because of the backlash.
oh, so so clarifying question. Are you saying that instead of burning shit down, you're saying that when we see a video of a white couple being beat up by a black mob, are you saying that in response to that we should go find black people and beat them up?
No, what I'm saying is, you said, why haven't you seen that video? I'm saying because white people, I'm not saying that you guys are not violent, you don't do these things. No.
Okay, Randy, I'm gonna stop you there. Okay, look, hold on. The problem is, though, Randy, no, the thing is, you're saying, why don't we react? Hold on, David. You're saying, like, why don't we go do criminal activity, fuck up cop cars, throw bricks at the cops, start doing some looting, start burning our own fucking businesses and homes? I'm sorry, that's low IQ behavior too. I mean,
I know that. Hold on, Pepe. Hold on. I'm not saying that it's not low IQ.
But if you know it's wrong, then why are you condoning it?
I'm not saying that it's not low IQ. I'm not saying it is the right thing. It is the ignorant thing to do. But ignorant actions, for some reason, get a response. Right? He asked, why haven't we seen those type of videos of white people doing that to black people? Because white people are afraid to say or do anything.
Well, can I respond to that?
They will get.
Hang on. Let's have a little back and forth here. Slow down, if you can.
No, I wasn't done.
Well, you kind of are done. You're just.
Well, just let her finish.
But she's extrapolating on a point that she already made.
You keep interrupting.
So this is the thing about being a high IQ. Is like I can follow the pattern.
Okay, but hold on, my friend, hold on. Just try to wrap it up, Randy, and then my friend can.
You can go. The high IQ.
Right. Well, what you're saying is the reason we don't see the videos of white people beating up black people is because white people are afraid to do certain things. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, she said they were afraid.
That's what she said, right? The reason we don't see the... But let me put it this way. I am afraid to rob a bank. I mean, there's moral reasons to not rob a bank, sure. You don't want to steal, it's wrong to rob. But also, one of the reasons to not rob a bank is I would be afraid of getting arrested. I would also not want to rob a bank, but like, for example, there are plenty of people I want to punch in the face. I mean, there are moral reasons to not want to punch somebody in the face. You want to meditate, you don't want to succumb to your rageful impulse. But one of the main reasons to not punch people in the face is because assault is illegal. So if you succumb to your... but that's what I'm saying. But why are the black people not afraid of getting arrested for assault in the same way that I am?
Black people are protected.
Don't you know that how those dumb people acted in the streets is the same way that dumb people are acting here on Clown House? It's the same stupidity being repeated here.
To the entire black community. Why are you doing this? This is
Brandon.
Should I find a video of a white group?
Oh, we saw it during the summer. We saw what happened during the summer.
Okay, find a group of white men. Okay, find a group of white men. Okay, men and women like that. Okay, they're out in the middle of what looks like a downtown area where they're head stomping and they're punching out. Hold on, my friend. and where they're assaulting a black couple like that. I don't think you'll be able to find one, but you might. But that's how rare it is.
Pepe, real quick context. It's a jazz festival. This is supposed to be a good time, by the way. This is just walking down the streets, really. This is actual at an event, or at least coming away from an event. But, this is supposed to be jazz, supposed to be fun. Like, how do you end up on the ground, like that? It's just, yeah.
The moment you look away is when you get punched in the face.
Shouldn't have been using the N-word.
Yeah.
But we don't know that they use the N-word.
Yeah, I really don't know. The video is not really clear on what happened, so I can't really say anything.
Okay, I can understand if, like, there was a black woman, like, I don't know, holding a toddler, and then the white woman or the white man ended up spitting on it and then, like, pushing it out of her arms or something. Like, I can picture scenarios why you would have such a violent backlash, but an exchange of words is not an excuse to do that kind of a vicious assault. It's just not.
I'm sorry, a lot of white people are violent by nature. I'm sorry. Please.
By nature?
What are you talking about?
That's true. That's a good
You
point.
just encouraged white people to be violent. You're violent, Brandy.
Let me just restructure the context. So if that was a white man.
How are white people violent by nature?
Shut up. Not
Get our history full.
Shut up. Okay.
Matt, take the microphone and put it into your mouth. Make sure that you get some breathy volume when you're speaking. Put the microphone inside of
You
your
guys
mouth.
are so obnoxious. Everybody just shut the fuck up while Matt's talking.
Hold on. I'm just gonna redo the hypothetical. So let's say this bald guy did use the N-word. Does that justify a mob response though? Why can't it be one-on-one fight or a different response? Why are the women fighting? Like, does anybody have an answer to that? Like, why are the women fighting?
And y'all won't let me say it. But for some reason, it's so shocking. But now you already know when it's black on black, black on white, there's really no real consequences when it's a racial thing for black people anymore. We can televise it. We can call you cracker. We can do all types of shit. Get your job. We have the upper hand when it comes to racial issues. Now,
That doesn't seem fair.
I'm sorry, white cop pulls them over. It's a difference. There's an authority shift, right? The white cop is an authority figure. So we have more power. But when it's a random white couple and a bunch of black people walking down the street, case in point, the boat situation that happened last year, black people were raised fighting and busting up these people's asses. There was no real. The white people ended up getting arrested.
But there's no upside.
So what I'm saying is now society, black people, that whole Black Lives Matter was like a handicap. It was like a crutch for black people. It was like to say there's something wrong with us, and everybody has to love us, and we're kind of like on the spectrum, like we're kind of retarded a little bit. So yeah, they can act a little crazy and wild. We're not going to really do too much to them because of slavery or because of oppression. So we do get away with a lot more. I'm not saying that we don't have, things that we face like oppression and stuff like that, but we do get away with a lot more shit when it comes to racial issues. White people would never get away with that. If that was televised and that was white people, black people like that.
This is the problem with retards. White people, black people, black people, white people.
Shut up. Don't just come on and just fucking interrupt. I normally I'll just put you in the audience. Just don't do that shit.
Is Sig there? Or do you know? Sig? Are you around?
Sig's here.
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
Yeah, bro, what's your thoughts on this? I'd be curious.
I posted a link in the chat, man. We had a situation in Detroit a few years back, man. Tyler Wingate, look him up, Wingate, white boy in Detroit over on the west side, got into a minor fender bender, and a mob of black people beat him to death, man, in a gas station parking lot over a minor fucking fender bender. I'm sorry, man. I'm just sick of you niggas, man. You niggas just destroy everything. You're violent. You're unruly. No one wants to be around you. Everything you touch, it's like you're the reverse Midas. Like everything you guys touch turns to fucking shit. And a bunch of black people are starting to realize this and come across it. But you're just violent. You're unrational, unreasonable. And this is why America's getting sick of you guys. Like you guys are literally wearing your welcome out.
Did you see what happened in the Cincinnati incident? Do you all know what happened from the beginning? This is one white.
Peace to the room.
Yeah, I'm aware of it. Peace.
Because it looks like it kind of looks like an angry mob just jumped on these guys, when in actuality the guys who got jumped on. In actuality, the guys who got jumped on, they were instigating the situation first, and then they
How do you know
slapped.
that? What information do you have?
Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt. Was Sig done finish speaking?
Hold on, Dr. Adams.
No, can we let Sig finish speaking?
Dr. Adams, hold on.
Talking about the situation that happened.
Just let you know, I think.
Yo, they love to hear black people talk down.
So,
Let Sig finish, please. They love that.
okay, hold on. I'm asking one mic a question. What information do you have that they instigated it? I can't find any of that.
I got the actual video.
What? Go. Can you post it?
Yeah, I'll grab it and post it. They smacked the kid. They smacked the black guy, and that's what lit the fire.
But again, it's why.
It's not a but again.
Well,
if it starts with physical violence,
oh man, hey, shut the fuck up. This is exactly what we're talking about. I started talking, you niggas can't shut the fuck up and have some decorum and respect.
Got a fish.
You're a nigga.
Yeah, your mom.
Whoa, you're fucking with you. Go ahead, bro.
So again,
Looks like
this is
a
what we're
fish.
talking about. So still, the question reigns: why does it take a mob of people? You typically see this with niggas. You can't just have a one-on-one. Even my experience bouncing in bars and clubs and DJing bars and clubs, on the country nights and the top 40 nights with white people, if there was a fight, it was typically a one-on-one. And it could be maintained, and the bouncers could do their job and separate it and break it up, and it wasn't a big deal. But hip-hop and R&B night, when you niggas would come in, a fight would turn into literally, it was like a chimpanzee exhibit at the fucking zoo. All you motherfuckers would chip out and have to involve yourself and start. Yo, can you shut the fuck up? Act like a fucking black person.
No, I was talking in the background.
Then mute your fucking mic, because I'm talking
Shut
to
the fuck up, pussy.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Get the fuck out of here. Go back down to the nigger section. Bye. Go back down to the slums. Go back down to the motherfucking hood. Bye. But again, why do, when it comes to black people, it's like you have to include 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 people for something that could just be resolved in a one-on-one. You guys are just extremely fucking violent. You guys push it to the fucking limit. Past the limit. It's just the weirdest fucking shit, man. Take some accountability.
Yeah, Sig, so I was at a Dave Matthews concert last night. I didn't see one police officer the entire day. But when I don't listen to that shit. I know, but when I went to a little Yachty concert, there were so many everywhere, and there were some fights. Yes, there were some scuffles. But when I went to Dave Matthews concert, everyone was enjoying their time. It was amazing.
Okay, great. Well, to Sig, I'm not a nigger. I'm a human being first. So, and it's very sad that you hate your own people. Very sad. Get educated, boo.
So again, pay attention, guys, to the logic coming from the black women. You wonder why the black community is in the fucking dumpster? It's because we got stupid bitches.
Yeah,
like
your
that.
mama's in the dumpster.
Whoa!
So again, you see what I'm saying? You see how when you were talking about Mike, I waited for you.
It's sad that you hate your own people.
So again,
bro,
I'd say
you categorize all black people in this box.
I'd say hit the dumpster inside of your mama.
So look here, black bitch. I didn't say anything while you were talking.
Your mama's a black
Your
bitch.
mama's a black bitch. That was exactly what I wanted to say.
All right, well you can go down to the nigger section too. So again, I don't hate my people. I love black people. I can't stand you fucking niggers. That's what I can't stand. So again, black people are great. Because black people, like myself, like Ray, like Nye, like fucking Adams, who actually have some level of fucking decorum, who have some class and fucking grace, like, those are the black people I fucking love. It's you fucking niggers that come in and you just fucking turn everything upside down. And people are giving you grace and trying to understand your situation, but it's like no matter what level of guilt, understanding, consideration, empathy that people show, you take that, you ask for that inch, and when you're given that inch, you fucking take a mile, man. And people are just getting fucking sick of it. So dumb bitches like you who can't understand the difference between niggas and black people. No, I love black people. I love my grandmother. I love my great-grandmother. I love my grandfather. I love that generation of black excellence who are very well manicured. very well dressed, prioritize education, prioritize speaking English properly and assimilating to American culture and wanting to be part of the group, part of the solution and not part of the problem. Those are the black people I love. It's this generation of you fucking niggers that I can't fucking stand.
Sig, white people were once black people that came out of Africa. White women were once black women that came out of Africa. White men were once black men that lived in Africa.
Yeah, so like if you look at Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. and like his speeches and the way he's talked and the way he conducted himself, I mean that's what everyone should strive for.
Wait, hold on, Reverend who?
Martin Luther King Jr.
No, listen, first of all, Martin Luther King is still alive. Okay, that man is 90 years old, he lives in Florida. The only reason why he faked his death is because he wanted to marry a white woman. And he was tired of activism, okay? So the fact that y'all believe that Martin Luther King is dead, y'all are horribly mistaken or you're just drunk.
Wait, did you read through the 2,300 pages of the FBI files?
He's alive. What are you talking about?
It's the cover up.
Let's not derail. But yeah, okay. It's not, this room isn't about JFK.
But you know, I do want to ask Sig about how the black community thinks of the YN culture, because I live really close to DC and it's bad out here.
Can you elaborate, please? I grew up in DC, but have not lived there since high school.
Yeah, it's
YN culture.
Yeah, young nigga. The young nigga
culture. Young talkers. There's plenty of black kids in every neighborhood, bro.
Brandon.
Like, come on.
Brandon. Zenimini, can you elaborate, please? Because I grew up in D.C., but I have not lived there in a while, so I'd like to hear about
what type of neighborhood is it? Is it a rundown neighborhood?
Yeah, I'd like to hear what type of neighborhood it is in. What is the YN?
Maybe they were returned to certain things. Who knows?
Let's go to
I think that really hit a sore spot.
But what about the little white?
You know, like the it's a discussion that happens with most the African American community, and even black people are afraid of like their 12 and 11-year-old black kids that don't have any fathers at home because they're wilding out on the public.
Well, maybe they're going through a certain situation where they have no choice but to wild out. Maybe there's no guidance.
Maybe the government doesn't pay for enough therapy. Maybe education's lacking. Maybe financial resources are diminished in the community.
Are there libraries in these neighborhoods? Because
it's federally funded. There's a lot of
lack of libraries.
No, I think it's just part of the culture. Honestly,
are there basketball camps? Are there libraries? Because if there's libraries,
yes, 100% there is.
There aren't any basketball camps.
There's so many activities for these.
Don't forget about the pandemic and what COVID-19 did to these communities.
Okay. We're having fun.
One mic. Yeah, I just put the link in the chat.
All right, you put the link?
Okay.
These
you may be getting
communities are ravished.
What the YN culture is, because I don't really.
Yeah, and that's what I was asking Sig originally.
Yeah, so the YN culture, it's this culture that's being raised by these single mothers, these black single mothers. So they don't give a fuck. It's all about them. They come in, they destroy things. They bring a high level of violence with them, irrationality, unchecked emotions, unchecked impulse control. This is this generation that you step on my sneakers, I'm going to kill you and take your life. You say something that I don't like on Facebook, I'm going to kill you and take your life. If I have a beef with you, I'm not just going to keep the beef with you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to load up a gun and spray up the entire neighborhood and kill innocent children and women and just not give a fuck. That's what YN
Sig. This video is an example of this YN culture.
And then just Sig. That's some shit. Like the original motherfuckers going over shooting up other people.
Brandon, can you please?
Same shit.
Brandon, can you please make black people look decent by having some decorum and letting Zenimini finish his statement and not interrupting him? Like at least show a good example of black people that we have some decorum.
I'm on mute, bro.
Yeah, but then stay on mute. I'm asking you, please. Because what you guys don't realize,
I've been going on mute.
but you're still talking right now. You're still talking right. Again, I have the fucking floor right now. You don't. You're literally proving.
I'm gonna
right now.
Floor, right?
There we go. That's Zenimini.
He's gonna take this shit.
That's a lie right there, Zenimini. Brandon right
Just
there.
like a green man can take the floor, I can take the floor. Like I have the power of a mute button, just like you. But I'm gonna go on mute and be respectful.
Zenimini,
Just like you
when you
asked.
ask what a YN is, Zenimini, that's a YN right there. Don't give a
I'm
fuck.
probably older than you.
I do what I want, how I want, when I want. Fuck the rules.
And I chose to go on mute.
Fuck everybody else. It's all about me. And these single modern black women raise niggas like this.
And you're not a nigga. Okay.
Could we maybe get a hard reset in the society, in the culture, in the room? Hello? 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 Hello?
My favorite part of that video is the woman in the white dress randomly. She like calculates.
It's not about race, it's about values.
She can get away with kicking the guy, and she like stomps on the guy, and then somebody pulls her wig off. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Don't forget about autism in the community. Autism.
Yeah, the black community, yeah, we know.
Hey, I put the link in the chat, so if you want to click on it and go over.
Is that the Alabama one, Mike?
No, that's this one in Cincinnati that just happened.
Well, we know it. It's up in the jumbotron thing on top here.
I'm talking about from what started it.
Link is not working for me. Oh wait.
So you actually have video
of
that particular individual.
Here we go.
Yeah, from what started.
I'm about to watch it.
Does it say the N-word?
Did it say the F word? Did it say the F word or N word? Those are the two most repulsive words.
So I watched the start of it, so it looked like there was some kind of confrontation, and then people kept on posturing up and getting in a stance as if they were going to fight. The white guy was doing it, so were several different black people, and then it showed that they were like standing, and it kept on, like, for whatever reason, it wouldn't just let it play, but it was like it kept on doing this short little rewind, but where it showed the guy kind of like he didn't smack his face, he like touched it. It wasn't quite a smack, it was like a touch in a weird way with an open palm. I mean, it looked disrespectful, I'll say that. But it then all of a sudden, like, they just got jumped.
So would it be controversial to say if that man was in a fighting stance with another man? I'm assuming I haven't watched the video yet. Then he can use the N-word at that point. I mean, like, why does it matter at that point? That's not what started it. No, I don't. I like that's where it gets a little bit, like, who cares at that point, right?
Yeah, he's saying it started because of the. He's saying it started because the guy touched his face, but they were already. There were already people shoving each other in a fighting stance.
Yeah, but they were trying to break it up.
No,
and that guy reached
by a
over
random
there.
guy.
He reached over there and he smacked the guy in the red shirt.
But how did it start? How did it start?
It started because those guys were acting obnoxious, and they kept.
Yeah, how do you know that? Do you have proof for that?
Yeah, I got proof for that.
Like, words should not condone fighting. That's.
If you don't have the full story, why is
action starts.
Do you know how many people would be dead right now if you could shoot people on this app?
Words speak louder than actions, and sometimes it's the right thing to do.
The problem is, though, is that you were seeing people run out of nowhere, doing literal head stomps. There were people that were just running in to sneak in a punch and sneak in kicks. Then you saw the woman who, she was getting attacked, and then a guy ends up punching her, sucker punching her in the face, and she's knocked unconscious on the pavement. Like,
it's just like October 7th.
Again, shut the fuck up, American.
I don't agree with the overkill. I'm totally against the overkill.
He got jumped.
Yeah, no, it was more than one of them. Also, I'm saying I don't agree with the overkill, but I don't agree also.
But Mike.
I'm against murder and killing.
I think that at that point, after the guy in the white shirt had been kicked by people, he was surrounded by a bunch of people who were hitting him, trying to hit him. He was fending people off. I listened to the narrator in the video that you posted. Mm-hmm. The narrator says everything's cool until the white guy throws the first punch. So let's watch right here. The white guy reaches out and touches the black guy who's wearing a red shirt in the face. Presumably, the black man in the red shirt said, "If you fucking touch me, it's over." And the white man presumably reached out and went, "Oh, it's just like this," and he touched him in the face. I think that to call that the first punch is disingenuous.
They were already pushing
They were already pushing and fighting and shoving, and if anything, you might even call the face touching like an attempt at a de-escalation or finding some type of humor, because if Pepe and I were
No, dude, if you touch somebody's face, that's it.
Listen, excuse me. Well, wait a minute. If Pepe and I are fighting, and Pepe says, if you fucking touch me, that's it. And if I reach out and boop him on the nose and go, boop, and then he fucking clocks me in the face, that is insane, because
brother, that's now what you're saying is disingenuous. You know good and well there's nowhere in America that you can go and in a hostile situation, you're the other.
This is a lynching.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Hey, shut up and let him go. Let him go. Go ahead, Mike. You got it.
You're the other person in a violent situation and it's escalating, and the guy says, if you touch me one more time and you reach over there and you're saying this is a friendly gesture, I'm going to put my hand in a grown man's
This dumb room will go on for
But you're a
hours.
stranger, you already in opposition with him. You're going to tell me that you could just touch him in the face and say, oh, it was just a friendly gesture?
You can't do that. I would say that I mean, even if he got punched after touching a guy's face like that, I mean, the white guy was asking for it, to get punched back. I take him doing that to his face is a challenge. And so that's. I would only anticipate a fight if I did that to somebody. But that being said, that doesn't mean like a bunch of hyenas they get to go and just like start mobbing him and kicking and stomping on his fucking head, and then of course there's the wife. Why was she getting beaten by all of these people? Why did a guy sucker punch her in the side of the head?
Okay, let me add this. Okay, like I said before, morally, I think that the overkill was wrong. Okay. Also, I need to add this. It was reports of that same guy and those people running around antagonizing people because I think they were a little under the influence, and they kept getting passes. And that geographical location right there, that is a all like melanated community. And it is like kind of it's one of the roughest communities in the city of Cincinnati. Okay. Anytime that could have been that. I don't necessarily think that was racial. If it had been Bob and he did it in that area right there, when the numbers is against you, that is the wrong thing to do. You have to know the history of the area as well. So they kept getting passes, and if you look in the video, you can see where people were really genuinely trying to break it up. So it wasn't just attack. Like the narrative may seem like is leaning towards. It wasn't just all out attack, angry mob attack. It was instances where they were trying to break it up and de-escalate it. Had he not reached over there,
sure, but we don't know how it fucking started. We saw multiple black men pushing other black men, squaring up like before that fight started.
Color. If you take color off, okay, then you say there was a mob of Americans fighting other Americans. Then it has a different perception, and it don't sound the same. But because you can use the race card, then it makes it look like it was black on white. I'm telling you,
it's not because the race card. The thing is though, first of all, I saw what almost all looked like adults. Most of them young adults, but I saw a lot of people that appeared to be in their 30s and 40s. Now, I don't think you would really see white people behave that way generally. Sure, people can get jumped with it. I'm just going to say that generally, like with white people, it's seen as like pretty low and dishonorable to just take a stomp on somebody's fucking head, especially if you have nothing to do with the altercation. But then punching a woman, we don't really.
You're making this a comparison of race. And if you're going to do that, then you also have to speak about all the times that you turn on social media or the news and you see a melanated kid getting killed by police. So we
What does this have to do with the police? We're talking about how people conduct themselves in public.
We're talking what do this have to do with race?
Because a bunch of niggers ended up violently attacking those those white couples. That white couple.
So when you say niggers,
yes, that's exactly what they are. And okay. That's exactly what they are. Low class, ignorant, violent, animalistic niggers.
So it sounds like you have some bias and you're racist.
No, not at all, one Mike. See, this is the thing. It's not a matter of racism. It's a matter of we've seen a consistent pattern of behavior from a group of people that share similar characteristics, a set of characteristics. Again, if you make the comparison, one Mike, you generally won't see. I just put a link. Actually, I just put a link in the in the chat. One Mike. It's a white man in Detroit. He got into a minor fender bender, just literally a minor bumper accident in Detroit. You know what the response of those black people in that area were? There were probably 20 of them that jumped this white man and killed him right on the spot for a simple fender bender. Nobody got hurt. Nobody got injured. Nobody got ran over. What's the likelihood you would see that same reaction if it were a black person getting into a minor fender bender in a white neighborhood?
I can't say that because I have different instances of where white people have did things to black people, like the young black kid that was in Georgia was just jogging and he ran into the house and the white guys grabbed him and killed him violently. So
are you talking about Ahmaud Arbery?
Yeah, Ahmaud Arbery.
You mean the guy that grabbed the shotgun from one guy and was gonna shoot the other guy?
Guys.
Hold on, let me finish.
Yeah, let him finish.
We have other instances of a young male going into a church, shooting up the church, killing in a melanated church. But that's a minority thing. Okay, but I think the thing is we can conveniently use the race card. If we just say Americans, then we know it's an American problem. But when we try to like make it just a race thing, then we're conveniently putting something on a race of people.
Okay, fuck that bullshit. You're being very disingenuous. The reason being is that nobody's
appealing to minority versus the majority of what.
Sure. But white people, okay, first of all, there might have been some like sick white trash, Nazis online that maybe said, oh yeah, what Dylan Roof did was so cool. But I mean, other than that, he was like white people, 99% of them think that what Dylan Roof did was disgusting, and nobody was trying to run cover for him. Nobody's trying to justify it. But for whatever reason, whenever black people do stupid, bad shit, there's always a fucking excuse with you people. Like, it is so fucking annoying. Like, you guys need to be held accountable, and we need to call out your shitty fucking behavior. That's all you've been doing is try to downplay it and shift the blame more towards the white people. No, it was these fucking animals.
And that's not true.
This is specific.
That's not true either, because at the beginning.
You're just crying. Okay, and this is why Martin Luther King ran away and faked his death. Okay, this crying, this complaining, and this bullshit. Okay, there's absolutely no accountability. Zero accountability. And this is specifically the reason why Martin Luther King faked his death, ran away with that white woman, and lives peacefully today in sunny Florida.
Listen, man, people need to just be honest about, like, this is kind of why nobody likes black people, because even when they do bad shit, then we have dumb motherfuckers like this guy trying to excuse it. And it's just crazy that you have.
What sounds disingenuous is every example you have is depicting of a melanated group of people doing something to white Europeans.
Because the frequency, Mike, it's the frequency. How frequent it happens is way more with black people.
Yeah, you kind of have to work the numbers game, like, as a mathematician. Like, you have to think of numbers. Like, where are the numbers,
One, Mike, I don't know if you know this, but statistically, white people are 10 times more likely to die by a black person than a black person is to die by a white person.
Yeah, but Keegan, is that per capita?
What about that video of this black dude getting jumped by a bunch
We
of
don't
white
need to be
bikers?
talking about no per
Sig,
capita.
what did you just say, Sig? I didn't hear what Sig had said.
No, one, Mike, what I'm saying is it's true, Mike. We have a problem with lack of accountability, and we have a problem with supporting and condoning fuck shit. So, for example, I hear black people saying, well, you know, you call me N-word, there's consequences. Okay, well, in this situation that we talked about in the link above, what happens if, you know, what happened if those black people said something negative to him and his result was to slap somebody in the face or punch somebody first? Why don't they get the same benefit of the doubt that we ask for? Is that if you say something fucked up to me, motherfucker, there's consequences. Well, what if one of the black people said something fucked up to him? The consequences was to get smacked or punched in the face. Why doesn't he get that same benefit of the doubt? It seems like when it comes to white people, one Mike, we apply a different set of rules to them than we apply to our own people, and it's just not fair.
Okay, well, how about this right here? Okay, if we took off the race car and said it was a group of guys and the lady got beat up by a group of guys, you know what I mean, then would it have the same consequences, and would you all feel the same way?
Well, you tell me, was it wrong?
Was it wrong for what?
Was it wrong for the group of guys to beat up the lady and the other guys in that group at that level?
I think that it was overkill.
So it was wrong, excessive force, too much.
Yeah, I think it was a bit too much.
You're like hesitating to even admit.
Yeah, we said that already. We said it was excessive already.
You don't know those people. Why are you defending them or trying to like think about your answer? You can simply say yes, it was overkill, but you're thinking about it. Like you're hesitating for some.
Do you think that it was wrong for him to? Do you think it was wrong for him to put his hands on the guy?
Yeah, it was. If he would have got punched directly back in the face afterwards, and fell down or some shit, and it was over, yeah, I'd say he was kind of asking for it. Do I think that like for the whole crowd to like jump him and try to stomp on his head, which that should be, basically that's aggravated assault.
Yeah, once you're on the ground,
you're trying to cause serious damage by stomping on somebody's head. Like that's very serious.
In fact, that situation would be warranted if he was carrying a concealed weapon. He would be 100% warranted to bring a firearm out and use deadly force in that situation. It's just one mic. No matter how you cut it, we see way more instances, and we're trying to figure out why do black people, well, I wouldn't say black people because black people don't do shit like this. Why do these niggers always take it to the level of extreme violence? It takes 15 people to look at them curb stomping and kicking a dude in, like that will cause serious traumatic brain injury over something so simple like words. Why is it that when we see these types of people, one mic, they don't typically fight one-on-one? It's always a group mentality trying to literally kill somebody. Why does it always have to go to that level with them?
The thing is that I'm about to tell you, okay? You don't just see that with a group of melanated people against a Caucasian person. You in areas like that, it could have been me. I'm American Indian. But I look like I'm a melanated person. If I had went over there and I did the same thing in that particular area, the same thing would have happened to me. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But that's not true. We have statistics, one Mike, that show blacks are way more likely to perpetrate violence against whites than the other way around. We have hard evidence. We have hard data.
It's not just about white people.
Okay,
it's all other races. Every single race victimizes black people less than black people victimize them. When you look at just violent crime in general, including all of it, not trying to parse.
Okay, but from what time?
Yeah, it's the FBI statistics. Yeah, you can just look at it. It's public data. You can look it up right now.
Every single year they
reports. Yeah.
And then have you done statistics on European cops killing melanated children?
Yes.
How many black people did the police kill last year?
10,000.
Yeah, one mic. If you go on Washington Post has been tracking how many black people succumb to cops. The numbers ain't what you guys think. It's a very small percentage.
Yeah, Roland Fryer conducted.
Hold on 1 second, man. Hold on, man. Let me finish real quick. So one mic. If you go to the Washington Post, they've actually been tracking for years the incidences between white cops, cops in general, and blacks. It's been consistent around 200 to 250 blacks are killed by cops a year, and they show and highlight each case. It's only about, you're lucky to reach the number of 4 or 5 black people unjustifiably killed. When you look at these individual cases and break them down, the black people are always resisting arrest, trying to take the cops' guns, trying to run the cop over, speed off, trying to hit the cop with a crowbar or some type of, there's always some level of defiance and violence that the blacks are displaying first towards the cops, and then it's the cops responding with lethal force back. So it's very extremely rare that a cop is just gonna pull over a black person who's on their way to fucking law school and say, I'm gonna fucking kill you, nigger, you're dead. Like, that's just, it's not happening, Mike. The narrative is...
But Sig, according to CNN, there's thousands of young black people that are being killed by cops every single day. What are you talking about?
The funny thing is that these fake pro-black people, who they love black people so much, they literally have nothing to say. It's pin drops when, 6,000 to 700 black people kill black people every year. But, if one cop kills one black guy, then they start fucking crying. They're killing our people. They're killing our people. Meanwhile, every day, 20 black people are killed by black people, and they're fucking silent. These fake pro-black people are mentally ill, bro. They're degenerates. And they don't care about black people.
Think about how many evil killer cops that have been white that they've complained about. Think about how many black people's lives they have saved by making good felony arrests that prevented these people from going off to kill more people than they actually took.
Oh, that's a good point, man.
It doesn't matter. Look, because today, 20 black people are going to die by other black people, but these fake-ass pro-black retards, they're not going to say shit. They're going to be...
Right, but I'm saying even the worst cop who's completely racist and commits a terrible bad shooting has saved more black lives than any of the activists protesting him by making good arrests, by being there, by getting people off the street who are dangerous in his career. He's that horrible guy has done more for the black community than any of the fucking activists who want to protest.
Damn, bro, mic drop, man.
It sounds like you guys are forgetting where you're at. Do you understand? The reason I say that is because...
Hold on, Joel, let him finish. Go ahead.
The reason I say that is because you must don't remember the history of the violence that was perpetuated on melanated people in America. During slavery and things like that.
Yeah, but one mic, what you're now saying is, now it's so then it's not about doing what's right, it's about getting revenge. That's the argument.
No. I never said that. That didn't come out my mouth. What I'm saying
you
is...
saying melanated people, you understand that Asians are melanated people too, right? And they were...
And also Spanish people are melanated.
One mic, you want to talk about the Hispanics?
This is begging a question.
People as well. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
This is begging an answer from one mic. Hold on. One mic. How should we judge society and set expectations in society based on the violence that was perpetrated on black people 400 years ago to 100 years ago?
It was exaggerated.
How should we change society in response to that?
Okay.
Reparations.
Hold on. He asked me a question. Can I answer it? I think that the responsible thing to do today is let's eliminate color as it relates to people. Let's stop saying white people and let's stop saying black people. It's either you're American or you're not.
Colorblind society.
And then we'll see where this conversation can go. Because if you say there's a violent problem in America, then there's a violent problem in America across the board.
Whoa. What if a group in America is committing twice the violent crime of all the other groups in America?
Well, the problem is
it's going to be a problem in America. So that means that the problem has to be fixed.
Okay. So if a group was committing twice the violent crime than other groups, do you think they might get arrested more by cops in America?
He doesn't want you to bring up race because it makes his race look bad. So he wants to talk about something else.
Where the issue is.
I'm not part of a black race.
Here is where the issue is.
There's only one race.
Here is where the issue is, okay? What needs to happen is all these Pan-Africanist academics, okay, that have invaded UC Berkeley, Harvard, and the catacombs of Yale, they all need to be deported, okay? They're the only ones doing the heavy lifting, okay, in Black America as far as this fake activism that leads people to be complaining towards a pointless aim that we're hearing now on the stage. So my whole point is that when we start focusing on the immigration problem of deporting a lot of these academics that are peddling this bullshit across the country, that's where we're actually having a real conversation. And I go back to my aforementioned point. This is why Martin Luther King left, went to Florida, and married that white woman. He got tired of listening to this shit. The Africans and the Caribbeans came in there with their colonialist bullshit and started demonizing white people, and all of a sudden, white people are the problem.
Yeah, and just to answer really quick, one.
Yes, I'm here.
I think something happened. He had to go on mute.
Yeah, the thing, well, Mike, is if you're gonna try to absolve race from it, you know, the biggest group that always brings it back to race, it's our people. One, Mike. We make everything about race. We don't get a job. We don't get hired somewhere. We get pulled over. Like, you ever watch body cam video on YouTube? Like body cam videos, cops. One, Mike.
I've seen cops before.
Okay, well, there's a bunch of YouTube channels where it's just straight body cam footage from all over the country, all over the United States. And it's very unbiased. It's not leaning towards any direction, any race, any creed, none of that shit. But the one thing I notice is all the white people that get pulled over and have problems with the police, I have yet to hear a white person say, it's because I'm white. But the majority of time, and you're probably talking 70 to 75% of the videos that I watch on Mike, when black people get pulled over, what's the first thing that comes out of their mouth? It's because I'm black. So it's like, I hear what you're saying, and we all agree with you that it shouldn't be about race, but it's like the very group that's saying it shouldn't be about race always makes it about race as soon as a level of accountability comes to their doorstep.
So, I guarantee you, if everybody in this room right now, when they talk about the problem, if they don't identify it as a black person, or some even say a nigger, if a nigger or a white person, and just said an American, then you will understand that we have a problem in America, and it's violence.
It's not an American problem. It's a black problem.
See, you can't see how you just can't do it.
Hold on. First of all,
you don't like facts. Yeah,
violence did not just pop up. Violence does not just pop up when America became America. Okay, violence is a part of human nature. Okay, if you don't listen, you're going to feel. It's very simple. So I mean, this isn't an American problem. This is a human problem.
Yeah, and one, Mike, I was just gonna say that if you believe like we should stop looking at each other as far as our race, then you should be pro-Trump, because what he's been trying to do is different departments, his secretaries have been trying to roll back the DEI, the idea of like, the Small Business Administration has been giving loans to people based on their race, not based on their merits or their credit worthiness. I mean, stuff like that makes no sense whatsoever. We had actually the highest defaults on our loans as the SBA in the last 4 years because we didn't base our loans based on merit. We based on race, which is stupid. It makes no sense. So like, yes, I agree with you. Let's stop. The government should stop looking at people based on race. Look at people based on their merit. I agree with you.
Yeah, because see, when you add it, some people, we got to keep in mind, everybody is not disingenuous. Okay, but there are a lot of people that profit off of these type of conversations, and there are a lot of people that takes advantage, and they spew a rhetoric based on how they really feel about a group of people.
Look at Al Sharpton.
Yeah, I mean, we could say
he allegedly raped a woman, and he's a big advocate for the black community for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, we could say whoever.
Well, I mean, that's,
you know what I'm saying? But
look at who started Kwanzaa.
Look at who? What?
Who started Kwanzaa?
Look at Reverend Jackson. Also, he's I'm not gonna. Allegedly, he did bad things. So.
Allegedly, but the person who started Kwanzaa, they were actually convicted and put into prison in the 70s for raping and kidnapping women.
You sound kind of low. I could barely.
He said the person that invented Kwanzaa allegedly raped and did some bad things.
Not allegedly, he was convicted.
Right, he was convicted for raping and kidnapping women. Like, what are you talking about?
But okay, people who are serious about this situation in America, then they're not going to differentiate.
No, we are going to differentiate because once again,
it's an American
problem. You guys will do Black Lives Matter, all of that bullshit, and you'll give your goddamn self three narratives.
Who are you guys?
Blacks.
Hold on. Let me explain it to this guy.
But hold on, Joel. And then it's just like all of a sudden when black people misbehave, oh, now you want to be colorblind. Like, no, that's fucking bullshit.
That wasn't even started by minority people or by melanated people.
It was
that
church
was,
of colors.
Black Lives Matter was started by black.
Founded by 3 black women. Yeah.
It wasn't.
3 lesbians.
There's a lot of white people that donated.
But here's the thing with them Black Lives Matter, because I've seen them motherfucking march. I will say this: you barely see any fucking black people in those damn marches. You see a sea full of white people marching for Black Lives Matter, with like maybe 10 black people amongst 800 fucking people throughout that. So I'll say that Black Lives Matter shit, although it was started by them 2 lesbian black bitches, that movement wasn't really a black movement to begin.
So then why name it? See, this is what I'm saying. This is why people can't take black seriously, because we say shit like that, right? But then we label it Black Lives Matter. Then name it something else. Then this is so fucking preschool.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that movement, like I said, it's a contrived movement. Yeah, there were some black people that supported it and whatnot, but that wasn't the overall goal. That whole goal really was just to promote lesbianism and really destroyed the black family as a whole.
Right, but black people in that, like when you say some black people, no, the majority of black people supported it, right? Let's not be disingenuous.
But I'm just saying, I literally saw them march multiple times. All I'm saying is that I didn't see a whole bunch of black people in those marches. I saw a whole bunch of white people up in the march, and in other races, ethnic groups that were in those marches.
Right, and that's true because there are more of other races than there are black people. So when other races are trying to support black people in a movement they think is righteous, yeah, you're going to see them come out. And then too, you're going to get other groups that are going to take advantage and loot and trash shit and all that stuff. But that should be expected, right? That's not something we shouldn't expect to see. But what we're saying is that, again, one mic is advocating that we make this non-racial, which all I've seen my whole life is white people trying to make things non-racial. It's always the black people that come up whenever they can't get their way and want to throw a temper tantrum. They bring race into it. This is why, again, I think it was Joel or whoever brought up, Adams brought up DEI. Like, that's the whole reason why DEI is still a topic nowadays. And when we try to get away from race, what happens is black people can't compete. And black people realize they can't compete, so now they want a fucking handicap and a fucking advantage. And so now they start bringing light to race and trying to make other races feel guilty for the fact that they don't want to put in the work and they're too lazy to compete with the rest of society.
Let me ask you a question, Sig. Do you believe that if Martin Luther King still wanted to be a public person, okay, and he came out of Florida and made a public statement, do you believe that he would actually be an advocate for DEI, or was he just advocating for?
No, of course he would not. He would not.
Or was he an advocate for certain laws to create equal opportunity, not necessarily equal?
So, Adams, I know you have. This is a great fantasy, but I think the truth about Martin Luther King's motivations and his lineage. And I just go with what his professors at his commie-ass university said about him. And that was that King had really exceptional talent, and he was above average for his race, but he didn't have the problem of becoming capitalist or becoming greedy personally, and that he was a true believer who was going to continue carrying forward the message even if he got successful.
So,
and that's why they invested so much into him, because he was a true believer, not a
grifter,
not a greedy person who was just in it for himself.
So Manville, you would agree that he was
like, use his pronouns correctly. The man is.
Okay, he is in the shadows and inactive, but fully a Marxist agent who would do whatever was in his power to best advance Marxism in America and bring forth the revolution.
So Manville, like, you're basically saying, like, in your opinion, he would be a...
Actually, Martin Luther King honestly would be a conservative. If
he would support Mondavi.
Socially,
he would support the guy.
He's a social conservative.
No, he would be a socialist. He'd be a communist.
He'd be considered a Republican.
I personally think
he's a neocon.
He was the next governor or next mayor of New York City. He would support that guy.
I personally think that he voted for Trump under his assumed identity.
No. Yeah, if he's still alive, I don't know what the hell he comes from there and that to give me some shit all this money that we came to the last year. It's crazy.
Have you met him, Adam?
Thank you.
Did you read the 23,300 pages? Did you read the 2,300 pages?
Man. You got some nice skin on that.
Are y'all okay?
You know
I think that
you look like you got delicate skin, you know what I'm saying? You bruise easy, you know
I
what I'm
also
saying?
think if Martin Luther King was still alive, Adam, he wouldn't be living on some island in Florida. He'd be living on Epstein's island.
So maybe that's what Victoria and the last.
That's why they won't release the files, Manville.
Maybe that's what Victoria and the last 3 presidents that she was briefing in the Situation Room. Maybe that's what they were discussing.
Okay, so best type of.
So I got a question for one Mike. Well, Mike, since you're saying we should move away from race, would you, and I think it was a fair question, I think it was posed earlier, would you be in support of getting rid of DEI then, and making everything equal as far as hiring processes for employment?
Yes, I would. If it means getting rid of the race card, then yeah.
Okay, I mean, yeah, that's fair.
I would say make it equal across the board.
You must be a Trump supporter.
Are we talking about politics? Who chose who in the presidential race? Or are we talking about?
I'm not looking for an answer. I'm just saying you must be a Trump supporter. I'm just making a statement.
I don't think he's a bad guy.
Yeah, you seem like you're pretty
alive. But it's just like you said, I don't think you're a bad. That holds just as much weight. Junior's still alive, huh?
You know, during his first term, he saw the lowest unemployment rating for all of non-melanated people.
JFK Jr. is still alive too, right? I know he didn't go down to the planet. You seen him at the rallies, the Trump rallies. All these years. He's the dude with the hat that sits in the back that you see at all the rallies. He was there actually on the attempted assassination of Trump. You see like the guy with the hat I'm talking about?
Are you making fun of Dr. Adams? Are you making fun of Dr. Adams?
No, not at all. Not at all. Because I'm curious about. I keep feeling like Adams.
Let's stay on topic. It's not the topic. Let's
okay. My
apologies. Please. So one Mike.
Yes, sir.
Why? I got a question for you. Why is it? Because you seem like a pretty. And I'll tell you this. My apologies for the rough start, man. You seem like a really reasonable guy. So I'm sorry for calling your name and all that, man. So.
No problem. I was just trying. What had happened? My mic was off, and you thought I was interrupting the bill that you guys were having. When actually I was talking in the background.
Okay.
And then I realized my mic was off, and I was trying to apologize. Okay. But it's no problem.
Yeah.
I don't hold grudges.
Yeah, same here, man. So okay, cool, brother. But yeah, you seem like a pretty reasonable man. You seem like you're a decent guy. So then my question to you is,
why don't more black people think like us, where we want to take race out of the factor? You know, get rid of DEI, get rid of anything that makes it about race, and make it more about being an American citizen and being competitive on an equal playing field. Why is it that most of our people don't think this way?
Well, I'm not trying to be arrogant or anything of that nature, but everybody are not the same. You know, I'm not black, so some people are different. You know, but I think it all should boil down to: do you want to be an American or not?
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna do. I know because I believe in accountability. When you say, I heard you say you're Indian before. Who are your people?
Who are my people?
Yeah, you said you're native.
I'm an American Indian. I never said native.
American Indian, amazing. Yeah. What is that?
That is an American Indian.
What tribe?
Cherokee.
Yeah, right.
Cherokee.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not black. You just happen to look black.
Black is not a race for real.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Literally.
Black is not a race. I'm sorry. You've been misinformed. Just do your research.
I've done my research.
And then you'll know that black is not a race.
No, it's definitely people from sub-Saharan
white,
Africa.
Just like
black.
white. No, no, sir.
Yes.
That's not true.
It is true.
Do your homework.
Yeah,
all right, then I'm gonna say this.
One mic, real quick though. If you're being technical, you're correct. Black is not a race. It's technically Negroid. We just call it black. Just like white isn't the technical term. It's Caucasoid. So technically right, but there is Negroid, Caucasoid, Australoid, Mongoloid, Capoid. Like those are actually races. Those actually do.
And
Mike, I'm just gonna say this, okay? You're not an Indian. The one thing blacks also have to stop doing is stop trying to co-opt other people's identities. It's really, really fucking obnoxious. I understand you bought into a bunch of pseudoscientific, bullshit online, but you're not. You're just black, dude. That is your identity. Just embrace it. You're not Indian.
Wasn't Vice President Harris an Indian also?
No, she was an East Indian. She's a Hindustan. But you guys got to understand what race really is. You got to do your research. You've been lied to, and I know this is a harsh reality because in actual reality, you know what? You guys that are calling yourself white, really you are black.
Oh god damn.
All right, here's a question.
No, seriously. Pepe.
Hey.
Look, hold on, brother. I'll get to you. Just calm down. Look in the etymology dictionary, and you'll see that really black is white and white is black.
What did the Bible say? What did the Bible say?
Huh?
Are you a Hamite, a Semite, or a Japhethite?
Right now, I'm an American. I don't want to make this about me. I want to make this about us. Can we live? Can we cohabitate? Hold on, brother. Calm down. Can we cohabitate together like civilized people?
That depends on what rules are followed.
Okay, the rule is if you want to go by black or if you want to go by white, if this was so, I would say then leave. Now, would you stay? Leave America.
That statement makes absolutely
no sense. But I'm asking you, if that was the case, would you leave or would you stay?
Well, if what was the case?
If you wanted to continue to subscribe by white or those who subscribe by black, you have an option now. You can leave America or you can stay if you're going to subscribe by just being an American.
I got news for you. It seems like it might be news to you. There are a hell of a lot more ways that I differentiate myself from other people than what race I belong to. There's a hell of a lot more to me than one gigantic, like the most gigantic broad category short of gender.
I guess everybody understands what you're talking about.
But no, the thing is, the one mic, it's just like how you would get these obnoxious people years ago that were online saying, you don't respect my pronouns, and it's like Zer or something stupid like that. And it's just like, dude, you have a pretend fucking heritage, and you like want us to sit here. It's like I'm just gonna tell you this, 100% of white people, well, nearly 100%, in most black people, if you tell them that you are an American Indian, they're gonna chuckle. They'll be like, "Oh, this guy's a fucking idiot."
No, not necessarily, because first you got to understand what an American Indian is.
I think everybody has a pretty good idea.
Yeah, you don't understand. You need probably do a little more research before you.
What tribe do you belong to?
I already told you.
Cherokee.
Oh, Cherokee. Wasn't that the tribe that took in some of the runaway slaves when they went on the Trail of Tears? There was a couple of people who intermixed, like 12.
Oh, yeah, that's not nice.
Yeah, it's a lot of bad history about a lot.
Where's the reparations? As a Cherokee, I think we need reparations.
Where's the reparations?
But I mean, I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure if you go to the Cherokee, I don't know if the Cherokees have a reservation, but I'm pretty sure that none of them, literally 0%, will have one Mike's phenotype. Like, I'm sorry.
So it sounds like you guys just don't like anybody. Who do you like?
I don't like people who pretend to be stuff they're not. So if you expect me to acknowledge you as being that thing, I don't have to do that.
You don't have to acknowledge the thing per se, but you can still hear him out.
Who are you?
Somebody who lives in reality.
No, I'm saying you're coming down on me about who I am.
Okay, if I go to I don't know, wherever the fuck young black men. Well, I'm a nigga, so if I go to wherever the young niggas like to hang out, and I say like, yo niggas, what's up? I mean, there's gonna be some problems. We know that, and just because I say I'm black does not mean they'll see me as black. They will not. In fact, they will just tell me to go shut the fuck up.
He's just trying to educate you.
Yeah.
You don't have to call yourself black. You can want to understand. Okay, what do you mean by black etymologically meaning white? You could ask him that. He's not demanding anything of you.
Okay, nobody's gonna consider me black in person. Nobody. If I said I was Native American, maybe they allow some people. I know they have people of partial ancestry that might, that do pass as white, but
Pepe, you can't tell anybody who they are.
Yes, I fucking can.
Okay, he can't. Yeah, just like he can't tell you. That was your fear. You're like, you can't. I'm not gonna say what you. He's not trying to say that. He's just saying, look, you don't know something. Let me tell you. And every time you get on stage, you don't want anybody to tell you.
Yeah. What if he told you he's a woman? What is a woman?
Well, I mean, no. I know what I am. I know what my ancestry is.
He's not trying to make you do anything.
But no, he's telling me he's something that he's not.
You don't have to accept it.
It's also offensive because it's also very niggerish because he's stealing somebody else's fucking identity and putting it on like a fucking costume. That's fucking obnoxious.
It's niggardly to be cheap.
I want to get in this conversation.
Choose more niggardly than anybody.
Whoa!
If you want to call anybody niggardly, be the Jew.
That's anti-Semitic. Stop.
No, it's not. They literally were like cutting like the riches off of fucking the outside of the coins. That's being niggardly. That's being cheap.
Okay, amazing.
It's weird. This nigga want to say nigger all day. The moment I mention a Jew, he gets scared.
Listen,
you are white, definitely.
And listen, so look, it's like this, right? I mean, there's many books you can go to. I mean, you can go look at the Black Indians book, where there was admixtures of black, like literally the most mixture of any other group of races on this planet was black and Native Americans, right? Me being one of them, all right? My father being Native, my mother being black, right? I'm gonna just say this, right? Like this stuff is very readily available. Was it the Virginia Act of 1682, if I'm not mistaken, classified Native Americans as being, Negro?
Yep.
that is like that's literally something you can go look up.
That's
right?
how they changed the
And,
population of Indians and Negroes. They would interchange them because they couldn't tell the difference.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, and, you know, maybe you could say one had longer hair than the other and whatnot, but you know, the point is that like when you have those admixtures, certain people when they start to mix in with each other, one DNA can overtake the other, right? So my whole thing is like, you know, it's not far fetched to say that these black people aren't native or have native ancestry when in times past. Right, and even to this very day, you do have certain reservations that have people that look straight up Negro, but they're a part of the native. You know, yeah. I mean, the Blackfoot, the Cherokee. You know, they're the different Seminole tribes.
And all those black folk out there, they're Indian.
So I'm just saying, like, just from that standpoint, I mean, when you look up the information, I mean, it makes sense. Now to sit up here and say and try to push the other Native Americans off of their land, said they're not. I don't subscribe to that. Excuse me, I don't subscribe to that. But if we're gonna say that about the Native black people calling themselves natives, then why? Like there's a whole bunch of Caucasians that are sitting there calling themselves Native American.
We make fun of whites that maybe have 20%. At most DNA, and they say like, oh yeah, you know, I'm a Native American. No, you're a fucking pretender, is what you are. And you even get people like
$5 Indian.
And that's where it started. Elizabeth Warren, like she's an example. She's somebody who did this woman of color bullshit, and she's like 3% fucking Native American.
Yeah, even when she lies, she's still a senator, and that's crazy.
Well, that testing site is for entertainment purposes only. It's not accurate.
She's not a fucking Indian. Look
but that's not up to her.
Yeah, but a lot of it isn't true because the way that they go through data processing for genetics, it's not as accurate as you think it is. That's why when you look all the way down on both of those genetic websites, they tell you it's for entertainment purposes only. Matter of fact, that's Henry Louis Gates even said it himself. He's like, you know, he even admitted that it's not all the way accurate.
That's very factual. Thank you, brother.
Hey, I have a question.
For enlightening Pepe.
I got a question for you, one Mike. If you're asking, you know, can we live in harmony? Can we live in peace? If that's the case, right? If you want to live in harmony, do you have to look at crime statistics and try to? You would have to try to lower crime, right? So you would have to look at what group of people are committing the most crimes.
You wouldn't have to actually lower crime because majority of the crime is done in America. To Americans, it's done from a corporate entity, usually white owned. They do the most damage. Now, if you want to talk about drugs and like, you know, petty theft, you know, that happens in all communities.
What about murder?
Because if you go to Oklahoma, Idaho, Iowa, there's white boys killing each other, shooting cops.
No, we kill each other.
I got a lot of friends in the military and in the police throughout the United States. And these white boys, they take a lot of these police heads off. So crime doesn't necessarily have to do anything with race. It has to do with circumstances. Any nigga that gets, you know, his pockets get a little light, the baby starts screaming, he might want to go outside and do something, whether he white, black, or yellow.
Yeah, but
shit, look at the Ozarks. Ain't no blacks over there, and there's a lot of white on white crime. So you wouldn't really have to look into, you know, crime statistics, because at the end of the day, most Americans have a lot in common, whether they white, black, or yellow, whatever the hell you want to call them. Most Americans do. It's usually media, people like Pepe, you know, they like to harp on the differences, but in most cases, we want to be fed, we want sex from our women, we want our kids to be fucking safe. Some pedophiles, which statistically usually like older white men.
No, actually, statistically, no.
I'd rather have a nigga in my.
Yeah, okay, Jaguar, we get it. But
every now and then it's somebody that is a predator.
The statistics, though, are very clear on pedophilia. All violent sexual offenses are committed at higher rates. Shut the fuck up and let me finish. Let me finish, Jaguar. Shut the fuck up. All violent sexual offenses occur at a higher rate amongst black males than they do with white males. That is a fact. Now, there's one little area where of sex offenders where white men are overrepresented. That is child pornography.
Really?
Yes, but you guys touch kids. But you guys touch kids at a higher rate. You rape kids and you rape women at a higher rate than white men. That's a fucking interesting
Jack,
fact.
let's have a look at the New York City crime stats.
We all have to be honest with ourselves. The people who
You gotta look at it nationwide, babe. Don't look at one state. Come on.
No, this is national.
No, I mentioned that.
No, I heard somebody say state.
Yeah, I said New York City because you just look at the
Jews get a better overall look to look at it nationally, so we can see.
The problem with national statistics, at least, because during the Biden administration, like major cities didn't actually post their stats to the FBI, so they really couldn't compute it in the same way they used to in different years. So. Hopefully during the Trump administration that's changing, but New York City was absent, so they had to estimate their.
No, it's true. You guys need to think about something, all right?
We're not. If we can't see the Epstein files, what do you think shit's gonna change under Trump?
Hold on.
I'm cool with him for business reasons, but when it comes to morals,
the Epstein files, or
Jesus Christ, Manville was talking, guys. Don't talk over him.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to make a point about the Epstein file.
created by Jews and a bunch of bull.
What?
Whoa, relax.
Wait, what did he say about the Jews?
Is that all of this?
Nobody brought that up.
Shut the fuck up and let Manville go.
The Jews are the real enemy.
God damn. Am I really quiet right now? Because I'm just talking in my trunk system instead of like.
No, we can hear you.
Everybody's hanging
on black people. As soon as you say something about Jews, now all of a sudden it's like, oh, you can't do that.
Stop, relax, calm down.
That might be a plant, because that was a strong reaction.
Can we let Manville talk? Yes or no?
These statistics were all collected during the Obama administration, during the Biden administration. They had every incentive in the world, institutionally, with all of their bosses, to find the best stats possible, to massage it, to make all of the race issues look and go their way. And despite that, they fucking couldn't do it. They tried hard as shit to get rid of Roland Fryer's study, to make him prove that his study was truthful, and they spent a crap load more money trying to disprove his shit than actually trying to accept that he did good work. And that was a black guy, right? They have tried and tried and tried, but the thing that they can't hide under every kind of fucking term, under every kind of excuse, they're robbing people because they're in a food desert. They're hungry. That's why they're stealing the computers from the Apple store during the riot. Every excuse in the book. They cannot deal with the numbers that are coming out of just general police reports in America. You put those together and you realize that we have a serious problem with a specific group of 14 to 24-year-old black males, predominantly in major cities, that don't finish school. Those guys themselves kill half the people who get murdered in this country.
Wait, in Portland and Boise,
3.5% of the population.
Like Bismarck? Like, what are you talking about?
Cut it
out. The black cities only.
Bismarck, the big major city of the United States, Bismarck.
Well, hold on. I just looked it up, and according to the statistics in America, more white people are definitely arrested for child pornography, child sexual predator, and period, than black people are. So Pepper's just an idiot and a liar.
Talking about, but I let him talk.
Pepper's just an idiot and a liar. And gay.
Don't just that in the chat for me, God.
I said child pornography is where they're overrepresented when it comes to
that's
sexual assault.
behavior, sir.
I'm looking at it right here. Sexual assault, it says right here, is done by more whites in America than blacks.
Per capita, you dipshit.
Yes, dickhead, that means they're doing it more. That means they like dipping their fingers in women's and little kids' butts. White people.
Per capita, moron.
So, how many white people are in America?
A lot, a fuck ton. Well, actually, no.
Well,
COVID knocked it out down.
They make up 15% of the country.
Population.
Look at that. You
How many white people are in America?
You got to make up less.
I think we're about 13%.
Hold on, like I said, they make up 58% of the population, white people of America. 58%.
And how many black people are in America?
You mean black Americans?
Just saying,
I think the black American percentage went down. There's a lot of Africans and Caribbeans now.
That's why I asked us if you're talking about white Americans, black Americans, or
according to the census,
200 million. Yeah, but you know what's funny is that like Nigerians are both the richest and the least criminal.
No, Asian Americans are the richest immigrants. Asian Americans, Indian and Chinese
Nigerians have more money.
They own a fuck ton of land in the Midwest. They grow weed. Nah, don't do that. The Asians are fucking y'all asses up. Y'all number 2 now. Asian Americans, they got all the Dunkin' Donuts. They own 70% of the hotels.
It's okay.
What are we talking about? Hey, Africans tend to work for people. They're doctors, lawyers, engineers. They don't really do commerce like that, the way Asians do. So stop it.
Well, Indians,
I don't understand why you're
contributing to society.
A shitty fucking merchant class as like a grand virtuous thing.
I didn't say it was. I was just correcting your friend.
The way you said it seemed like you were.
I know you don't like the way I said it. I get it, Manvel. All I'm saying is that the most successful immigrants in America are Asian Americans, particularly Indians. Underneath them, Asians. When's the last time you went to a Dunkin' and you ain't hear like, "Hello, how can I take your order?"
Wow,
you can hear that at Dunkin', right? Especially in the major cities. I know here in New York City, Indians own that shit. You feel me? So when it comes to like the most successful, it's Asian Americans. Nigerians tend to do doctor, lawyer, engineer, and they work for companies.
Well, bro, you might think they're Indian because you're not knowing shit, right? But a lot of them actually are Indian. They're like more Bangladeshi and, you know,
some way to get
Pakistani.
Successful. I don't know very many anesthesiologists that are struggling.
So what are you saying? What was your point after I corrected you? Because you're trying to take a stab at Nigerians. Like help you with arguments and bring it and shit like that.
Now you need to shut up and let me talk. You're asking if the other types of black people that the general category is counting that you don't feel should be included in a conversation.
I felt they shouldn't be included. I said that there's not a lot of black Americans in major cities. It's mostly Africans and Caribbeans that are outnumbering them now. So if you want to say black people, what black people are you talking about?
If you want to find the major cities in America that have a lot of American blacks, then you want to look at the major cities in America that have the highest murder rates.
Regardless of that, what's the percentage, brother? Because we were talking percentages. Remember?
It's called St. Louis.
I'm not asking about the place. I'm asking for a number, Manville. Because you're talking numbers, right? Which is weird because there's way more white people. So, like, how do we murder more of ourselves than you murder of yourselves when there's more of you?
Well, actually, you know,
this is a serious question. It's like showing the IQ difference.
That's a fantastic question. That's a fantastic question. So the answer is, right, if there were 100 white people and 10 of them committed murder, and there were 10 black people and 2 of them committed murder, right, then the black murder rate would be double the white murder rate. But the number of...
There you go. So you admit that it's skewed, right? The way you look at it, right?
No, he's trying to explain it to you.
Right?
No, you don't understand.
You're like, well, they killed double. I'm like, but what does it matter? It's 2 to 10. At that point.
You don't understand.
Like, I understand, but what I'm trying to say is like, you just equated 2 to 10 for percentage purposes, right? But I never even give a fuck about people's dying. Niggas die every day. I'm talking about the poison that gets put in the food. I'm talking about like corporate corruption.
Have been killed.
Like that's what I'm talking about. Niggas die every day. White people die every day.
Manville, you forgot that the white people. The white people.
Because I'm way more accepting of people killing each other than on purpose. Companies putting shit in fucking food and like clothing that'll fuck up black people and black people. It's fucking y'all up too.
White people are responsible for putting things in the food.
That's what I worry about.
So white people are responsible for putting things in the food. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, Nestle, Kellogg's, those are white owned, aren't they? I worry about the corporate threat of white people. I don't give a fuck if some white boy shoots another white.
You guys keep on.
That's gonna happen. I'm worried about like the chemicals in our water.
Preventative measures.
Jesus Christ, Jaguar, stop acting like a goddamn monkey. Like
I'm not acting like a human. The monkeys go. They make sounds. I'm talking to you. I may be over talking to you, but like nothing. Nowhere near monkey behavior.
Keep on interrupting.
I'm acting the same way you are.
Pet, stop acting like a homosexual.
Shut the fuck up, you goy bean eating spit.
Now, you like putting goy beans in your
better than that, man.
Now, okay, so, all right, just let Manville. Go ahead, Manville.
Y'all so like elementary with your big, like, come on, man.
No, so why don't you understand why don't you understand the per capita comparison?
It's not. I don't give a fuck about per capita. I'm talking about like the fucking bread aisle. There's paint thinner in the bread. Who put that there? White people. Sarah Lee, whoever the fuck that is.
How do you know?
She put it in there.
Well, Sarah Lee is dead. Just so you know.
I know, but I know someone owns that and they ain't black. And they put paint thinner in the fucking in the cereal and in the bread.
That's not no like those are realities, you homosexual. Most of those Fortune 500 companies, especially dealing with food, are owned by white people, and they're the ones who put the chemicals within the food.
Amazing.
Sanctioned by the government.
Also, a lot of white people.
All right, let Manville go.
It's not your fault. What you personally choose to feed your family is not your fault.
No, I go to like a lot of Amish dudes and get like half a cow. I don't buy any shit.
Guys are right.
I know what's in it. And I think it's wrong for white people to like be okay with shit in their food. You need to talk to your white men. Clean up the food, man. Clean up the water, the air too. Cause y'all spraying chemicals on yourselves too. That's white man shit too. When I was in the Air Force, I seen some of those planes. It was white men flying them shits too. I'm just saying, I don't care about a black dude killing another black dude. That's gonna happen. A white dude's gonna kill another white dude. Shoot, you got Palestinians running from Jews, and when they see a black man like me, they step aside. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it doesn't matter. What matters is what affects the masses. Because regardless of whether you white and I'm black, we still breathe the same air in America.
Can I just back up Jaguar's claims just on the child porn thing? White people are overrepresented in child porn cases.
I heard you said that like twice.
Oh well, there's some people that were making contention. They went on about per capita, and per capita, white people are overrepresented in child porn cases.
That's the kind of white I like.
No, we conceded that point.
Jaguar,
and then per capita, what about like almost every other crime on the books?
You mean like selling our secrets to other countries like Biden did?
Dude, what the fuck? No, hey, listen, none of that shit.
You mean like sending his son to Russia to go smoke crack?
Jaguar.
No, Jaguar. This is what they do.
Guys, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up while free range is going, dude. Stop cutting off the mods.
My bad, my bad.
Yeah, so this is why we all have a miss on this issue, because we're trying to obfuscate to some shit that has... Yeah, you good. This is why we have an issue, because we obfuscate to something that has nothing to do with it. Our demographic, I'm a black male American, our demographic have an issue with violence, okay? And it supersedes any other group. We're about approximately 5 to 6% of the population, okay? And I would say black women too, but let's just focus on the men. We do a lot of fucking crime, particularly violent crime, where there's no excuse for it except the culture that we allowed ourselves to get this bad. And when you start obfuscating about policies and other countries and all this other goofy shit, chemicals and food, that has nothing to do with it. We're talking about intentional black males going out with the intent to kill someone for either their pleasure or to get something as much as money. And the shit has no excuse for it. So every time you try not to address the issue, you actually enable it. You pacify the problem. So let's stick on that. I'm going to ask you a direct question. Do you believe our demographic had a problem with violence? That's to you, Jaguar.
Well, Jaguar's not here. He left, I guess. But
okay.
Yeah, you know, Free, I'm not gonna give Pepe nothing for free. You know what I'm saying? Or Manville, they got to fight for that shit. But yeah, niggas be wilding in the hood. I'm not like debating that, but I'll never let Pepe like go with the fact that like white people run shit.
Do we have to put your monkey asses back in? Okay, all right, nigger, join the audience.
So Jaguar, since he's in the audience, but that's the issue. You don't want to give him the satisfaction. But keep in mind, I'm a black male. I don't like this shit either. But it's not about how I feel about it. It's about addressing the issues like rehab. Regardless of when people go to rehab and they admit they're a coke addict or alcohol or whatever, the shit is embarrassing. But the biggest issue is being able to face it, because you can't fix it if you don't fucking face it. And right now we're at a point in our society where we don't address shit. That's what Pepe and other white people feel about our problems is far less worse than the actual problem itself. Who gives a fuck? Like I could die.
Isn't the first step admitting you have a problem, right?
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but the point is, they're saying we don't want to give white people the satisfaction of us knowing it. But it's like you act like white people don't know the shit, like they don't see the same shit.
Yeah, but free range. I say something? Damn, I didn't say shit yet.
Post a gun that isn't a fucking Glock covered in deuces.
But free range. I think what Jaguar's problem with it is that we know also in America. Yeah, we know that the Black American community has a thing with a lot of violence. But are you trying to tell me that white Americans that do commit also a lot of violence, a lot of them are not even arrested for it? A lot of them are not sought after for those kind of crimes, even though they probably commit them at the same high rate. There are also many black Americans who have been convicted and accused of crimes that white people did.
The problem, or the weakness of that argument is... The weakness of that argument is that the unsolved crimes, like the unsolved serious violent crimes in this country, are mostly clustered around the portions of communities where you would expect the rest of the crimes that have been detected are clustered. So there's no evidence to suggest that the undetected crimes have a different ratio racially in who's committing them.
Yeah,
the second point is we don't have a lot of undetected crimes in the country. There are some exceptions where the clearance rate in homicides and things like that go down, but clearance rate and knowing who did it are kind of, two different things. And as far as like undetected, we can't figure out who beat this lady and stole her purse or who murdered this guy. America does an exceptional job of detecting crime.
They also do a great job of framing people for crimes.
To hide it.
They also do a great job of framing people for crimes they didn't commit, especially black people.
Hey, real quick. So here's the thing, right? And this is where when you deal with numbers and you deal with calculating different numbers and whatnot, like from these different intelligence agencies like the FBI and the CIA, it's not to say that they don't bring out certain truths, because they do. But at the same time, when you deal with certain of these districts throughout the country, they don't report every single crime and every single situation from every demographic in all these districts. Actually, a lot of these counties are not required, right? Especially like some of the ones that are not known. They're not required to report all the crime statistics that they have too. So the point is just putting everything in its proper perspective. And here's the thing with the per capita thing, right? We can do the whole per capita thing, like measuring someone's demographic or somebody's the amount of people versus the other amount of people to compare per rate and whatnot. But at the end of the day, we got to just tally up the numbers of who's doing the most crime and who's killing the most people and who's doing the most fuck shit. At the end of the day, that's what we have to deal with, man. You know what I'm saying? Because per capita is more just comparing this rate versus this rate of people because we're trying to bridge the gap because the numbers are so disparate as far as the amount of people.
Here's a difference. Here's a difference though that is cultural, that has an effect. When you recognize the 80-20 rule and you're a member of the 80% and you see the 20% that are being criminal dickheads, and your reaction to that is, fuck, here these guys go again, making the 80% look like trash because they can't control themselves. That's the same thing that cops say when they see a motherfucker kneeling on a dude and smiling for the camera and digging in a little more when the fat lesbian on the sidewalk asks them to stop. That's the same fucking thing that white people see when they see another white mass shooter and his face gets plastered all over the news. Look at this horrible, terrible guy. Especially if they're targeting minorities. That goes everywhere. And the vast majority, the 80% of white people who don't have those kind of views, go, here we fucking go again, making the problem worse. The reaction from the black community, it doesn't seem like 80% of the people have a problem with it. It seems like maybe a third of black people think reasonably and are willing to condemn interracial violence as much as they are intraracial violence across the board. There's 30% that's apathetic and really isn't paying attention at all, nor cares. And then there's 30% that is absolutely fucking, like, revolution to the core. There is nothing a black person can do to another race of people that will ever be as bad as what was done to us, and everything is justified no matter what. Black power.
Yeah, let me say something real quick, and I'll be brief. This was it was a stats from Detroit and Chicago where a lot of violent crimes went unsolved. And according to this AI overview, it says in Chicago, a significant percentage of violent crimes go unsolved, with homicide clearance rates particularly low, especially in predominantly black neighborhoods. While the Chicago Police Department solves about half of the city's homicides annually, this rate is significantly lower for black victims, and large portion of the non-fatal shootings, about 85-90%, also go unsolved. So statistically speaking, that means that to Rayaba point was making, it actually looked worse if it was to actually get an accurate number of how much crime go unsolved and how many people are solved and how many people actually commit. It means that if we were to get the raw numbers, it would be far worse. So the numbers we have now is just bad. It's fucking terrible. But if we actually got the transparency of what it was and got that up, it will make it worse for us. So bottom line is, as of what we're looking at, it's scary enough for us to address, and we're saying that we don't have all the numbers, so therefore it could look worse for white people, which is true, it could also, but I mean it'll be even further worse for us, because that clearance rate, about 98%, is fucking insane. That means that 2 out of 10 go solved, which means there's 8 that's unsolved. And since it's predominantly black, that means the perpetrator is likely black. So there's another black person getting, when this is probably the thing that we should be outraged about, that they're getting away with it. It's not solved, so they're not being held accountable. So you got a bunch of cases of black victims that don't receive justice. And do it again.
What does that cause them?
They'll do it again. Do it again, because they can get away with it. They've done it, they think it's successful, and they're going to do it again. And by the time you catch them, they probably got their 8th, 4th, 5th, however many people they've done it to, whether it's rape, murder, burglary, whatever. And this is why society look at the way it is. You see high recidivism amongst black people, particularly males. And we act like it's not a problem. We always obviously say to white people. Go ahead.
What do the mammies reward them with?
Oh, they'll, give them, put money on their books, or give them some place to stay.
4, 5, 6 fucking kids. Yep. Money on their books, another 4, 5, 6 fucking kids that they can train and raise up to go do that shit again.
You know, that's all like doing this whole like craziness with the migrant situation during Biden. Like when they're running like town halls in southern Chicago, like these predominantly black neighborhoods were screaming about like, these people are causing issues, right? Not just the illegal migrants, but they were screaming about other things that were happening in their community. That's why, the Chicago mayor only has, 72% approval rating, whatever it is. But, they're yelling about not white people, they're yelling about other minorities that are inflicting harm in their community. Not just the schools, not just the petty crime, not just the murders. Like, these are like people in town. You can look it on YouTube. There's plenty of videos of it in South Chicago. People who are very mad about that type of situation. So it exists for sure.
So another area where white people are overrepresented in addition to child sex crimes is property crime. White people are overrepresented per capita in property crime. It's like 58% of the population. White people commit 63% of property crime. It's a big one.
We're overrepresented in two
That
crimes.
doesn't sound. That sounds like within the margin of error. Is what that sounds.
I mean, no, it's outside of the margin. It's and it's there. It's.
That's not a good argument. That's not a good argument.
Oh, no one should have the expectation that Black Americans should be responsible for 13% of the homicides, and white Americans should be responsible for 58%, and if you include Hispanics, 74%. Like, nobody should expect that, right? What we shouldn't have is 13 responsible for 60, or 58 responsible for 85. That's what we shouldn't have. That's when major alarm bells should be ringing off.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, just to the point,
If the black murder rate was 20% and they were 13% of the population, this country would be such a goddamn nice, safe place to live that there wouldn't be any room to bitch about.
I mean, this is.
I'm not making an argument against that.
Yeah, but it is stupid, Dr. Adams, and the problem is, like, most people don't understand per capita.
What is this, like autism hour? So it's a stupid conversation for the simple fact that, again, each race has its own unique talents when it comes to committing crime. Okay? There are certain races that are better than other races at certain said crimes. Why? It could be environmental. Why? It could be education. You know, at the end of the day, you're not going to sit here and have white America have a conversation with their kids about this. Let's get the white crime rates down. You're not going to have Black America sit at home with their kids and say, let's get a Black American crime rates down. Like, this is stupid. It's completely stupid.
I wasn't making an argument about anything other than just laying out the facts, because there was just so we're on the same page there, because there was some pushback
Point out
earlier
that
by
every
someone.
time we've held a worldwide murder competition, America has won.
Amazing.
To Adam's point, I think that's not the issue about getting it down. It's about acknowledging what it is. Keep in mind the story of the topic of the room. If this was the opposite, of course it'd be endless coverage. Is that the group that claims that they don't want to be victims of white supremacy, oppression, brutality, etc., are the ones that's typically committing it amongst themselves into other groups. And if we was to be fair here, you hold a group accountable, because they don't want it to happen to them, then they wouldn't do it to other people. So that would be the primary there.
Yeah, I think on the violence thing, like, I think, Manville, you made that point about the U.S. wins the crime. I don't know if the U.S. doesn't commit violent crime at a higher rate.
Well, no, by murder competition, I meant the war.
Oh, murder yeah. Well, I think
I was
US,
using it as a euphemism for a war.
Gotcha. The U.S. has a culture of violence, though. There is something.
Absolutely.
In the culture, right? And
well, of course, we're going against the
I don't think you get rid of
not
it.
unique to the United States. That is human nature. I said this before you came into the
Yeah,
amplified in this.
You know, look at some of these.
Human nature.
Some of these.
You're never going to solve the issue of violence.
Yeah, but it's amplified.
Correct. Like, look at some of these Arab countries. Look at some of these
It's
Southeast.
amplified because now you have weaponry. But again, you don't think that the cavemen and the Neanderthals were having the same conversation?
Yeah, but the rate of violence, Doctor, is different in Western countries versus
You
the
see what I'm
United
saying?
States.
But you see, no, we had this conversation. We were like, hey, these Neanderthal motherfuckers, they're stealing our shit. They're terrorizing our fucking little settlements. Let's get rid of these assholes, and we did. And then we stole their girlfriends.
But there's variation in the rate amongst humans in different groups, right? And there is
Yes,
uniqueness
yes.
in the United States, right?
Each race has very unique talents, okay? So like I said, Asian people, you see a lot of them do white-collar crime, a lot of gambling, you know, type of crimes. You know, shout out to the happy ending massages. You know, I mean, it's just one of those things. People have a different, unique set of talents based on reason when it comes to committing crime. That's
I mean, white people, suicide's a crime. Like, the most deaths by gun is
it's not.
suicide.
And I wish that we would stop. No, it's not. And I think it's the most personal decision that a person can make, and I think that other people should stay out of it.
Hold on, so
Guys, the
suicide
crime
is not a crime?
The crime that white people... The crime that white people are truly fucking excellent at is fraud and embezzlement. That's white people's bread and butter.
Yeah, Adam, would you rather have somebody?
I have an airline. Send me a 747. He sold no tickets. That's what white people are fantastic at.
No, it's more than that. That's not the only piece of crime that they do. Man.
That's the main.
You can say that's the main one, but
give me 3 ships. Give me 3 ships. I'm sure I can go to India and bring you back cinnamon. Motherfucker goes to an entire different continent. That's always been.
For the record, he wasn't white.
And I was going to say Asians are disproportionate in animal cruelty. All the cats and dogs they chop up.
Christopher Columbus wasn't white.
Well, Sid,
you're Spanish.
Americans are catching up.
It's
They're definitely
Italian.
catching up to the Asians. They're catching up.
But he wasn't fucking Southern. He wasn't Southern Italian like your African mom, Pepe. He was fucking Genoan.
That is true. He wasn't Sicilian, so
he was Portuguese.
All
I think he's Portuguese and
all the
Jewish,
best captains.
Actually, they just
all the best captains in that millennia were Italian. Oh, the English Navy and the Dutch Navy and the Spanish Navy.
What about Vasco da Gama? What was he?
Vasco da Gama was a Spaniard.
What about Ergo Vespucci?
Doesn't he own a pizzeria?
Italian.
I know that guy. Yeah, in the Lower East Side. Yeah.
Columbus was Sephardic Jewish. From the Iberian
And Genoa.
No, from the Iberian.
Yeah, well, who do you think paid for all? Who do you think funded all the slave ships that brought?
He wasn't Italian, Mando. He wasn't Italian.
Let's relax.
He wasn't Italian.
Here's what I will say. I'm willing to choose 5 of you to compete with each other, okay? And I want to see if the 5 of you could go a month, okay, without talking about Jews or without talking about race. I will give you $1,000.
Well, Jews run the country, Adams.
You already lost.
Not worth it, Adams. I don't think that's worth it. Having the South Park episode. Wait. Are you saying that if the 4 other people say something about those things you mentioned, then I get the money?
You're not on the app long enough during the workday to actually sit there.
I'll win this easily.
So I'm talking about people who I'm going to selectively choose that I know have absolutely no impulse control. And I want the 5 of them to compete with each other to lose.
Well, no, the last one standing gets $1,000.
Exactly, but there will be nobody standing because y'all can't help yourselves.
I wonder if, Adams, you could refrain from stating that Martin Luther King is still alive for 1 month.
Why would I refrain from something?
For the money.
Is there something in those files that says that? I don't understand where they come from.
Yeah, it was a hoax. The man is in.
Oh my God! Was he?
Yes. Okay.
Was Martin Luther? Was he also like there's
He's in Winsec, in the same. He lives in the same complex as Hitler.
No, that's not true. He's in Pompano Beach.
Hey, like also in the files, wasn't there like an assumption that
he's in Pompano Beach.
Yes, he is.
I grew up next to Pompano Beach. Ain't no way Martin Luther King's getting around Pompano Beach.
Wait, were you saying that there's no black people allowed in Pompano Beach?
Well, there's a black section of town on the west side of Dixie Highway, but yeah, you ain't at fucking Lighthouse Point. Get the fuck out of here. Everybody knows that.
Hey, west side. That means away from the beach. Why do you get to go away from the beach?
Pompano Beach doesn't really have a beach. It's Lighthouse Point that has a beach. You got Hillsborough Mine.
If you push it further west, that's like, yeah, further west means like towards the alligators.
If I had to go to Witsec, I'd go to the Ocean Reef Club.
The point is.
Shit, I just fucked up my Witsec location.
The point is, okay, Mark, is still.
Because he was J. Edgar Hoover's butt boy.
So, hey, Alan, we had a room. Looks like most of the people that were on the stage earlier that we were arguing with aren't here anymore. But yeah, we were talking about crime stats and stuff. I think that's what your PTR shows.
Well, they're just some random numbers that happen to appear on a thing with random words that say white, black, having nothing to do with this particular subject.
Racist, I'm just saying.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
And so we could absolutely draw no conclusions about how to fix the ills of society based on this information.
Correct.
Completely random.
Correct.
Yeah, but who made up those statistics? Who made up that?
It's the government.
I believe Scott.
Yeah, which government?
Adam.
Who runs the government?
Hold him out of his ass.
Who runs the government? So the government, jeez, I don't know. Some other random people. These are, the numbers come from the crime victimization report.
Yeah, and who are these victims?
Say that again?
Who are these victims?
Well, they're not victims. They're just random numbers.
I'm not alleged victims. Alleged
victims, yes. Well, they show... What the hell do they show? I'm looking at this. It shows the number of violent offenses committed by white people against black people, and black people against white people, and also Hispanics and Hawaiian Islanders.
I heard Selena Gomez actually runs the government.
She does. I hate to break it to you, but she does. But Trump, Obama, no. She's been running it this whole time.
Are you saying the idiot runs the government?
Yes.
I'm saying what?
Crying and saying sorry when those people were getting reported.
Yeah, she was crying. That's right. Yes, she was crying.
Well, the significance of these numbers is that I know that social media tends to put things in front of you that you've already looked at. So, and if we're seeing a lot of videos and stuff on X or TikTok of violence, violence of one particular group against another, then one can get very suspicious of that. And then one also has to look at one's own life and think, well, who's attacking me now? And so that can all be very anecdotal and also be, part of a social media bias in what you look at. So it's always helpful to look at the actual stats. And that's the value of this.
Weapons to Azerbaijan and this is why, America's not perfect.
What's really
but I'm tired of
depressing, though, is, we provide a lot of the weapons that Israel has. And Israel sold weapons to Azerbaijan to carry out the ethnic cleansing of ethnic Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh wars.
Parts of Asia, the Caribbean, or South America. Black people in America are the most privileged weapons to Azerbaijan that have ever existed in humanity. So to sit here and say that we're really oppressed and you've got a foot on the neck and all
we provide a lot of the weapons that Israel has.
And
Israel sold weapons to Azerbaijan to carry out the ethnic cleansing of ethnic Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh wars.
right? So to sit here and say that, you know, Black America is so high, I think it's bullshit. And let me just tell you this. If you don't think that the literacy rate was higher following slavery than today, you are committed to stupidity. Because at the end of the day, Black people knew how to read a fucking Bible. So you can't tell me that Black people were illiterate, but knew how to read a fucking Bible following slavery.
Yeah, and I stats on that.
Well, explain this to me, Adam. I drove down to meet up with some family. We decided to go out to brunch on Saturday and Sunday. We went out to brunch on Saturday. It was this little, you know, kitschy, eclectic place, really high-priced menu and all that shit in the middle of town. Actually, middle of Orlando. We're just like Briar Patch today. You know, Briar Patch and fucking.
Somebody in the chat talking about who's trolling. First of all, okay, on my dad's side, we have recorded family written record. How the fuck are you gonna record a written record following slavery if you don't know how to read and fucking write?
Yeah. Now, can somebody explain to me why, when we were sat next to the only group of Black people in the entire brunch place, which admittedly was loud, plates are clanking, people are trying to talk, we had these three people. One of them was male, the other two were female. Screaming at the top of their fucking lungs to talk to each other. Like ear-curdling screams. And when you would look at them while they were screaming, like, to hopefully see that they are acknowledging that they're bothering the fuck out of you, right? They enjoyed it.
Maybe they have a disability.
They enjoyed being the most loud, obnoxious.
Yo, man, I took my wife to Outback a couple of weeks ago, and we were sitting there.
Did you get the bloomy onion?
Nah, man, I don't fuck with that bloomy onion shit. But we hear the cell phone playing social media videos. Sound like someone was scrolling through social media. Full fucking volume, blaring through the entire fucking restaurant. Who do you think it was?
A Black female.
Yep, it was a Black female. Yep, it was a. So, before she came in, everything had been quiet. It was a nice atmosphere. Everything had been good. She brings her Black ass in this restaurant and decides, you know what? I'm gonna play social media on my phone. Fuck earpods or headphones or whatever. I'm gonna blast at full volume the shit I'm looking at on social media, so the entire fucking restaurant can hear it, bro. There was no disturbances in that restaurant until the Black woman came in.
You know, that's usually what I'm telling you. They pull up to the valley.
We have a joke. We have a joke at work. Black female policy. They had to change the policy and admonish people because people were with both ears in, talking on the phone, moving down the hallways of headquarters, inside the jail, working out on patrol, having loud ass conversations. I think Black females spend more hours of their conscious lives on the phone than off the phone.
That's true. Because when you look at body cam footage of Black men being pulled over and being arrested, they are fighting to get a hold of that phone. They will not let that phone go. Like, police are like literally trying to armbar them and give them fucking pressure points to release the fucking phone out of it. There's like an addiction to this shit.
They'll call somebody to talk about getting pulled over.
Exactly.
I gotta call my friend and tell him what a racist piece of shit you are.
Yep. Yeah, the first thing when the cop pulls up to the window, they're on the fucking phone.
Shaniqua, you would not believe what this racist, fat ass, busted ass, crusty motherfucking cop just said to me. He said I was speeding. I wasn't speeding.
Well, it's the same thing with the schools too. Like when you see the video of these students trying to take away the phone, or you know the principal, or the duty officer who's on campus, it's the same damn thing. The yelling, the screaming, give me my phone. Then next thing you know, you see box braid extensions flying all over the damn place, and Bonquisha's on top of the freaking English teacher, and it's mayhem. It's absolute mayhem.
Yeah, that was
the first thing I do, like when I'm pulled over, is like, I'm sorry, officer. Can I help you? I'm sorry.
Here's my license.
Actually, don't say that. I don't say anything wrong. I said.
Yeah.
Right. And I put my hands on the wheel, I put my lights on, and it's like there's no conflict at all.
Yeah.
How can I help you in the situation? Yeah. Versus like people that are yelling, like.
When I was volunteering at my kids' schools for all the years, that was the number one demographic that had problems. Anytime their kids were disciplined by the teachers for having fucked up behavior, it was hands down 100%
Fighting
of the
in
time.
subordinates?
The black fucking mothers coming up and trying to fight the fucking teachers over their badass kids disrupting the fucking classroom every fucking year.
And you know, it's crazy.
They won't show up for
If
parent-teacher conference.
If you look at the LA Unified School District numbers, you can clearly see like the causation as to why kids get suspended. Okay, you can clearly see black kids are getting suspended, insubordination and fighting. You have the Latino kids that are getting suspended for drug dealing. You have the white kids that are getting suspended for drug possession. You see what I'm saying? Do you see where I'm going with this? Like it cuts right down the lines as to what we're saying.
I'm sorry, you got it all wrong.
Am I wrong?
Are you wrong? You're completely wrong. When the cops pull you over, the first thing you do is you start moving around the lot.
No.
As he's walking up.
Alan, I'm being serious. I'm talking about the LA Unified School District numbers.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Does that now sound about right? The white kids.
It sounds right, and let me add to it.
Alan, weren't you a teacher?
No, I was never a teacher. Let me add to it. I went to a party with a bunch of teachers, and this teacher had worked in both Calabasas, where the Kardashians live, and LA Unified downtown. She said when she taught downtown, after class, yeah, probably, I don't know the name. But no, when she was in LA Unified working downtown after class, and this was like, I don't know, 10-year-olds, whatever grade that is, after class, 3 boys come up to her from a certain specific demographic and start sticking their fingers in her pussy.
What?
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Yeah, and she's like beside herself, like they're grabbing her pussy, sticking their fingers. She ran out of there. So she didn't teach there much longer. But, you know, all of that, you know, you're absolutely right, Sig. It's the single mothers. You know?
Well, it's not just
my kid got in trouble.
Alan, it's not just the single mothers out here. I can't speak to where Sig lives, because you do know that there are a lot of grandparents raising kids in California.
Yeah, mommy and daddy gotta be at home.
Mommy and daddy gotta be in jail.
Yeah, well, they can't.
California State
Black people are violent game bangers.
Yeah, well, they can't do that either. You know, it's simple. You get a woman knocked up, you marry her and suffer for 20 years.
I will say this.
It's not about right, Sig?
As much as Black America complains, okay, Knuckles, to your point, you never see any infomercials asking to donate 10 cents a day to support black kids in the inner cities of the United States. So instead of worrying about Black America, Knuckles, why don't you worry about that dusty, foot, hook, and ass mud hut village that you came from?
Well, I got one request for the white people. If a race war ever breaks out, just remember there are some good blacks, okay? Please don't take us all out. There are some good ones, so keep us in mind, please. I'm just saying.
I don't think there will be a race war.
How do we tell the difference? Be like, hey, quick question. What's the appropriate volume to use when talking to somebody in a movie theater? Like, I don't talk in a movie theater. Alright, he's good. Let him in.
It's the utilization of proper English. So again, if you're speaking Ebonics, you're ghetto. I have nothing to say to you. But if you're speaking broken English, then you're a foreigner. So I definitely don't have anything to say to you. So I feel like that's kind of how you have to kind of just
Now,
real quick, guys.
How do you?
So here's this.
Adams.
Oh man, let me hop in here real quick, bro. So this brings back to the top of the room. I try to be quick. You know, they said the white. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the white patients thing. You guys see that some years ago, like 2 years ago, they had white patients sign or whatever. If you are, I'll be brief. It was really ambiguous, but the bottom line is this subject in this video goes to that point because the black fatigue thing is real. And I think white people are tired of this shit. So to your point, Shig, I think it's real that something could happen soon because we don't know how many sleeper cells we're waking up. Not white people who are already racist, they've been that way for their whole lives, but motherfuckers who's either neutral or just kind of sitting back like I don't want them to do or feel like they gotta get active. And to your point, I agree. I don't want to get caught up in the bullshit because black people are not in a position to win any fucking war, and we're just basically becoming enemies to ourselves and igniting a battle this motherfucker eventually ends all. So I don't like.
Amen. Manville, here's how you tell. If they use phrases like I'm finna, they say finna.
Well, there are people actively pushing for it.
If they say ask instead of ask, if they say I'm supposed to instead of I'm supposed to, if they say ambulance instead of ambulance, those are your key identifiers, bro.
No,
but it's not just the way they talk. It's not just It's not just that.
No, you can tell. You can always tell. It's the one people, and this goes for everybody. Isn't that nice? I'm being so racially equanimitable, if that's a word. People who walk around with a chip on their shoulder, it always comes out, and it comes out very quickly. But there is a test too. You say mayonnaise, the best condiment of the century or the best condiment of all time. You ask them that question. You ask them about, raisins in the potato salad. How do you feel about it? And then, what are some of the other ones? Swimming pools. Do people, how do you feel about it?
Just because I want a safe base to ride out the apocalypse in, does not mean I want the food there to be bland as shit.
Or Alan, you ask him, do you use Cash App? Do you prefer Cash App or Venmo? That's enough.
Yeah. Everybody who uses Cash App to the murder home. Everybody with Cash App on their phone. Bye.
I'm still stuck on that visual on the teacher, how the fuck does that happen? I mean, it just
trying to imagine how she lets a 10-year-old sing. She like this, but she can't say that. That's a
goddamn.
She let 3 of them do it, and 2 you draw the line. It's like fool me once, fool me twice. You kind of ask for it 3 times. Nah, you like this. Say grab him by the pussy.
Yeah, it's just.
They're just doing what their president told them to do.
By the way, those jokes, I never heard them until I came on Clubhouse. But all of you corrupted.
Oh, you should have been in the military, bro. That's all we joked about, man. That's all we ragged on each other about. Y'all used to get off the fucking plane after doing a maintenance cycle and shit. And my Mexican buddies would like grab me and throw me against the plane and search me to make sure I wasn't stealing a radio or fucking shit like that, bro. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh yeah, Mr. George, you know that new guy on the crew? I don't think it's gonna work out.
Yeah, but I've always said, man, it's like it's a minority of the blacks that are actually doing the fuck shit. The problem is that the majority of blacks support it and fucking condone it and back it up, man. That's, until we start getting black people.
They feel like they're they're willing to do the shit that they're not willing to do because they're not gonna fuck their life up. But they want to see some kind of revenge or some kind of, well, that's what you get. That's what you get. You did all this shit in the past, and now this is the. But I don't think they make the mental connection, right? That if they condone it and support it, right, and provide cover to those people and go bail them out and make sure that they have fundraisers for stabbing kids with fucking track spikes or whatever the fuck, cleat sharpeners. When you do that shit and you reach a level of fatigue in the other group of the population, right?
Manville.
That group of the population has
Manville, you're a cop. Let me ask you a question. Why the fuck would you need a track spike cleaner, okay, on an all-weather track?
No, it was a knife.
No, Alan.
It was a knife.
Alan, rest for a second, okay? We're gonna dismantle this narrative right now. Why in the fuck would you need a track spike cleaner on an all-weather track? And for those of you who've never ran track before, for those of you who've never been on a track, okay, an all-weather track is made out of rubber, okay? The field in the middle of it was artificial turf. So what the fuck are we talking about? Like, people need to stop in this whole track spike cleaner. Stop it.
Yeah, and you know the other thing, the latest thing now I've seen in multiple videos.
It's just like that bitch that threw the cop. Like, I mean, I'm just tired.
Yeah, the cop comes up and he says, give me your license and registration. The appropriate response is, okay, officer. The first thing you see in these videos is the person says, why are you pulling me over? What did I do wrong? You shouldn't have pulled me over. Roll down the window. I'm not rolling down the window. Let me see your supervisor. It's from the get-go, they're resisting. They're disobeying commands.
And as soon as he asks him to step out of the car, he slams the door.
Yeah, we're talking about that video with the guy who got taken down. Yeah, exactly. It's the non-compliance starts from the get-go.
Well, this is why it says a matter of low IQ, because if your ideal is that the cops are hunting you and they're targeting you and they're killing you in the streets like dogs, why the fuck would you antagonize them when you engage with them? The logic would be to survive the encounter, which is always the rule number one. So the first thing...
Why would you be driving around?
Yeah, no, well, this is what I do when the cops pull me over. 100% of the time, I don't care I don't care what the issue is. I don't say shit. I just tell them my ID. Hey, sir, how's it going? I don't say shit. I just, here you go, sir. You know why I stopped you? No, I just shake my head like, no. And I say, all right, well, I'm just running your license. You had a light out or some shit, whatever. They come back to get my shit. I'll be on my way. This has worked for 15 years. Just a warning. I don't need to get a ticket. 15 years. I don't say a fucking word. If they ask me a question, hey, where you headed? Well, all due respect, I just want to be on my way. Oh, okay, you got to do work or something? I just keep that shit.
Most of the time,
horrible strategy.
Most of the time with city cops, they're not going to give you a ticket. Most city cops are not going to give tickets to cooperative.
Listen, if you just speak to a cop like a human being, okay, how's your day? You know what I mean? Like, at least, I mean, unless you're doing something egregious, that's a whole other story. But there's no reason to sit there and go back and forth with the cop. Like, when I got my DUI 15 years ago, like, the cop and I were laughing, going back to the police station. Like, it is what it is. Like, why am I going to fight with this man? Like, I fucked up. I did something stupid. I'm going to jail. Like, why am I going to fight with this man? Like, people need to learn to be freaking reasonable.
Because if you grow up...
Do you know how many people... What?
Oh, no, I was going to...
It's always...
No, go ahead.
It's always a black female in these videos, but there are some like body cam channels that are dedicated to just women getting arrested for being obnoxious, and the vast majority of them are told to either leave or stop antagonizing, getting into some sort of fight. They then ignore that advice, then immediately tell the officer as soon as they grab them to put handcuffs on them, no, I'll stop. I didn't know you were serious. I'm sorry, I'll stop. And at that point, it's too late. And then they go to jail kicking the divider and the doors of the police car and screaming bloody murder into the cop's ear the whole way to the jail. And then act surprised when he throws the book at them and charges them with 4 or 5 things because they pissed him off so much.
And one of the key things they do that's fucked up, real quick, one of the key things that goes into this is they're the number one people that lie about their fucking name, which I don't understand. It's the dumbest shit ever. They're gonna find out who the fuck you are. They always lie about their name and they come back and it's just an extra charge that people who felt it's stupid. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, so, and mind you, like, the context of, like, when I got my DUI, I went to LA County. So, like, I don't know if anybody has ever been to an LA County jail. Like, that is one of the worst jails in the country, right? So, yes, I was less worried about the cops and more worried about, like, who the fuck I was gonna be in jail with until the morning comes and they let me out. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things. I was also more concerned about my parents and what they were gonna do to me as well, because I was, like, 21 at the time.
How was the drunk tank at the LA County jail?
Oh, it was horrible. And it wasn't just a drunk tank. So I was in a cell with a guy where they brought him in on a warrant. He was laying in bed with his girlfriend, and he had warrants. Now, that wasn't the sensational part. The sensational part is the fact that he took a bat to her face. She went back to him, and when they arrested him for the charges that she brought against him, they were laying in bed together. So, I mean, those are the type of people that I was in with.
How long do you have to stay there for? 12 hours?
I remember, like, having to go, like, spend 2 nights, like, my senior year in high school, and I had turned 18, but, like, they have, like, the city jail, or, like, it's not really a jail, it's like a police station, but then the next, like, in the morning.
City jail, county, and prison.
So let me tell you, so wait, you didn't spend overnight? So
I did.
Yeah.
So I had to go, like, I had court, and then I had to go to, like, the Maricopa County jail. So, like, they had the downtown jail where it's, like, central, you know, where everybody gets booked. And they kept on, like, moving you from, like, a series of, like, tanks. And there's, like, I don't know, maybe 30 people in each tank. But it was, like, I looked like I was, like, 14 when I was 18. So everybody's like, oh,
you needed a better lawyer.
You know how you in Tent City? The famous Tent City?
You have to be convicted to go to Tent City back when it was open. But no, I just remember, like, being in there, and then, like, you'd have people mouthing off to each other. There's, like, bums peeing, like, literally wet, like, just, there's one dude, he just, like, peed while he was sleeping, and it was going everywhere. And there's, like, this one guy, he didn't speak English, and, like, he's in there, and you can tell he's, like, pissed. And he's, like, pacing back and forth, and he just, like, runs and jump kicks the fucking glass, like, there's these huge glass windows, and he's yelling in Spanish, and somebody said, oh, he got violated parole because he got caught with weed or some shit. I'd be mad too. But I just remember, like, being 18 in there, and I was just like, dude, I don't want to be around these fucking people again.
Why'd you go there in the first place?
I was freshly 21, and my mom made me walk from the fucking jail over to the Ritz-Carlton. She's like, I don't go into LA. Like, this place is ghetto. So, and it was horrible.
Oh.
Horrible. No, it was horrible. Like, I'm telling you.
Dr. Adams.
Yes.
Am I the only one on this stage that hasn't been to jail? Am I the only one on this stage that doesn't commit crimes?
Amazing.
I've never been to jail. Okay, so we're the only two. Well, the rest of these people have. I've worked in a jail, but I've never been to jail.
That's true. You go to jail about the crime. Be charged of a crime, but still be innocent of it. So just because you go to jail, but
I got misdemeanor. I haven't even gotten arrested, but I was used to being, like, you know, I got arrested as a juvenile quite a bit, but I, like, was, like, mouthing off to the cops, basically, and they're just like, all right, disorderly conduct.
Yeah, because unfortunately, rich white kids, they get in trouble, too.
Yeah, but
that's like a super petty offense. It had, like, a $500 bail.
So, no, it's not a petty offense. Do you guys know?
Yeah, it is.
Can I just say this real quick, and I'll let you go. You know about... See, you want to brush over it. I hate these videos that you post, and these people. I wish, like, they could all die.
Would you be quiet? Like, and Manville was trying to ask a question. Go ahead, Manville.
Yeah. Okay, let
Adam,
he's
a mod. He's a mod, and he's also a cop. He has more value to the stage than you do. Be quiet.
Oh my God! Stop it! Just stop it.
You know about Forsyth County, Georgia, right? Who are you asking the question?
I'm listening to you.
You familiar with the Windermere neighborhood in Forsyth?
And
you ever drove through there?
Are you talking
You're
about
not. Just say no. Don't try to act like a know-it-all. Just say
Are you
no.
talking about like Windermere, Florida?
No, not Windermere, Orlando. Windermere Parkway in Forsyth County, Georgia.
Oh no,
it's near Johns Creek.
I don't fuck with Georgia. So you're talking about like Johns
I know you've done some real estate
like Roswell and like outside of Atlanta.
Yeah, it's off the 400. Yeah, but it's a really nice area.
Why is this monkey? Okay, like freaking. What do you mean don't travel anywhere? Excuse me. I'm driven from Santa Monica to Miami. Okay, and when I came back, I went through Colorado and Utah. What the fuck are you talking about? No, because you don't know me, bro. You don't know me, bro.
Hold on a second. All right.
Very erratic.
It's really funny. Dr. calls someone a monkey when he's half primate.
Yeah, TN, shut your monkey mouth for a second. But yeah, I was 18. I haven't been in trouble with the law in like I don't know, what is that, 25 years.
You are a violent
I didn't get charged with a violent crime. I got charged with disorderly conduct and underage drinking. Amazing.
Why are you mouthing off to the cops?
Because I thought it was funny and I was drunk.
It's not funny. Don't do it again.
It was
my
kind of
point
funny.
Was that Forsyth County has the reputation of being...
It's funny.
Alright, let me and Joel finish.
Sorry. This is the place you don't want to speed, you don't want to get pulled over in. They are super about their traffic. They will chase you to the ends of the earth. Doesn't matter if you're in a Hellcat, a motorcycle, a BMW. They don't give a shit. They will chase you down and pin you. Also, like everything else, kind of zero tolerance. You go around Forsyth, because like Gorilla just got arrested because she had weed in her house when they responded to a home invasion call. They have zero tolerance for any kind of criminal activity.
So does they have a weed tolerance there?
Black woman gorilla so badly. It's below gorilla.
Listen, bro. We know who she is, Manville. So do they have a tolerance?
She's been arrested twice.
She's been arrested
Zero
twice.
tolerance.
Okay, so that's a state. That's a county.
She's arrested for DUI.
Okay. So it shouldn't be no argument.
She was in her house. She was in her house.
This wasn't my point. That wasn't my point.
Doctor!
Please. Like, are y'all, because y'all fucking, like...
This wasn't my point.
I'm trying to get to where he's talking about, man.
She was in her house and called the police and they found weed in her car.
Okay, let Vanville finish.
Right, she's in possession of weed.
In her own fucking house.
So wait a minute. So
in Forsyth County, Georgia. God damn it.
Doctor, you have the emotional maturity of a child.
And I know Georgia.
Come up as someone that's prone to violence.
Yeah, and I know Georgia, Manville, they still don't. They didn't legalize marijuana in that state, correct?
You better keep that grass inside the 285 Beltway if you don't want to get arrested for it.
Yeah, Georgia still. I got it.
So weed's not legal there.
You better keep the fuck shit inside 285 also. My point was that my neighbor, who's a crazy baseball mom, has a son that plays very high level travel baseball, still in high school. He was driving on Windermere in Forsyth County, his little BMW 4 Series. And there's a part of that road that has a speed limit of like 45, 50 miles an hour. That comes down a very big hill, and it feels like a 55, 60 mile an hour highway. It's got a big median. It's got 2 lanes on either side. It feels like a fast route. The way you drive it.
And then it has that down drop.
Nice neighborhood.
Yeah.
So they got that big hill, and at the bottom of that hill was a Georgia State Patrol trooper. Now, troopers from the Georgia State Patrol, they have no humor. They have no reasonableness, right? It's just business to them. If you see that car pulls out on you, you're either getting a ticket or you're getting thrown into a wall. So he pulled him over. He wrote him a ticket. He got him for like 75 in a 45 or some shit, right? And he was pretty much leading a pack of traffic that was all coming down the hill and all with him. He just picked out the M Sport 4 Series instead of going after the fucking soccer mom cars. So the cop pulls him over, writes him the ticket. He goes into juvenile court. Forsyth County charges him with a misdemeanor, puts him on probation, has him write an essay to the judge, and do 40 hours community service. And he's on probation for a year. And the judge, the prosecutor doesn't even want to go after this kid. The prosecutor's chill, like this is his first offense, he was speeding, he'll pay a fine. The judge is like, oh no, why does he still have a license? Why does he still have a license? We should take his license. And if the mom hadn't have brought a fucking lawyer to the actual hearing to argue on their behalf, well, he probably would have lost his license through that whole ordeal too. Over one fucking speeding ticket. A kid with zero fucking record. My point is, he was in that courtroom with a bunch of YNs wearing fucking slides, committing all kinds of God knows what juvenile shit, right? But Mr. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed baseball star driving his daddy's BMW that he got for him, right, is getting put on probation for a year over one speeding ticket.
That don't make no sense.
How old was he?
How fast was he going?
That's Forsyth County.
But they don't. A ticket
Forsyth County.
How fast was he going?
A ticket shouldn't warrant you being on probation.
How fast was he going?
75 and a 50.
In a 50.
20 miles over the speed limit?
That's criminal speeding in Arizona.
Shut up. Shut up.
Speeding. That is like, you couldn't get away with that in California.
Exactly.
Yeah, you couldn't.
I got a ticket going 40 and a 25.
Well, hey,
that shit is like you
I was going through.
That makes perfect sense.
I was going through Tonopah, Nevada, and I blew by a deputy sheriff sitting at the bottom of a hill where the speed limit drops down to 25 miles an hour, some stupid shit.
Well, I mean,
and I was going like 45.
And the time of the day, that could be reckless driving.
Oh my God! Finish your thought after other people talk. Jesus.
So he pulls me over. We get to talking, and what he did, right, was he knocked the ticket down. Oh, I'm only going to write you for 10 miles an hour over. Then what I did is I retained an attorney to represent me in Nevada, and the prosecutor's office made a deal with my attorney that I would pay a fine for illegal parking and not get a ticket with points on my license. So I paid a higher fine for illegal parking rather than pay for the speeding ticket, which was already reduced, because I know how to talk to law enforcement.
That's because you had not only you have a law enforcement background, you had a lawyer to represent you, to represent your case. A lot of people are not fortunate to afford to get a lawyer to represent their case. So
a ticket clinic lawyer costs the same amount of money as paying for the ticket. It's $1.25.
Talking correctly to law enforcement is not rocket science.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of the speed limit change. I'm sorry. Definitely won't happen again. You're right. It's dangerous. Here's my information. That's all you need.
Where are you out of?
And the guy's gonna work with you.
You said Nevada?
That happened to be it. It's a known speed trap. If you're driving through there, it's on the way to California from Vegas.
Yeah, that's
especially if you're going like
desert.
Reno and Farm.
It's like if you're going to Vegas, it's another one like that. Reno's not too bad. Hold on. Reno's not too bad. I drove to Reno numerous times.
The closest town area.
But
Las
Vegas,
like smack dab in the middle of Nevada.
Going through Mojave Desert from California to Las Vegas is a tricky spot. I don't know if it's a gravitational pull because the fucking triangle's right there in the desert. Something about that is a magnetic gravitational pull that's down there making you go fast. I literally had to slow. Excuse me, shut the fuck up.
I'm sorry, where do you live?
Just let him finish, doctor.
Damn, dude, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, I was driving from fucking the Bay to Las Vegas. When I got down past the Barstow, when you go to the fucking desert, it feels like the fucking gravitational pull is pulling you. Because I had to literally slow my car down, and I couldn't fucking slow down. I was doing 100, and I wasn't even trying to. So, it's like, we got the fucking triangle over there, which Area 51 ain't too far from. I'm telling you, that place is a very mysterious, mystic place. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
from my experience, I felt that shit. Because everybody else that used to tell me that drove through there before was talking about, you got to try to slow down because you be going fast. And I'm like, how the fuck you can't slow down? And when I experienced that, I tried to slow down as much as I can, but something was pulling me, and then I see the fucking highway patrol before I crossed the border. They got on the freeway ahead of me, slowed down to me, told me to slow down. I said, I'm trying. It was just a weird feeling. It really.
Yeah, when you said something was pulling you, was that the highway patrol?
No. What I'm saying is, it felt like some kind of magnetic gravitation.
How did you not
He's telling me. No, I'm not trying to play. I got what he said. That's gay. I'm not responding to stupid shit. What I'm saying is, bro, can you shut the fuck up while I'm talking, bro?
You've made
that lets me know you're not a man. You're in the place. I'm not a truck driver, dog. Dude, can y'all shut him up while I'm talking, bro? Cause that's rude as fuck. I never did that to you, bro.
Okay, well, I'll let you talk.
Man, shut the fuck up. Thank you. Damn. You know what? Go ahead, you guys. I'm not doing this immature shit.
Okay, thank you. This is all I wanted to say.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Ain't no thank you, bitch.
And it's not a
I'm gonna talk over you while you're talking. I see how that feels.
You're not even a funny troll, Tien, so go ahead. What do you have to say? Look, what do you have to say? Nobody's gonna laugh. You're gonna say you're fucking retarded.
Y'all doing on here, y'all some fat.
My agenda is to
go on mute. Go on mute. Cool. Go.
Thank you. Here's what I want to say. I want to say that anybody who's been in the juvenile system cannot be trusted, because as an adolescent, to be exposed to that level of crime, the level of mischief.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I
knew you were going to take a dig at me. You're such a dumbass.
I'll see y'all later, man. Jesus Christ.
You're such a fucking idiot.
You're untrustworthy as a person.
Okay.
You're juvenile and you're in prison.
Shut the fuck up.
I know I struck a nerve, but, you know.
I mean, I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah, because you can't be on stage with guys like us who've never committed crimes and trying to have a high morale like us when you...
High morale?
What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Morals, not morale.
I know, it's just it's fucking low IQ dumb digger, but sorry.
Pepe, you should travel more. You're on Clubhouse way too much. I think it's like causing brain rot.
What country what is the beautiful country you come from? I
was born and raised in America, and I actually live in Africa, and I do really good business in Africa. You should come visit one day.
I'm actually...
And I'm still a law-abiding citizen there, I was in America.
Very good.
But Pepe is concerned about getting his head chopped off on the internet, so you might need some considerations for traveling now.
I just think of malaria, I think of cholera, I think of salmonella, I think of all the things that... It's just like a bunch, and it's like if I do get sick when I'm there, it's like, what kind of health care do you have? Oh, then you get septicemia just for some routine stitches. I mean, it's just like, wow.
Those are fair concerns. There's so many remedies for vaccines.
They don't believe in condoms, so all the whores in town have AIDS.
Well, I mean, the stats are worldwide. I mean,
no, do you want to see where well, you guys still have, wow, I mean, we can look at a lot of the things. Well, I mean, if we look at like the spread of disease, I mean, like the petri dish of the world, and I'm not. This sounds harsh, but it is true. Is Africa? Literally, it's Africa. That's where disease is rampant.
Right. And as a healthy guy like myself, how is that any of my business? That's not my business.
You live there, you should be worried.
It's like obesity and the inability for a lot of Americans to keep food out of their mouths is none of my business.
Healthy.
You know, doctor eats all the time. I don't bitch about
You're not healthy. Yes, and I just came back from the gym, right? I went to the gym. Thank you. I came back at 11 o'clock last night. I was on Clubhouse, and guess what? I woke up at 10 o'clock this morning, went from 11 to now to right now. So at the end of the day, don't sit here and tell me. See, when I look at your PTR,
it's calorie deficit.
I look at a fat boy in distress, right? Your body looks like it's confused over whether it wants to be obese or whether it wants to be toned.
But it is toned. What do you?
No, the fuck it's not. got chubby elbows, bro.
What is the flag? So what kind of African are you?
But when did you stop taking geography class?
I don't memorize flags. You didn't have to do that in geography.
I did.
Amazing. So are you gonna say it or are you just?
Yeah, sure. I'll help you. I'll educate you. It's Cameroon. And I don't live in Cameroon. I just happen to be a first.
Where do you live in Africa?
Another shithole country.
I'm telling you guys. You guys are too idle. You probably dox me.
Would you live in Cameroon? Or no?
I mean, I have zero connections in Cameroon, or Africa in general. So,
Listen, Pepe, my only interest in Africa is that the white people are protected. Okay, there is a white genocide that's going on. Okay, black people. No, there is. There's a white genocide going on in South Africa, and nobody is talking about it.
There's not a white genocide.
There is a white genocide going on in South. Yes, there is.
There's violent rhetoric, but those white people that are getting killed, it's almost all robberies. If you look at the demographics of the murder statistics in South Africa, the overwhelming majority of the murders are black on black. But of course, they're less likely to be. If you're white, you're less likely to be killed. However, there's a lot more black on white murders as opposed to white on black. But the farmers in particular, so you have like the people that live in areas of South Africa near the cities where it's like really well guarded and all that. And those people, you can't really go in and rob them. But if you're a farmer and live in a rural area, those people are a lot more vulnerable. So they'll rob them and kill them.
No, listen. So I'm talking about, okay, NBC did a special on this, y'all. It's called The Real Housewives of Johannesburg. Okay, and all the black women just attacked the one white woman on that show. I'm telling you, there is a genocide happening in South Africa. Genocide happening in South Africa. Y'all are being built out of millions of dollars.
Would you shut up?
Donating because I want the money laundering to stop. Okay, y'all built Christian conservatives out of billions of dollars. Okay, in the middle of Joel Osteen's freaking televangelist broadcast, asking, okay, for people in Africa who are suffering. Okay, donate 10 cents a day to these black babies African babies with bloated bellies. Why aren't you donating 10 cents a day for the white people in Africa who are facing genocide?
Well, first of all, Pepe, I'm shocked. I've never ever said this, but I live in Johannesburg, and Pepe's actually right. Most murders in South Africa are due to just nominal high rates of crime, right? The same person that would rob me would rob the white guy.
And by the way, there is no Real Housewives of Johannesburg. It's actually Durham. But again, I'm glad that you finally admitted that you're from South Africa. Thank you. That's why I said it. That's why I said it, because I'm smarter than you. Because I'm smarter.
If that's him in his picture, he doesn't look really like he's Khoisan or anything.
I'm not, doctor. You gotta calm down, brother. You know, you don't, when you show them a level of emotional immaturity, and that's how people are gonna treat you. But anyways, the point I'm making is Pepe's right. And by the way, you know, you're caping for white people in South Africa. They're not the same type of white guy in America. There's a lot of them.
Excuse me, the wealthiest
the average
African American is South African.
And
yes, we should be protecting South Africa. Apparently, they bring America brilliant talent.
They were trying to con President Trump into giving them a visa to come to America. Those are the lazy dudes. They're the ones you'd be mad at if they were here. So, what are you protecting? They're
I know.
Proud of you.
I'm confused. 60 white people from Africa. Oh my God. It's an invasion. They're doing a con job. 60 people in that white-only community. There's like 60 of them there. They're going to overrun and change the entire rhetoric of the United States and the entire dynamic. Oh my God.
I would say this, to be fair, they're like the South Africans are probably the most
million useless that came over.
So Pepe,
and the South Africans are probably some of the most easy to assimilate just because they speak English. South Africa, a little bit of a different history, but they're culturally, the whites, I would say, are similar to others in the Anglosphere. So
that's what we want. We want
ascended to the level as African American Elon Musk. Okay, how many?
Wake it up,
Well, to be fair, Doctor, why did Africans, especially West Africans, do so much better than you blacks in the United States?
You want to know why? Because they adopted white culture. Literally.
Well, I mean, the most wealthy black person in America, black. I'm talking about African American. Okay, Mr. Stewart. Let's have a conversation with him.
Well, I don't know, like, when you go to the doctor and there's a guy with a funny looking accent, his last name's like Dickumwabwe or some weird fucking shit. Like, a lot of these are like Igbo or
listen,
what do you call those? What are the other ones? The Igbo and the bigger one, Yoruba. Like, these people actually have like their own. I know Alan was joking, but they
no,
dude, stop talking over me.
Joking.
No. But I would say that no, I think like they have culturally. I mean, it seems like they have like their own class, and they have a class of people that do really well, and they're very disciplined with their children and how they raise them, and you know that's why they come here, and they're just like the upper caste Indians that come here.
Why do you keep comparing Americans to Africans? Like, they're not the same.
I wish you compare them to China.
And especially now, 30 years later, because again, a good majority of those black Africans are being invaded by Arab countries. So that's why, you know, a lot of them are coming to, you know, the United States named Haman and Muhammad and all this other bullshit. So again, like, the black people in Africa are not the same black people in Africa that were from the 90s. It just simply does not exist the same way.
Nigeria was, I believe it's like become more Muslim now.
Yeah, Somalis, and
Well, but even but Nigeria was
Nigeria, I thought it was split perfect.
yeah.
I mean, let's keep this and listen, I don't want to turn this into Palestinian petty fascism. What I am saying is a lot of people that embody this whole you support Africans because we're part of the diaspora and they're still black. Y'all have blended in and become fucking Arabs. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm worried about black people in Chicago. I'm not worried about black people in
I would say Arabs, I would say Islamic. I know, but there's a difference because
Yeah, the Nigerians are not fucking Arab.
yeah. Well, some of them are.
You don't think that after 30 years later, we're not looking at like
When I see Boko Haram, I see a bunch of black people.
are within the last 30 years. This is a new
Yeah, but they're black. They're not Arab.
Yeah, no complaint.
They're like Arab refugees.
I mean, the Arabs would still say, "Oh, you're a Mohammedan, amazing. You're gonna be my slave now. You stupid Abid. No, here, put on this collar."
Yeah, they act like they essentially act like Muhammad, right? Like it's the same shit. It's the same religion, just terrorizing a different region of the country or of the globe, right? So what? Well,
It's a software.
Right. That's a good way to put it. It's a software.
Yeah,
But again,
somebody said that they're more worried about the violence in Chicago. So you worried in theory, or you find yourself in
they're not giving shit about it.
violence in Chicago. I said I'm more worried about the quality of life of people. You're talking about violence.
Well, the quality of life is synonymous with violence.
No, it's not, because everybody in Chicago is not violent.
Well,
what is it? What does this say? Manville's not here, but it's like in the homicide departments, like this week's or last week's suspect, this week's victim. Like, these people are known to. I mean, often these people that get killed, these young ends, you know, they've got a few bodies on them as well. Like there's that popular. The fuck was the name of those little shits? These rappers in. It's like Tallahassee or somewhere in fucking Florida. Yeah. And these guys are like making rap songs last year.
Yeah, he's a male. He said.
And he made a rap song with listed 30, 40 fucking people that smoked by his gang. Mocking them. And
Elvis married a 14-year-old girl. So
what my point is though is that like just shut the fuck up, Adams. God damn. The point is that by the time like this guy got killed, like he's already got a bunch of bodies under his belt. Like none of those black young men were innocent. Like people like, oh no, why did they have to die so young? Because they were hanging out with a bunch of killers. They're killing people, and then they ended up getting killed. That's it went through a full circle.
Yeah, that's right. Live by the sword, die by the sword. We're not even talking about like disrespect cops anymore. Like they literally went in a music video. They went to a cemetery where a little kid died, and they dug up like his grave. Why this? That's how demonic these people are. Like, and then we're talking about, oh yeah, they're saying, well, let's save them, let's save them. There's innocent people already doing the work and they get killed every single day. Being around these young acts, right? What are we supposed to do about this issue? We can help them. They don't want to be helped, right? So you can say, oh well, there's black people in the inner city that need help. Yes, we understand that, but at the same time, they're making music videos in cemeteries, making diss tracks about dead teenagers, right?
Well, I think there is a solution, but it wouldn't work in a free country. Like, I'm pretty sure if you go to Cuba, you don't see black gang members anywhere. You don't see them selling drugs. They're not unemployed. They're not doing any of that shit because they would be put in. No, not friends. Got it. But they would be put in. They actually are pretty strict. You're not going to allow gangs and that kind of shit, especially out in the open. But they will put you. They will lock you up. Period. That was kind of the case in a lot of the communist countries.
Yeah. Well, you say that's racist.
Well, and punishments used to be more harsh here. But every 20, 30 years or so, we get this push from the left how we have to be compassionate and understanding of the circumstances why a perpetrator might be driven to, beat his girlfriend with the baseball bat in the face. Oh, he was brought up in a single parent home with his mother, and he was oppressed by his teachers who taught him white math instead of a more diverse and inclusive teaching method for math, and that's why he beat his girlfriend. So no, don't put him in jail. Just let him let him out and be on probation, because that'll help reform him instead. We go through those cycles, and then what it teaches people is that, I can get away with crime and I can do it again. That's why and I was trying to get from Manville how old that blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid that the judge wanted to take away his license was. What the judge was doing was correct. Yeah, scare the shit out of him on his first offense, and then he'll learn, don't do that shit. None of this, oh, well, it's his first offense. I think that's backward. First offense, don't throw him in jail with hardened criminals, but make sure he knows he fucked up and he's going to pay a price.
Well, I'll say this, like, in defense of people, if I had to grow up around a bunch of violent black people that I'd have to worry about, like, trying to fuck with me, rob me, whatever, I don't know that I don't know that I would be I think I could see how I would be violent too.
even during Jim Crow, okay, there wasn't this, in what was more harsh conditions, there wasn't this same level of violence. That's the problem. You can't blame it. You can't blame it on poverty. Remember,
no, I didn't blame it on poverty. I said if I was living in proximity with people that were constantly fucking with me, trying to rob me, if I was getting jumped, if I was doing any of that, I'm not going to say it would be above me not to end up just popping one of them in the, like, you know, literally shooting one of them afterwards, or getting payback. Like, I'm a human. So
I mean, that's the shit I'm talking about.
Yeah, but Pepe, and I don't want to discuss it with you personally because you've told us your story, but that's what fathers are there for. I mean, if, you know, I'll try not to make this, but when the first time my kid got in trouble in school, he knew he fucked up, and I let him know he fucked up in front of the other teachers, so they knew that I took it seriously. And then we got home, and he heard more how he fucked up. And when he fucks up, he knows it. That's what parents are for. Not understand. Say that again, mister?
Accountability. That's what.
Yes, thank you very, and yes, exactly.
You know,
thank you very much.
You know what, baby? That's the difference between you and I. I grew up the first 11, 12 years of my life in a very impoverished neighborhood because my mom came as an immigrant and then finally worked her way up and got out of there. But I was bullied. I saw all the violence. But there's a difference between people who decide I'm not going to be a violent person or I will be a violent person. Myself and my family chose to be non-violent people, and we turned out okay. We didn't go your route of going, I will fight the violence with violence, because that would put you in the same circle with those same violent people.
Let me ask you a question. If somebody jumps me, steals my shit, they've done it more than once, maybe this time, you know, I had to go stay in the hospital for a little bit, and then I know they're still fucking with me, should I morally feel bad if I thought I could get away with it, which I probably would, and just put a bullet in the back of his head? Should I have any moral qualms with doing that? Just to protect myself from his creation?
Well, I got jumped. I had a lot of those things happen to me, and guess what? I turned out okay, and I don't think about those things. The people who did those things are bummed somewhere, still doing those things, or dead, or in jail, and I moved on with my life. So if you want to put a bullet in the back of your head and be a criminal and get away with things, that's the type of things that land you in juvie.
Well, you know, if we're going to be completely fair about this, everybody has their own journey that they must lead. Yeah, I mean, Tian, you know, on one hand, I know you're saying the things to give heed to Pepe, and I get that. And I also agree with you, and we should applaud people like you who, in spite of their difficult circumstances, nonetheless still manage to not fall into crime. Good for you, and kudos to you. However, and there is a wide range of human experience. But when we speak in generalities, and I'm using Pepe as perhaps the example, we do know that statistically, having the fathers in the home statistically improves the outcomes of both girls and boys developmentally and in terms of their adult life, not getting into crime, not getting into drugs, not becoming strippers, etc., etc., etc. So I think we can discuss both of those things and not necessarily have to use them as throwing shade Pepe. Though if I'm not here to police you either, if you want to do that, that's your business. But I'm trying to remember the Chris Rock joke. If it's something like, if the lights aren't on, that's daddy's fault. And if your kid becomes a stripper, well, that's mommy's fault. Something like that.
Well, I'm just curious though, Tien. You said that violence isn't an answer. I mean, I don't know. If somebody kills a loved one and you can, let's just say you'll get away with it. I mean, are you telling me that you don't know that you could do it? Look, here's an example. You know that because it was on video. There were these Cajuns in Louisiana, and the karate instructor ended up kidnapping this boy out of state and sodomizing him. And they both walked off the airplane, and the father was, had a hat on and acted like he was on the phone. And then when the suspect, the karate teacher, was being escorted off the plane, he turned around from the pay booth holding a revolver and shot him in the head and killed him. I mean, I think he didn't get convicted of, a jury wasn't going to convict him, but I think he got some kind of civil rights charge or some shit, but he still didn't really do any time. But I mean, Tien, do you think that man, for example, is a violent criminal? He's somebody that because he resorted to using violence, he's somehow bad?
No, Doug. No, Doug. Yeah, Brandon Herrera did a video about recreating that, and every time one of them tries to take the same shot, they all go, no, Doug, no, because the cops knew the guy.
Oh, I think wasn't his name Larry?
Oh, but then Larry, whatever. Yeah.
No, Larry, why, Larry?
Yeah.
Well, baby, I don't know. I operate, for me personally, I try to operate under the laws of whatever country I'm in. I've been to several countries, 38 to be exact. And I'll tell you this, I hate what's going on I hate the cities in Europe and the pickpocketing and the scamming, and I hate the fact that criminals are being protected all across the world, right? But we have laws in countries that have to be respected, unfortunately. But I'll tell you this, because I'm not a saint, right? I'm not here to say I'm going to forgive whoever hurts my family or hurts me. When I was in South Africa in December, a guy snatched my phone, right? And I never thought this would happen to me, but it did. He snatched my phone. But the good thing is that there's a wiggle room in their justice system where jungle justice can almost be had without any consequence. So when people in the neighborhood came to me and said, we can catch this guy, they said, what do you want us to do with him? You want us to kill him? You want us to beat his ass? Now I'm operating under the guise of that flawed system, that loophole that gives me power to have that type of revenge, the type of revenge you can't have in the United States of America. So I operate under that guise. That's just how I move. I follow the law, bro. I'm a law-abiding citizen wherever I go.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you live in a country, let's say you live in a country where nobody follows the law, everybody skims from the top, it's just kind of a corrupt country, would you obey the law there?
No, then that's my point. That's the point I'm making. Is that because I'm currently in a lawless nation, I have that type of wiggle room. I don't have that in America, so I can't try to get away with things. I can't try to exact my own form of revenge, because America's not going to protect me. They're going to protect the criminal. I'm going to be the one in jail with the criminal. He might even walk.
I mean, I would think there's some countries like Mexico would get into it, but there's a lot of laws where I'd say they're at best suggestions. They're not.
Well, while you're in America, you can't just do what you want, and you and I know that. You can come to South Africa and we can go beat and kill everybody who's ever done something to anybody and get away with it. You can't get away with it in America, and you just have to respect it. Yeah, Elizabeth, it's an immigration crisis that allows for any and everybody undocumented to populate cities, scam, steal, pickpocket from everybody, and with no consequences. It was a shame when I was in Madrid and Paris. They're arresting people left and right and letting them go, and then they're warning tourists. If something ever happens to you, don't do anything about it, or you're the one who goes to jail. That's the world we live in today. Our lawmakers are scumbags who protect criminals because they were probably elected by criminals, so they have to maintain that status quo. But I think there's a revolution coming. There'll be more and more conservative leaders that will say we want isolationism and we want to kick undocumented people out, and we want people who actually can respect the laws of the land. Until then, you're not safe as a civilian. The criminals are the safest people on earth.
Yeah, going to Paris, going to Madrid, you might as well just be going to Africa, honestly. And that's how bad the immigration issue has become, you know. And Europe, especially western part of Europe, these places are unrecognizable at this point. And it is quite sad, but it's people like, I'm not saying like you, but people that look like you. They cried racism in 2020 during COVID. You know, all that stuff. They defunded the police, and this is the result we have, right? You're getting knife attacks in London, you're getting pickpocketed in Paris. This was all designed by the same people that said Black Lives Matter. Again, and these people don't live in the same communities, they don't have to walk across the same streets that the people that are actually affected by it. Like the lady, the Georgia University student that was raped by a bunch of migrants. It's sad. It is absolutely disgusting. And I agree with you, man. We need more conservative leaders. We need people accountable for what I believe is like a national identity crisis, identity genocide. Like, we need to be doing better, but that's racist, you know. You get called racist if you actually stand for principles. Or you get called a coon. Yeah, you a coon, you Uncle Tom. You with that tomfoolery. You know, it's just the same shit, bro. It's so tiring.
West is committing suicide. Like, I don't even know what the fuck. Europe, I think, is they're in. I think they'll actually have, even though demographically, like their native population's higher percentage in comparison to foreigners. It's the types of immigrants they're getting. You know, their religion that's really going to be like a huge problem for them.
Well, the thing is, okay, why are they bringing in the immigrants? Because they bring them in to do the jobs that the folks there won't do. So you're not exactly getting, you know, top shelf. You know what I mean? Because that's not what's
It's only partially true. Right? The mass immigration started, like, if you look at the first waves of mass immigration into the U.S. in the 1800s in particular, there was northern industrialists that ended up basically they had campaigns in southern and eastern Europe, advertising campaigns. They wanted a huge influx of people to come in, and it was just, you know, basically they'd have a more cheap labor for consumers and shit. And these were all, you know, WASPs that were doing it, and you know, at the time when they were immigrating here, people did not care for the Eastern or Europeans or the Italians. They thought they were, you know, much too different from them. You kind of, I don't know, it seems kind of similar now too. I mean, why do you think all of these large donors, why do you think they want all of these foreign, they wanted, I guess you'd say, our borders wide open?
cheap labor.
I don't think it was because they had some grand No, I mean, I think they're just, they only care about themselves and being able to access more money.
And votes. And so on the floor.
Oh, yeah, of course.
That changed, voter ID laws where you don't get an ID to vote. Because all these people are going to vote Democrat.
Oh, yeah. I voted. I worked at the voter registration place on voting day. And the people would just come in and just show their name, their driver's license, and they would just go vote. And I turned around to the guy, I looked, dude, that guy, I don't think that guy's, citizen. He goes, yeah, we're not allowed to ask.
I mean, I don't know, like, how, it's kind of mind-boggling. How did it become that the status quo, it's been like this for decades if you think about it. So I remember even George W. Bush would say, like, diversity is our greatest strength. He'd say stupid shit like that. Anybody can be an American. All of this colorblind bullshit. And it was almost like it was almost like a religion that, like, for example, even England, anybody can be in English. What is it to be English? It's just you adopt the culture. It's like, no, that's not the fucking case. Like, the people are definitely a part of what it means to be fucking English. And it's the whole push for the like religious fervor that they have for like pushing diversity, multiculturalism. To me, there's literally zero. Maybe there's a couple little small things, but it's not an actual strength. There's no real fucking benefit from it. Why is it being pushed so hard? It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
So I do think that, this is white America, right? But like this also does not necessarily reflect the norm in the country, because most people don't really have the issue with immigration, right? Overall, there's not as much vitriol as even the common person that you talk to. This is an outlier, right? The issue that people have, the reason why it's not become a bigger problem is like, so we all kind of acknowledge that these people are needed for economic growth, right? America is a country that is below replacement rates, which white alones. Our economy would start to shrink if you don't have a source of immigration or additional population growth. Generally growing economy is beneficial for all of us, right?
Is it beneficial for all of us?
I don't think anyone is dumb enough to just say like we should 100% close immigration, right? I think that's a silly point because it would be detrimental.
I never said 100%.
It would be detrimental to our economic success. And
I want to say it's a beautiful day. I'm not a big one. I'm out on the river floating.
Shut up, man.
You all got to get your ass out there and start enjoying the grass in the day, okay?
No, sorry.
I want to add something to
hold on. I was going to ask him something.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I think you were in trouble. I apologize.
When it comes to, first of all, when it comes to like the GDP or quote unquote growing the economy, I don't care about making corporations or wealthy wealthier. I don't really care about that. Now, what I don't see is immigrants, the standard of living in terms of, being able to buy a fucking house. Any of this shit has gotten better for the everyday American. I do not care about growing the fucking economy if that's not going to be felt by the middle class. Like, that's bullshit.
Well, actually, it will increase cost of food production and housing for the middle class. So it will actually make inflation worse and make the quality of much worse if you get rid of all
what are you talking about?
Decrease.
Because labor costs would come down and the labor costs would be passed on to a decrease in the food prices.
You think Americans are in excess of the same wages as migrants?
Oh, you're talking about, you reversed it. Okay, see, you made it, we were thought you were talking about immigrants as workers. Okay, got it. I'd like to ask this question. I could have here, my mother. Now, the thing about immigration, what I'm concerned about is how the United States has certain numbers that allow for this country or for that country. How they select the country that they want, or the numbers from each country. I don't get it.
It's a
like, how do they make that checklist or that criteria?
You can do that still.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's not an open application as you think.
No, being a legal citizen is actually I don't know. I really don't know the answer to that.
I mean, isn't there like, wasn't it like 1900 something that there was a quota system law and then they tried to reform it? I can't think of the fucking
Nation of Origins quota?
It was like, I think it was Johnson. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe Johnson changed it.
Essentially, how it works is that it prioritizes family reunifications, right? I think that's the first one that is most likely to get you a legal path to citizenship. Then it has something to do with, I think, your employment. Those are the other options. And then the last one, I think that's it. Refugees. But I don't know if that is included in that law or not. I have no idea.
Well, the 1965 Immigration Act that got rid of the Nation of Origins quota, so remember how I was saying how a bunch of Eastern Europeans came here, then a bunch of, as well as Southern Europeans, and they weren't like, people didn't really care for them as much as they cared. In other words, they were kind of discriminatory against them, or at least the population. So in 1924, that's when they instituted the Nations of Origins quota, where it prioritized Northwestern Europeans and allowed some Southern and Eastern Europeans to come here, and also that, like, with the communism and all of that shit, like the United States was very wary of letting in people from Eastern Europe, but they ended up, in 1965 they took that away, so now people could come here from all over the world. That's why we were like 90% white country then, and we used to have the Bracero programs, for example, where Mexicans could be guest workers, and they have to have a savings account set up where they have to have a certain percentage of the money in that account, and it could only be accessed in Mexico.
Honestly, like, the U.S. is such, because most don't actually go to the border situation with crossing back and forth the lake in Mexico, and it's a special situation that doesn't really apply to most people, right? Most Mexicans, if they had a choice, would prefer to stay in their own country than come to.
1965 Immigration Act, that's when we started getting Mexicans staying here, like, permanently, and having kids here.
Because they couldn't go home, right? Isn't that what that law did? They said that you can't do that anymore.
No, the Bracero program made it so you pretty much had to go home. Whereas once the Bracero program ended right before the 1965 Immigration Act. So both things kind of happened nearly at the same time. So that's when you got like a huge influx of Mexican immigrants.
Well, you're naturally going to have a huge influx of bordering country immigrants.
Especially if they're a lot poorer than
right. Yeah, that too.
Why does Nicholas still have me blocked?
I'm done answering this stupid question.
Yeah, you see lots of Americans trying to cross over into Canada. It's a real problem. Actually, you see what they're going to do? Like, it's not fair. Oh, no, you go to Canada, you think you're going to get free shit. They're hardcore there. You're not getting anything.
Yeah, again, I mean, there's still obviously drug smuggling, the Canadian border, that's coming, definitely. When people are like, oh, Trump why is he talking about the Canadian border no crossing?
The Mexicans have actually set up shop, I guess, really, they have a pretty sophisticated, drug network up there now.
Yes. Yeah, I was working in Arizona at the VA, and I used to talk to the border patrol guys. They told me exactly what you're saying, that they used to move to Mexico, but the border patrol so had to focus on Mexico, so they decided to go up through Canada and bring it in that way.
Yep. You should see some of the busts they've had up there. They've found facilities that were pretty sophisticated when it comes to making certain drugs.
Yeah, you're from Arizona too, so you would remember, like El Chapo would literally build a tunnel right by the Mexican-U.S. border, and then up the tunnel into a normal-looking suburban house in Arizona. You'd never imagine that's where the drugs are just being taken out of.
Yeah,
Racist.
they are uncovered those quite a bit. It's kind of interesting with the level of ingenuity that they have that goes into making that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And he learned that tunnel building. El Chapo learned that tunnel building from the folks that were like Gaza. They were building those tunnels across, across border from Egypt to Gaza to smuggle food and stuff. So that's where El Chapo got the idea.
Have you seen the drug submarines they used to?
Oh yeah. Escobar used to do that.
Escobar, yeah.
They apparently have, the Mexicans have them now too, but they're, at least they know they have been working on remote control underground submarines.
Yeah.
I mean, they're, expensive, but obviously it's maybe very hard to catch. Grocery store chicken. What's up?
I'm working fast and I'm on grocery delivery. You gotta go in the store and order that big.
Can't order what?
That big goes to Kitover. He doesn't go to Bristol Farms like in LA.
Yeah, sorry, you can't Instacart. Like, that's too expensive.
I'm not like well off or anything. Like, go to the fucking grocery store.
He's at the Ranchero Market.
Wow. It's getting cloudy. Whatever you tell me that you're not sponsored by anyone.
No, personally. I don't think the stuff I see online being advertised or sending is like nobody.
Yeah, I doubt that as well. But hey, we are gathered in the chat. How do we have these on? No, go ahead, sir. Go. Yes, go ahead. You're just saying? Oh, no, I'm just saying if people want to support Pepe, you can donate to his passion. So one time, Pepe, I was chilling in your audience, just going about my day, and I was like sitting in the office at one of my clients, and my earphones died, and all you could hear was, this fucking monkey, blah, 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 and I was like, oh my god, I cannot believe the office is, I was like never again will I open this room in a professional environment.
You went back to the office?
Well, I had to go to my client's office.
Good for you.
I mean, I talk on here like I never would need another job again. And, with AI coming out, I'll probably get somebody releases something that's like, I used to make these serious rooms online, and these guys would always come in and troll me, and they ended up making AI recordings of my voice. It's so unfortunate. I just play it off.
Oh wow, for the amount of hours you've been on here, they could pick up every word you have and be ready for AI for you.
Yeah.
Sam, your voice sounds familiar. Are you someone I know?
What are they gonna call it? Jim Crow AI?
Yeah.
Sam, you're like the Coptic Christian guy.
I don't know, man.
Are you Coptic Christian?
I don't know, man.
I'm sorry, all white people sound the same. I apologize.
Sam is Middle Eastern, and so is Mike.
Yeah, see, the wealthier white people will use those delivery services, but the really wealthy ones, they get their own farms to grow their own food and then get illegals to do all the picking so they can, get some of that white supremacy out and, oppress their workers. That's how they go food shopping. I mean, in case people didn't know how evil white people.
So I had a neighbor, he intentionally hired a guy to do some of his yard because of that reason. He wanted a white man to have dominance over white man.
Yeah, my parents did that. Like, there's certain things that they're not willing to ask black people to do. Like, I've never had a black maid, never had a black landscaper. Like, that's white and Latino works. Sorry, mother. That's for the Mexican.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, there's a guy that like had a problem like with my washer dryer or water heater or whatever. It's like father and son, they're black, and you know, my parents had used them. I'd use them. Like I can't think of any other black people I can hire for like bullshit. We trust them and they do good jobs.
Because of the Jeffersons. Look how the housekeeper, the black housekeeper, treated Weezy and George. She never worked for them because they were friends. Of course they were not going to hire black people. It was intentionally stupid, mother. I was like, it was intentionally stupid.
Okay, I know. I was trying to figure it out. That didn't make sense. I was like, what?
No, but that was the running theme. Like in the first episodes, they move it to the new high rise, and Weezy tells her friend, I forget the character's name. Like initially, she was like, "No, I don't want to hire you because we're friends, and I wouldn't want to make you feel uncomfortable." And her friend says to her, "Look, I need a job. You know, that doesn't matter. Hire me. We know each other. Why would you hire me?" And based on that, Weezy hires her friend. And then, of course, her friend is always talking back to her and never does what they want.
Yeah, never, if you're a boss, never do that.
Sounds like the typical black woman employee.
Yeah, well, that's like what I was.
The Jeffersons, it's to like they were trying to get all the neighbors to sign it, and like the neighbors were like, "Well, that's racist." And they said, "Well, but they're Puerto Rican," and they're like, "Oh, sign me up." Like, I forget.
You know what's funny? Have you guys ever seen that show Sanford and Son?
Yeah, like they moved up to the east side or the west side, I forget.
No, I'm talking about Sanford and Son. It's a completely different show.
Is that so red?
Right. Right. So Lamont Wilson, as you know, Sig, I went to school, elementary school, with his youngest daughter, who's one of my really good friends. And she married a white dude. What did you know, Sig? She married a white dude. One of my other best friends, Matt Maione. Love that kid.
Yo, that was a great show, man. Sanford is on hands down. The shows that.
Wait, Sig, isn't Sanford and Sons the one where they move up? Right? No, that's the right. Sorry. I'm sorry.
No, Sanford and Son was Red Fox calling everybody honky.
What city is that from? Sanford and Sons.
Watts. Yeah, he was in Watts, California.
Where's that?
LA.
Yes, Sterling.
It's like the shittiest part of, or at least it was the shittiest part of LA, wasn't it?
David, where are you from?
How did you not hear of New York?
Yeah.
They had like riots there and shit.
They were gonna sit you down, David, and run you through good times, Sanford.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the West Coast. In fairness, I travel there a lot, but it's like JFK to LAX back and forth. That's all.
Y'all know Jefferson was a what is that called?
A spin-off.
Yeah, it's a spin-off of All in the Family.
Yep, very true.
Wait, so what do you think about Gary Coleman's wife being looked at for his murder?
Gary Coleman was murdered.
I was surprised he was married to a white one.
Wait, how old was he?
I think he was in his 50s, 40s.
The short guy, right?
He wasn't sure he was disabled.
Okay, well, I'm trying to be nice. Okay.
Was it retarded? He was special needs.
Yeah, I saw that he died. I didn't know there was some other things behind it. Interesting.
Yeah, if you're a spouse, guys, and there's a
finally, the jury's peers said he was innocent.
Exactly.
No. They said not guilty. In America, in a courtroom, you're never guilty or innocent. It's guilty or not guilty.
He's innocent.
They don't say innocent.
He's innocent. There was a white construction worker that was working on a project, okay, in Northridge that consulted with the Simpsons in remodeling the Gretna Green house shortly before Nicole died. And he actually confessed to the murder years later when he was locked up in Florida. So again, at the end of the day, if you want to say it was a son, I'll give you that. Okay? He's a little bit too young. The son. I want to say if it was the son. The oldest son. Who's smoking crack?
Even like MLK is alive, all of this weird shit.
What do you mean MLK is alive? The fuck are you talking about? Listen, if y'all want to go on this conspiracy on this app and blame Jews for everything, MLK is alive and O.J. Simpson is innocent. Okay?
And did they convert to Judaism?
OJ did, right?
I was joking.
There's a secret refrigerator they're holding the children.
Excuse me, Nicole Brown Simpson was Catholic. Nicole Brown Simpson was Catholic. Thank you very much.
Yeah, she was very Catholic, and for the record, OJ is never.
She's buried in a Catholic cemetery. What are you talking about?
That guy was that, I think the guy lived here in Scottsdale, whose son they killed. Fuck, I forget.
Are you talking about Ron Goldman?
Yeah, he was Jewish, wasn't he?
Listen, we're not doing this. Okay, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. You're not going to blame the Jews, okay, for the O.J. Simpson situation.
I blame them already.
You're not going to blame the Jews.
What did St. Peter?
Okay, and let me just tell you something. Hold on. Let me just tell you something. No. If there's anybody in the victimhood camp that has the heavier weight as far as finances, it's the Browns. Okay? Shout out to Casey Brown that's married to Nicole Brown Simpson's nephew.
Amazing.
Right? They own the Mission Inn Hotel. They're worth $500 million.
But I'm pretty sure Goldman, he works at Nordstrom's. He was the suit.
Okay, that has. Okay.
So no, I don't think. I'm just saying. I don't think they I don't know if they have. God damn! Shut the fuck up! Jesus,
No, the father used to work at Goldman and Sons.
The father worked at Nordstrom's for I don't know, at least 20 some fucking years. Maybe he's old.
My nephew worked.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up while I'm talking! God damn it! You drunk fucking spick! Jesus Christ! Holy shit!
David is Armenian.
Wow, that was awesome. I call him Beaner all the time. He was yeah. You definitely got nerves calling people names. Yeah.
What did St. Peter say to Nicole Simpson when she arrived at Pearly Gates? Nobody? Your waiter will be with you in a moment.
I thought you would have said it was good to chop it up with you.
See, Abby says she knows. See, Abby said he works at the men's department in Nordstrom in Scottsdale. Yeah, like he's been working there for a long time.
Wow, they got Nordstrom. They are Scottsdale. All right.
Do you know Scottsdale's kind of like wealthy people here?
Yeah, I know. But
it's not even Nordstrom when I was living in Anchorage, Alaska. They had one downtown.
Yeah, to be fair, Nordstrom is not that.
How far are you from Paradise Alley?
Like 10, 15 minutes.
Got it.
That's a wealthier.
Right. That's where the heavy lifting folks are.
Scottsdale, yes. You don't have any cheap homes, and it's obviously like the average price of a home is.
Wait, do you have a?
When you have parts of Scottsdale where you have homes that are, almost if not as expensive as some of the ones in Paradise Valley, and like very exclusive places though.
yeah, Scottsdale's a high-end for Arizona.
I always preferred Sedona.
Yes, I was just about to tell you.
Exactly. I actually still have a timeshare up there.
Where were all the hippies?
It's the men's department at the station. What's the name of that mall? Yeah, he's been there for years, and he's a big mustache. I don't know if he's still working there, but he's been in there. And I don't know if they've ever collected out of the OJ estate, because some of that money, you know,
they've collected about $500,000.
That's it. And what happened was when OJ was alive, which by the way, he was my neighbor here in Vegas for a long time, after he was doing some government service in Nevada, the money, the NFL money, they weren't able to touch. Like he was getting some kind of
retirement pension, right? So in NFL, right? I think he gets like $250,000 a year in retirement pension.
He did. So now I don't know with the estate if they have a judgment against him, whether they were able to execute on the judgment on what he owned. But he was here after he went to jail here for stealing his own memorabilia. He ended up moving to Vegas, and then like a whole bunch of restaurants didn't want him in there, but you know, like here, a couple of casinos get some lawsuits with because they kicked him out.
His older daughter, when he was married to Marguerite, like we're talking about before Nicole, like his older set of kids, he had 3 kids with his former wife, and he had 2 kids with Nicole. So, from what I understand, a lot of his assets are in the name of his oldest child, you know what I mean, from his previous marriage, and that's why they were able to kind of subvert a lot of the collection on that said lawsuit, if that makes sense.
Yeah, they could do that. And there's a state exclusion of 30 million, up to 30 million. I knew that number, 20 to 30 million, 20 million.
Well, and the other thing too is his kids have their own money. Like 2 of his kids live in Tampa, and you know they're very successful real estate agents, and you know they do very well for themselves.
They don't have OJ money. They don't have OJ.
I can't say, I'm not going to say anything about, I mean, I've definitely met him several times, because he went out, we all went out. He stayed very handsome. Like, I'm not going to say a good thing or a bad thing, I'm just going to give an observation, like he kept his looks.
Well, the other thing too that you have to consider is that the kids are going to inherit from his kids with Nicole and, you know, the kids with Nicole and OJ, they're going to inherit part of the Brown estate. So I go back to the whole point that the Browns have embedded themselves into a lot of Southern California society through marriage and through business partnerships. Like, do you understand that, like, the grandfather used to own a Hertz, like, franchise that used to compete with Rick Caruso? Like, I mean, people don't understand, like, the greater context.
I really don't care about how much money they have. I mean, these are just, like, the children of celebrities, like, that should care about them.
They lost their daughter. Very sad.
Why was she a waitress?
It was a very polarizing case, and she was a waitress coming out of, you know, being in her youth. She also modeled.
She's also a different thing. Also, kind of strikes me as a gold-digging whore that cheated on her husband with a handsome young man, and you know, O.J. Simpson being O.J. Simpson, they were divorced, and well, sure, but I mean,
they were divorced,
all right, well, still, he got.
Yeah, how long had they been divorced?
And there's no evidence that she was cheating on him with that man. There's actually a lot of supporting evidence that, you know, he actually had been gay. She left it. Okay, so they went to Mesaluna, which was a restaurant in Southern California. They had a restaurant in Monarch Beach next to where her parents lived, and they also had one in Brentwood. She went to the restaurant. She forgot her glasses. The young man, as you know, a person working at the restaurant, returned her glasses right up the street. It's walking distance. Very simple. Very, very, very innocent. There's nothing to say that they ever had an affair.
We're talking about the. Well, all right, I could be wrong. Man.
How long had they been divorced?
I think like well over a year. Like I was very, very, very young.
Wasn't over her. Still wasn't over her.
They were still fucking.
How do you go into a fit of rage where you'll kill somebody with a fucking sword? I mean, that is like so something snapped. I mean,
oh, dude, you didn't hear about the possible cocaine use? Hello.
You act like that?
So let's talk about that for a second. Shout out to Faye Resnick, right? So I actually ran into her a couple of weeks ago at a gas station down the hill from my house. And Faye Resnick, do you guys remember that angle?
Yes.
As far as, right. So what's really crazy, and you also remember the theory as far as the Mezzaluna restaurant and the killings, the Colombian neckties, right? Do you remember that, Abby? So, Faye Resnick, right, so if you read, I read a book, it's called Murder in Brentwood. It was written by actually Mark Furman. He wrote Murder in Greenwich, and he actually did an expose on the Mark Skakel murders in Greenwich. But nonetheless, he was one of the lead detectives on that case.
Right, he was the one, but he also had prejudice, and so it was an issue.
Right, because they, he did an interview, and he was talking about Nazi salutes and like all this. So they basically threw out a lot of the evidence that Mark Furman had to bring to the court. Now, under the theory that was exposed in the book, there was a drug trafficking ring that was occurring in the Mezzaluna restaurants that occurred from Colorado down to Monarch Beach into Brentwood. And there was actually a waiter in the Monarch Beach location and a waiter in the Colorado location that were found dead, and it was investigated by the DEI due to, suspicious circumstances that may have been related to drug trafficking.
I think you wanted to say investigated by the DA, not the DEI.
DEA.
Oh.
DEA. Drug enforcement.
DEI.
That's it's really crazy, man. What the hell would the drug cartel want to do with those two, killing those two?
Why would a drug cartel want to that kind of publicity?
Because your restaurant was a front, and a lot of people were buying cocaine, a lot of people were not paying their debts. Again, if you look at the theory, Faye Resnick was in substance abuse treatment in Marina Del Rey when the murder happened. And mind you, she was just as much the polite house guest as Cato Kalin was living in the Rockingham property. Faye Resnick lived with them. So again, a drug dealer could have been coming to look for Faye.
But at the same time, though, it's a murder that ends up like the whole nation knew about it, was constantly in the news. Like, to me, that
just look at the scene when he tries the gloves on, and he makes it really hard to put the gloves on.
Do you see what I'm saying, Abby?
No, I'm saying that was very orchestrated.
Yes, I'll tell you how. Abby, did you read the Bill Casey book?
Wait. Because as a doctor, what happened was that OJ has rheumatoid arthritis. So Johnny Cochran told him, hey, listen, don't take your rheumatoid arthritis medication. That way your fingers get inflamed and swollen.
We don't know that. That's a conspiracy theory. So what is a plausible theory is when gloves, especially leather gloves, are saturated by liquid material. And the expansion rate for which occurs, that was different from when he last supposedly wore the gloves, for which he actually tried them on in court. The other thing that people have to understand, he was found not guilty, right? Not guilty means that they had a reasonable doubt. And a lot of the things that I'm explaining to you, that gives an average person, a reasonable person, reasonable doubt. There could be many different theories as to how that woman died. No, that just means that Johnny Cochran did his job. Right?
What's her face didn't do her job.
Marsha Clark.
If you read the Bill Casey book, or whatever is Bugosi, whatever it is, one of the things that they royally screwed up on in the prosecution is the defense made a big deal about how the blood samples were contaminated. The problem is that's not the way DNA works. O.J. Simpson's blood was at the crime site. I forget exactly. It was at the crime scene. It was on the blood. He got it. Whatever it was.
Barry Sheck's testimony you're talking about. The DNA expert that testified.
Well, in any event, the point is that just because the claim
just agreeing with Alan. I
know you are.
Yeah, totally created the doubt, but I want to share a little bit with all.
Created what doubt?
It created the doubt with the jury with respect to.
Hold on, let's look at the requirement. Why is everybody fucking talking over each other?
The fact that the prosecution didn't clarify that.
Exactly.
Yes, what created the doubt.
But also the technology that DNA.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Abby. Yeah.
No, I was going to say that my girlfriend here in Vegas, her name is Jackie Glass, was a judge. She's retired now. She's arbitration. She was the sitting judge when he was tried on a theft crime here. And if you look at the sentence that he got like a very extreme sentence for the crime that he was convicted of in Nevada. It was almost like a compensation for him to do some time.
Who was the presiding judge on that case? It was
Alito.
Yeah, I would love to have him do a sit-down interview. Like, I would love to have him do a sit-down interview and actually discuss what his thought process was in allowing certain evidence into submission and his opinions on whether that said evidence contributed to the overall outcome of the case.
Adams, he may have done like a 60 Minutes one, like you might look.
Judge Ito.
Sorry.
Yeah, not Alito. That's
Yes.
You know, he was.
I'm just kidding.
No, they're not.
I'm kidding.
You might take a look and see if there probably was some kind of interview with him afterwards. But you know what's funny? I just want to say one other thing. That so much, and probably a lot of the people on Clubhouse only know this story from watching the People versus OJ, the TV series that was with Cuba Gooding, and probably, like that's their perspective on it as opposed to the case itself.
No, my perspective, again, it was watching the trial and then reading the books. You see what I'm saying? Like Murder in Murder in Brentwood. You definitely need to read that book, Abby. It's a very, very, very interesting take on this case.
I want to ask another question, Abby. Do murder trials usually take 1 year?
No.
This thing went on. Okay. And so they dragged it on for media and money.
Well, no, there were a lot of motions. There was you can have actually, I take that back, because you can have a ton of pretrial motions. The motions can hold you up for a long time. I mean, the defendant obviously has the right to a speedy trial, but if the defense chooses to delay it, with respect to the different motions to suppress evidence and suppress testimony.
Right. If the defense is asking for continuances to be able to, to be able to produce evidence or to be able to examine evidence, that's something that is well within the defendant's rights to be able to request for, right, Abby?
Yeah.
So it's not to say that it was the prosecution that delayed the said trial. It could be the mechanisms of the defense in preparing their said defense in delaying that trial. You have, you have scientific evidence as far as DNA analysis. You also have tracking down witnesses. Witnesses, they have their own lives. They have their own schedules. Like, a lot of people don't understand, like, the mechanics behind how these things are pushed off in the way that they are.
Did Alan leave?
Yeah, I think he did.
I don't know. I mean, there are trials that can take a long time. Again, you have a lot of pre-trial motions that'll occur prior to the case that being tried.
And that's being due to examining evidence, right?
Well, it's evidence, it's testimony, it's whether certain witnesses can be included or not. I mean, there's all kinds of facets of it. Anyway, it's interesting. I just had that perspective because he ended up here, and I know a lot of people that had dinner with him and spent time with him and treated him like none of this was in the past. And then there were people that were totally wigged out and didn't want to be in the restaurant if he walked in. So he had that effect in his later years. It was just like neutral on it, if that makes any sense. And so a number of restaurants banned him, and then I think he had a lawsuit, maybe it was with the cousin of Holiday, because they kicked him out. It was a few places.
I mean, even being a kid at the time and having polite elementary school conversation, like, it's one of those things where it was very polarizing, you know, across generational lines, you know, especially in Orange County, you know, where Nicole had, you know, a presence. Like, the high school that I graduated from was the sister high school that she graduated from. So it's kind of one of those things where, you know, people knew the family and they knew the circumstances. OJ was a very noticeable figure, and everybody down to generational lines that could understand, and I don't mean the complexities as far as the legal implications as to what he was facing, but the overall circumstance. I feel like it was very polarizing.
Adams, let me tell you, I know exactly where I was when that verdict came in. I was practicing law in Philadelphia, and they had like a all police bulletin everywhere in the city that verdict came in guilty. What we would expect. We expected Rodney King riots. We expected all kinds of problems. And that's, you know, how many 3,000 miles on the other side of the country. It was incredibly polarizing, that case. But totally, I remember it.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting? I didn't realize how polarizing it was until the verdict was read, and I literally saw all white people gasping, like, what? And all black folks like cheering. I was like, whoa, I didn't know it was like that.
Completely that way around the country. Or at least that was the anticipation, that there would be an issue from it. Anyway, Pepe, you should go over to Nordstrom, see if he's still there.
I'll check next time.
What I will say, Abby, is, you know, my dad and my uncle were in many athletic circles, you know, during that time living in Southern California. And I don't know, it was kind of one of those things, like, my dad felt like OJ did it, my uncle felt like he didn't. You know what I mean? Like, it was one of those things where, like, it was a childhood conversation. You know, anytime we used to go to the base, or anytime we used to, you know, go to the beach and whatnot, and I was in the car with my uncle and my cousins and my dad, you know, it was one of those coffee table conversations that I constantly heard during my childhood. And then as I went through high school and, you know, as, you know, life progressed, you know, I read books and, you know, I just listened to different theories as to how this case unfolded. And I don't know, like, I'm gonna go with my uncle on this one. You know, like, I feel like he did not do it.
So, Adams, did you read his book? If I did it, I did read it. Yes. OJ, I didn't read his book.
Yes, it is.
I never read it.
So, basically, from what I understand, and it's, you have to understand, I mean, the book was heavily edited, right? So when the book actually made final edit review, the book had already been under the control of the Browns and the Goldmans.
No.
You see what I'm saying?
OJ's book?
Yes. Yes. They took control of that book before it actually went to press.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They did.
Okay, what are your thoughts about him being in the Ford Bronco with his passport and that whole spiel?
I mean, any person, listen, one of my best friends in high school, his dad, when I showed up to pick him up, you know, every day, you know, the same way that I did every single day. His house was being raided by the feds. His dad disappeared and was in Thailand up until after we graduated from college. So, I mean, is it to say that he did something wrong? He's a free man today, living in Laguna Niguel, California. So is it to say that because he fled, that means that he did something wrong?
Presumption. There's a presumption often, and it's definitely used in a criminal proceeding that if there's fleeing from the scene, or there's that kind of curious how the country polled, and how the country polled now on it.
I mean, Abby, I've given you two different theories. One for which actually rendered a confession. The Northridge construction worker that was working on the damage in Northridge at the time confessed to that murder in prison while he was in prison in Florida. Years later.
Was he out of his mind, or like, was he of right mind when he?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know his level of cognition. I don't know his level of him being able to offer up those statements and for them to be legally valid based on his state of mind. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know that. But what I am saying is that the same relevance and importance into people examining those facts should be taken into consideration in the reasonable doubt factor in terms of, listen, even the evidence that we have, aside from these other anomalies, people on a reasonable basis felt like the man did not do it.
Yeah, but there was this guy who confessed to the little Ramsey girl, and they put him on the plane, they brought him to the courtroom. It turned out to be a whole hoax. The guy made it up.
Which is another weird case that also intersected into my childhood. So I went to Crystal Cathedral Academy while this, O.J. Simpson case was going on. And I guess the daughter of the Dr. Schuler, who was the pastor at the time, she actually purchased the Ramsey house in Boulder, Colorado. Very strange.
Wow. I would stay away from buying an infamous house.
So I think I pissed off Pepe enough for today.
Amazing. Alright, I guess I'll just close the room.
Alright, Pepe.
You guys.
1987. Thank you, Dr. H. If you want to listen to the full length of this song, playlist is up top. Anyway, I appreciate that. Awesome. Now that's, open 80s or 70s R&B. Next up, well, we're back to Elle. She's not asleep. We're back to Elle.
We've given up on that. All right, we're going to do direct from Minneapolis.
Oh, and by the way, sorry, anybody can come up. Like, hand raising's totally open. You can come up and just get in the queue and we will get to you. So yeah, awesome. And replays are on, so people can, listen to it later if they get away. All right, go ahead, Elle.
So, direct from Minneapolis.
Oh, maybe.
I bet you do.
It's on Bob Dylan. Go ahead.
Bob Dylan is Little Red Corvette by Prince. And here's a little trivia for you. Despite its title, Little Red Corvette was inspired by a pink Mercury Montclair Marauder owned by Prince's bandmate Lisa Coleman. Prince reported being napped and perhaps more in the car with Vanity, which may have sparked the song's creation. Also, Stevie Nicks wrote Stand Back after hearing Little Red Corvette. She even invited Prince to play keyboards on the track. How cool is that?
Thank you. I love that. October 1982, Little Red Corvette, Prince. Alright, now we're moving along the stage here. Thank you, Elle, for that. And Sky, we're back to you. 70s or 80s?
Yeah, actually, it's raw metal.
Wait, what's the name of the song?
Actually, H-E-R-T-U, heavy.
Yep. I hope I grabbed the right one. There's like a bunch of different versions. Let's hope this is the right one. Here we go.
I was in the field.
On time for cool. Look at you, what you say, what you carrying, brother. I hope you agree, 'cause the man is me, but don't go no further. We all know the answer will come out in time. I might even carry some of your load right along the mystery, 'cause I must be Hercules. Must be Hercules. Like a bird on the wing. I just wanna be free enough to do my thing. I can feel the pressure from every side. If you're not gonna help, don't hurt, just pass me by. I must be Hercules.
Aaron Neville, Hercules. That's a good one. Thank you, Sky. I like that. I haven't heard it before, but that's great. Moving on to Rick. Rick, 70s, 80s. What do you got?
Right on the cusp. I know Corrida, the version from Quincy Jones, which it's probably one of the most amazing arrangements I have ever heard. Every time I hear it, I hear something new. It's just fantastic. And the guy that wrote it is like a British rocker. They just found out. And he wrote it as kind of a tribute to some Japanese erotica film. But I never knew that. I only knew the version from Quincy, and it's just ridiculous.
This is from the Dude. Is that
from the Dude? Yeah.
I love it. All right, cool. Thank you. All right, cool. Let's see. Here we go. Thank you. 1981. That's great, Rick. Thank you. Whoop, thank you. This technology. All right, cool. So now we're up to, oh shit, Andrew, awesome. And more people on stage. Oh my God, Erica, hi, RJ. Andrew, up to you. 70s or 80s?
Hi, Scotty. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. Just making dinner here. So I'm going to go back to 1976. And I'm thinking Rubber Band Man by the Spinners. That'd be lovely. Thank you.
I remember this one. Okay. It's hard, you know, when you pull it out, there's so many different versions. So I hope this one is the right one. It's hard to tell right away. Here we go. The Spinners, Rubber Band Man. Thank you, Andrew. I like that.
Gotta run, Scotty. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Al. Good luck on your nap or date.
It's gonna be a day. Love you.
You too. All right, next, where are we next up? Erica. Erica, so good to see you.
So good to be here. So good to be here.
I know, you're OG Music Soup playlist, making a playlist person, so it is an honor to have you here. Whatever you want, 70s or 80s R&B, I know you got a good pull here.
I'm gonna do 80s. I'm gonna do Confunction. Got to be enough.
I don't spell that wrong. Alright, here we go. But sometimes when you're entering in these things, like actually spelled so perfectly, and confunction is like 3 words. So got to be enough confunction. So there you win. You got it. You nailed it. That's awesome. Thank you very much, and also great to see you. All right, RJ, you are up, sir.
Hey, quick question. So we need to choose from the list, right? We can't go outside.
Wait, from what list? There is no list. I mean, there's a playlist, but those are the ones that are already played. Yeah. So, whatever you want, 70s or 80s R&B.
I'll name it first and tell the story to kind of look for it. This is early 80s song, Pop Buttercup by Carl Anderson. And I'm bringing it because, I've been traveling for the past weeks. I've been on these long haul planes and I have this best 80s list I listen to when I have iTunes. Yeah, and I heard it on that list, and it brought me back to like driving around with my mother, watching the errands in the early 80s and listening to the 80s R&B. It's like I haven't heard this song in probably 35 years, but it's in my head, so I just wanted to put that out there. Buttercup by Carl Anderson.
Thank you, and here we go. That's my bad. Jeez. Carl Anderson, composer Stevie Wonder, lyricist Stevie Wonder on that one. And that's from 1986. That was a great pull. I'd never heard that before. And what a voice. That's great. Thank you, RJ. I added it to the playlist pinned up top. Next up, James. Oh, James, are you there? Yes. James, if you aren't there, you can tell me your choice, or you can write it in the chat. to Moose. Moose.
What's good, Scott? Happy Sunday.
What's good? Happy Sunday.
So I have to go to town. You're much needed today, man. I'll say, Give Me the Night by George Benson if you haven't already.
Oh,
I think James is.
okay, James is speaking. Okay, I can't hear very low, but go ahead.
What I'd like to hear is Sleep, Slide, and the Wicked Show Up.
Can you write it? Yeah, can you write it in the chat? 'Cause I'm barely hearing you.
She said the slip and fly of the wicked by showing up. Showing up, yeah, by showing up.
Got it. Okay, I hope this is the right one, y'all. Here we go. I like this. Here we go. So you think you love me? So you think you love me? I'm trying so hard to convey my love, but you only ignore me. Oh, I felt we can make it. I really felt we can make it, girl. You only thought of him, sure enough now. 10,000 times I really tried. All I can say is yeah, we should. Man, but I don't know. Man, I sleep time too. You followed up. Great job. Sure did. You did nothing great. Hey man, maybe that was his real. Or maybe she had a love joke trying to get her. I don't know. But you know, Slick had the same problem. Maybe Slick did. It even happened to me. Me and Bob. Life is funny. Yeah, love is funny. We can play stupid games on them. Still, I watch some tricky games. But nonetheless, I'm still a man. I know I am. 10,000 Lord knows I really tried. All I can say is, you really love him. Show enough, you really love him. Love him. Show enough, show enough, show enough. You really love him. Show enough, you really love him. All right, fantastic. I love that so much. I felt like it was, oh man, that was great. Thank you for that. I added it to the playlist pinned above. Again, if people don't have, if you don't have title, maybe you should get title because the sound quality is great. And they pay their artists more for what it's worth. I know it's not much, but it's definitely much better than Spotify and Apple Music and definitely YouTube. But nonetheless, if you can't get the playlist, just back channel me and I can make a Spotify or Apple Music version. I'll send it over. It also replays are on here. So that's it. So let's go. Hey Sid, what's up? We'll get to Brian in a second. Brian, I don't know if you're still on the phone call or what.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back. Yeah. Okay, cool. Sid, we're gonna go to you in a second, but I'm gonna go to Brian since he's been out. So Brian, pick a song from the 70s or 80s is R&B?
Is it 70s or
Wait, did I say more loose?
yeah, if anybody's probably
No, right. I thought you were just talking to Moose. No, I was. Yeah, I was. But then it was to go back to. I don't. Oh, yes, because the other person came back. That's right. Okay. Well, I got Moose. I got yours. So we'll do that. Okay. And this is my roller skating jam, by the way. It's alright. Oh, God, you have to spell these things correctly. This is crazy. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this will forever be a jam. Oh yeah. Bring on the roller rink. And the song's got another 2 minutes. You can listen to a full version of the playlist about. Woo! This one was such a hot jam at the time and still holds up ridiculously. And I just want to make sure that, everybody knows Herbie Hancock on electric piano, on that one, background vocals, Patty Austin, Jocelyn Brown, Jim Gilstrap, a bunch of others. Of course, Quincy Jones produced, composer, the great Rod Temperton, which is ridiculous because he did so many songs, it's hard to even mention his list. submitted so much. We are going, all right, we're going to Brian, then we're going to Sin. So Brian, you were up.
What was that? George, what was that? 81st?
George Benson. So that one was like, I think it was 81, but it doesn't matter, Brian, because it's open.
Oh, okay.
It's open, so you can do anything you want. But that was August 1980.
Boy, my ass.
I mean, if you're old enough, you were roller skating to that.
Oh, yeah.
That I know.
And a polyester suit and an afro. Well, I'd be remiss if I didn't include one of my personal favorites that we did, my spaces that I used to hold here on Clubhouse.
I'm excited.
We used to honor Barry, the late great Barry White. So there's your primer. It's my personal.
I'm limited blood orchestra or Barry White.
So we're gonna go with Barry, and it's his cut. It's ecstasy when you lay down next to me, and while I'll just do a little filler time space while you're finding it. But
I got it. So
oh yeah, damn man, okay, no filler.
I don't fuck around here.
Ain't no rookies here, all but yeah, man. But I know if you found the shorter radio version, because the original is like 8.
Yeah, I have the single. Yeah, I have the single. Yeah. But I'll put if I find the extended album version, I'll put it on that one.
That one is worth the time people listen to start to finish.
We'll do that. Yeah, the radio edit's pretty short in the scheme of things, but here we go. Barry White. So this is like the 3.5-minute version, and there's the almost 7-minute version, which I put on the playlist. Brian, thank you, my friend. That's great.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and the thing is about Barry White is that he's such a brilliant composer, too. Like, and his voice, but also, musicians and all that.
Can I give some nuggets of history?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why we're here, man.
So Barry Eugene Carter, that's his as they say government name, but he didn't know how to read music. So he would, initially, in his early life and career, he didn't know how to read music. So he would just do like, okay, this sounds like whatever. And then over here, the horns should do this, blah, blah, blah. And then in his mind, he put all this shit together and it sounded, fantastic. And his voice, as he's told it, well, it's passed on now, obviously, but the history goes that he shared in interviews that, 1 minute it seemed like he was talking in his teen years like, any adolescent boy. And he woke up the next day and scared the bejesus out of his mom when he was like, hey, mama, whatever. And Barry White started, you had Love Unlimited, which is the girl group, or female group, excuse me, my apologies. Love Unlimited Orchestra, and Barry White. And lastly, another fun fact, his influence, Kenny G was in Love Unlimited Orchestra, amongst others that we know and take for
So
granted.
the obvious question is what happened to Kenny G?
Next, go on, listen in.
Okay, so he peaked at Love. Okay, got it. Thank you. Brian, thank you for that. So far, we've had, this has been like ridiculously fun and continuing to go. We have 28 songs on this playlist already. We haven't even scratched the surface of like what is really out there. So we are over to Sin for the first time. Sin, I'm glad you came in, so thank you.
Thank you.
If you have a 70s or 80s R&B track.
Gotcha. I sent it to you in the back channel.
Oh, shit. You're gonna have to just tell me.
Okay. It's Whitney Houston. I Want to Dance with Somebody. And
thank you, Sin.
It gives me warm memories because my neighbor had this pink record player, and we would play the song over and over again on her pink record player. So, it's just being I have no idea, like, I'm sure I was 7 years old. I didn't understand what the lyrics were. I probably shouldn't have been singing that at this young age, but I have such warm memories of the song. This is like an MTV video. I think MTV came out like shortly before that, right? Because Whitney was definitely on MTV. And so I'm coming from that generation of where we first kind of get to see MTV, and I have like a lot of warm memories from MTV, the pink record player, which gives me back memories, and I just love Whitney. Her voice was incredible. Her way to connect with people was incredible, and there's just nobody like Whitney.
Amen. This came out, this is her, I think it's her second or third, I'm not sure, but it's 1987 from the Whitney album, I Want to Dance with Somebody. I remember this really well, and I remember the video. Thank you, Sen. Here we go. love this song so much. Thank you, Sin. That whole Whitney, I remember when Whitney's first album came out, and the first song off of that album, which I think was the first single, was You Give Good Love. Oof.
Yes, sir.
Still hits hard. I absolutely love that one. Alright, cool. Oh shoot, it's me. Alright, y'all. So, I'm not going to introduce the song. This is from the 70s, however. But I'll give you some clues, and then you'll definitely know what this is. This guy invested, it's kind of a one-hit wonder-ish. Guy invested $900 of his own money to record this demo, initially titled A Cadillac Don't Come Easy. So I'll leave it there. Went to number 1 on the U.S. R&B charts in 1974, number 4 on the Billboard Hot 100 in 1974. Yes, sir. Thank you. One of those short songs you can just play all the way through. So that's for my favorite car guy on this app, which is Brian.
Hey, thank you, sir. And we still got
Brian and nobody else.
We got to do another one. I'm telling you, those who don't know, we did two. We did a couple because
Sunday Drive.
Sunday Drive. Yeah, my rooms that I'd host were Sunday Drive, and it was centered around just
healthy, healthy discussions and conversations and things that we all can get behind. And then Scotty and I feel like we did like the old TV shows, like a crossover episode.
Totally.
So we did rooms where your first car and your first song that you and then we expanded that. So we hold me accountable. We got to do another one.
Right, and like what you would play in your car. Like I had my grandfather's. This is well into the 80s, I would say. I had my grandfather's 1978 black Ford Granada 2-door, and like what I was listening in that stereo when it would work, other than the AM radio, which was he didn't have FM radio, but I did have. I would have my like boombox on the seat so I could play cassettes because he only had AM radio. So that's how I got around it. All right, so who we up now? Oh shoot, Sue, then Dr. AG, and we'll do like one more lap over here. What do you got, Sue?
I don't have anything right now. Go to Dr. AG. Thank you.
All right, cool. Dr. AG, you're on the spot. Dr. AG, you're on the spot, but if not, we can carry on. We'll go back.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, cool, go.
In honor of myself and our current political conditions, I want Marvin Gaye's "What's Going On."
All right.
Great choice.
Mother, there's too many of you crying. Brother, there's far too many of you dying. You know we've got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Yeah. Father, we don't need to escalate. See, war is not the answer, for only love can conquer hate. You know we've got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Oh, picket lines and picket signs. Don't punish me with brutality. Talk to me so you can see. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? Come on, talk to me so you can see what's going on. Yeah, what's going on? Tell me what's going on. I'll tell you what's going on. Right on.
Of course, Marvin Gaye. What's going on? This is first solo. What was the first solo album? I'm trying to remember. I don't know. Anyway, that's from 1971. Came out May 20th, 1971. All right. So now who are we up to? We are up to. We can go back to Sue, or we'll go to Sky. It's up to you. Let's go to Sky.
At Last I'm Free by Chic.
Got it. Sky, this is such a great poem. Thank you. It is a 7-minute song, and I encourage everybody to listen to it. 1974, of course, the great Nile Rodgers, Chic, and one of the background vocalists is Luther Vandross on that one. Amazing. Yeah, that's the 70s. Like, insane. Sky, that was amazing. This is why I love this room, because it attracts people that also come up with like random songs I've either never heard or haven't heard in forever, and it's always like good taste. So thank you. That leaves us to Rick. Rick, what do you got for us, my friend?
Well, here's one that you probably never heard of before.
Yay! Those are my favorite.
So, it's a song called Nice and Easy by Leroy Hudson.
Oh, I know Leroy Hudson.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, because he has, there's a song of his, I'm trying to remember, that is one of my absolute favorite R&B songs. Shit, I forget the name of it, but anyway.
Well, he was with the Impressions originally. Okay. And he's got an amazing voice. So this album was produced by Nicholas Caldwell, who's no longer with us, but he was one of the singers with the Whispers. And this is one of the 2 songs that I played guitars on in my
I love it. I love it.
So, but it's Nice and Easy from an album called Paradise, Leroy Hudson.
Thank you. Nice and Easy. Here we go.
slow down, feel the fire. There's the time when two hearts are romancing. The heat is rising, the pain just the time. Ooh, I love to see you dancing, but I wanna feel your body so close to mine.
Rick, what year is this? That's great, Rick.
I think 1982.
Is it? Okay. Thank you. Oh yeah, from his 1982 album. I see that. Okay. All right. Thank you. That was great, Erica. We are back to you, my dear.
I am going to go with one of my mom's favorite songs, Low Down by Boss Skaggs.
Ah! I love that. Alright, let's hope this is the right one. Jeez.
Babies in the run around, hanging in the crowd, putting your business in the street, talking now. Saying you bought this and that, how much you done spent? I swear she must believe it's all heaven sent. Better bring the chick around to the sad truth, the dirty low down. Talk like that. Get that big idea. Nothing you can't handle, nothing you ain't got. Put your money on the table, drop it off the dollar. Turn on that old love light, turn it maybe to a yes. The same old schoolboy game got you into this mess. Hey, son, better get on back to town. Face the sad old truth, the dirty law down. Put those ideas in your head. Come on back down, dirty son. Take it low, 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 low
Yes. Yes, Boss Skaggs. Thank you, Erica. Also, yeah, God, there's so many greats who appeared on this record. One of them is on drums, Jeff Porcaro, who literally played with everybody back in the day. He was one of those LA session musicians. If you watch the Yacht Rock documentary on HBO, I highly recommend it. But basically, the root of all of it is essentially like Toto, Michael McDonald, Steely Dan, all them cats. But Jeff Porcaro played with Steely Dan, Seals and Crofts, Barbra Streisand, Ricky Lee Jones, Don Henley. He was on Michael Jackson's Thriller. He's on Lionel Richie's Can't Slow Down. He was like the fucking guy. Toto, obviously. Yeah. Anyway, that was great. Thank you very much. All right, RJ, we're up to you.
Alright, I think this list has to have at least one actual song that Stevie Wonder sang.
Oh my God! Have we not touched Stevie Wonder in this?
Because, like, his fingerprints have been all over stuff. It's not him singing.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna say Summer Sauce because it's on my mind.
I mean, it's like there's almost no wrong answer, except for I just called Say I Love You. And so this is great. Thank you very much from Songs of the Key Life.
She brings gifts to her. Morning rain, gently plays her ribbons on and the rain. Giving you no clue that when she plans to change to bring rain or sunshine. And so you wait to see what she'll do. Is it sun or rain for you? But it breaks your heart in two when you find it's October and she's gone, and she's gone. Summer's gone, taking with her summer's rain. Whispers to you that he wants to be your friend, but nothing for your answer he begins, forcing danger's way with his breeze. Mornings know, cleansed heaven to blow from to throne, but just what when he never let you know. If it's no clear days you'll find. And so you wait to see what he'll do. Is it sun or snow for you?
years ago. I saw him at Madison Square Garden when he was doing the Songs in the Key of Life tour. And, man, it's just so good. Thank you very much. Wait, who put that out? RJ, thank you. Yeah, because when you look at the list of artists that we have so far on this, on this collaborative playlist we got here, we got, Gap Band, Aretha Franklin, I snuck Sly in there, by the way, SOS Pen, Deuce Williams, Marvin Gaye, Luther, Patti LaBelle, Parliament, Phyllis Hyman, Spinners, Quincy Jones, George Benson, all that, Stevie Wonder. I'm just Marvin Gaye, Chic. I wonder if we have left anybody out. We've left a lot of people out, but we are continuing. So just keep that in mind. If an artist that is essential from the 70s or 80s R&B, I'm gonna try to squeeze them in there for this list. But next up we got, I think it's James. We got James. Oh wait, you're really low. What is it called? Go On and Dream?
Yes, by Jody Bristol.
Okay. Alright, let's see. That is quintessentially mid-70s R&B right there. Johnny Bristol, Go On and Dream. I added it to the playlist. Thank you for that one. Okay, cool. Yeah. Alright. We are moving along. What's up? What's up next? Is it Moose? Let me pull the refresh here. Oh yeah, Moose. Moose. Then Sin. And then we may be done. Although I'll end up with a song, I'm not sure. But go ahead, Moose.
Alright, buddy. Shake Your Body, in parentheses, Down to the Ground. 1978, The Jacksons.
Right. Thank you.
So if you do know that I want you let's dance, let's shout, shake your body down to the ground, let's dance, let's shout, shake your body down to the ground, let's dance, let's shout, shake your body down to the ground, let's dance, let's shout, shake your body down to the ground. You tease me with your love and do me hard to get. 'Cause you do know that I want you. I need to do just something to get closer to you. So if you do know that I want you, let's dance, let's shout, shake your body down to the ground, let's dance, let's shout, shake your body down to the ground, let's dance, let's shout, shake your body down to the ground, let's dance, let's shout, take it over.
Jackson 5. I believe from my notes is 1978.
That is correct.
All right, so we have been heavily in the 70s, and the whole point was going back and forth, but I know I allowed it, but now everybody's taking advantage. So I need something 80s.
Poor Scotty.
I know. This is what happens. Thank you. Thank you, Sim, because I also got my 80s one queued up. I want to keep going, by the way.
I got my shoulder pads are on.
Yes,
my
thank you.
biker leggings are on as well.
Do you have hairspray?
I have it.
Is your hair?
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Yes.
The
Correct.
higher the hair, the closer to God.
The hair is gelled. And I'm ready to rock and roll.
I got
ready
my
to go
moose
anywhere.
in. I got my moose in. No relation
Yes.
to moose, but I got my
Extra
moose in.
moose. Hair is laid. Alright, so because I'm an 80s baby, and we couldn't leave the other queen off this list, right? You know, there's another queen.
I hope you're going there. Go ahead.
Well, you're not gonna guess what I'm going with, but nice try. There is a queen, and they say she's one of the most sample covered artists ever, right? And so I couldn't leave her off this list. It's the song is not from her. Someone remade the song, so it's called "Don't Make Me Over." Originally
Dionne Warwick.
Originally Dionne Warwick, but 1989, Sybil sings a cover, right? So
let's do it.
Don't Make Me Over. Originally the OG Miss Dionne Warwick.
Was it written by Burt Bacharach?
I believe it's a Bacharach. I'll double check it.
I think.
Because that was the Dionne
Hal
Warwick.
David. Oh yeah, Burt Bacharach.
Yeah, Hal
Burt
David.
Bacharach.
Yep.
Yep.
Hal David was a lyricist. Bacharach was.
Yep. Dynamic trio there.
Oh my God! All right, awesome. I'm looking forward to hearing this. Thanks, Sid.
Yeah, thanks, son.
Don't make me over. Now that you know how I
was nice, Sin.
Thank you, thank you.
Sybil, Don't Make Me Over. For Bacharach, Al David, Dionne Warwick original. Thank you, I added it to the list. You know, when I was thinking about 80s, I'm like, man, this is one of my favorite 80s songs. And I have to play this one. The great Gwen Guthrie. I believe this is 1982.
Bill collectors at my door. What can you do for me? Hey! No romance without violence. No romance without violence. Boy, nothing in life is free. That's why I'm asking you, what can you do for me? I've got responsibilities, so I'm looking for a man who's got some money in his hand. Take it from nothing, leave nothing. You got to have something if you wanna be with me. Oh, life is too serious, love's too mysterious. A fly girl like me needs security, 'cause ain't nothing going on with the rent. You got to have a J.O.B. if you wanna be with me. Ain't nothing going on with the rent. You got to have a J.O.B. if you wanna be with me. No romance without violence. I said no romance without violence. Boy, you're so cute, so sweet.
I had to do that. That is an anthem. Oops, sorry about that. Whoops, wrong button. But I do want to play an audience submission. Here we go.
No sleep last night. Been dreaming of you. Please hold me tight. 'Cause I can't love the way that I feel. I just can't love the way that I feel. Deep in the night, you took my heart. Now danger's inside. 'Cause I can't love the way that I feel. I just can't love the way that I feel. Baby, you make my love come down. Oh, you make my love come down. Baby, go all the way down. Oh, you make my love come down. Baby, you make my love come down. Oh, you make my love come down. Can't do without
Alright, that made me very happy.
your tender love.
Alright, Brian, you're up, my friend. Thank you for the suggestion down there. By the way, if you have a red ticket, please join the house. Because I do these, I have all of these making a playlist replays in my house. And we've done dozens and dozens over the last 5 years. Pretty much, this is, I think, I may be able to say definitively, this may be the oldest music or continually running music space on Clubhouse, because I think we started this house in November of 2020. So yeah, we've been doing this a long time, but there's dozens of making a playlist rooms where we do the same thing, but it's different themes. So we have everything from like, we have everything from jazz to like 90s R&B to contemporary to thematic, like songs about, you know, food or songs about the galaxy, whatever it is. So lots of good stuff out there, and all the playlists are up, I believe, on I hate to say it, Spotify, and I think Apple Music, but nonetheless, we're on Tidal today, and if you back channel me, I think I can convert this to a Spotify playlist if needed, or Apple Music. But Brian, you're up, my friend. We'll do a few more of these, and then we'll get out of your hair.
Man, listen.
There's too many to choose from, bro.
Exactly.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
I'm sitting up here like I stopped working. I'm leaning back in my chair like, all right, because I'm just going off the top of my head, and I'm going by what I've I was gonna say exposed. That sounded bad, but shared with my 13-year-old, and man, okay, so I'm gonna respect and stay with the 80s, but one, Kashif, Love Changes, and that's one I've played for my Bailey. Sorry, dog's barking. Kashif, Love Changes.
The one with Melissa Morgan.
Melissa Morgan. Yep. That right there. He's been like, I'm opening up his eyes and ears, and he's like, oh my God, like, when did this come out? That's old, but it sounds great. So yeah.
I love that. What year is this now? I'll look it up.
80 something. It's in the 80s. Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Thank you for this. Come on, 80s. I love it. Thank you, Brian. That made me very happy. All right, let's keep blasting through. Sky, what do you got?
Yeah, Kenny Burke, B-U-R-K-E.
Tell me it's this one.
Right into the top.
Yes, please.
You know this one?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, the great
Yo, this is this is staple. This also, it's a Mary J sample too, right? Am I right about that?
Maybe.
Alright, let's see.
Yeah, he's the bass player. Such a great bass player.
This is it's so good. It's so good. Yeah. You can hear Mary over this. My bad. Anyway, so I don't know what the fuck happened there. Anyway. Thank you. Why is this at the top? Sorry. My bad. Oh, wow, these buttons. Alright.
No more.
Come on, old man. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm like, what's going on? I'm being attacked by this technology. Okay. Very good. My God. What the hell?
Once again, right before your eyes, so no surprise, it's the man.
That's what I'm saying. This is the Mary version. That's what I was trying to get to. So that's all. Just the first couple notes. This is not going on the playlist because this is 90s. But my God. Unfortunately, it's a Puffy remix. Oh damn.
Baby, there's no need to tell.
It's good.
Anyway, moving on. All right, let's finish this out. Moose, Sin, and then Aminet Oh, sorry, my bad. Wait, did I do Erica? No, Erica. Wait, Erica Musin Amina, if I said it right, and then we'll close it out when we're done.
I'm going to go with Very Special by Deborah Laws.
1980.
Special.
Damn it.
This is so cool.
Touche.
This is so cool. Okay, thank you very much. Another track I've never heard. Thank you, Erica. That's 19. It says January 1st, 1981. So yeah. Thanks, Erica. As always, contributing deep from the crates. So I appreciate you very much. And that brings us to Moose.
The year is 1981, keeping with the 80s.
Yes.
The song is Heaven, and it's my 6 favorite words in an English sentence strung together is, ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stones.
Heaven who?
Just Heaven. The song is Heaven on Tattoo You.
Wait, how is that R&B?
Oh, it is. Listen to it.
Really? Okay.
First denial. First rejection.
All right. Well, we have a theme. We stick with it. I mean,
no, that's true.
I said, well, we'll see. And, we'll let the people decide. And the people is me. Thank you.
give it 30 seconds, and I have a backup if that doesn't qualify.
All right. I will talk to my crack team of experts. Hold on. Wait, I have an idea. I have an idea. This is the idea. You ready?
Talk to me.
If you can produce that this hit the R&B charts, I will play it.
Ooh.
I think that's fair.
Very diplomatic. Very undictator of you.
Yeah.
R&B 1981. I love it. This is actually good.
I mean, I think it's fair. It's like, taking it out of me. Like, I'm not, I don't know if the R&B charts say something, then all right. I'm okay with that. I mean, definitely when I think of like Miss You or something like that, I'm definitely thinking R&B elements. You know what I mean? It's definitely got a groove.
Yeah, I was gonna do
disco backbeat. You know what I mean?
It's 78. I was trying to do more 80s.
Yeah,
you know what?
I hear you. I just still wouldn't think it's R&B with even if it has like the disco backbeat. You know what I mean?
Right.
If it's on the R&B charts, we're cool. It's not. It's out of my control. You know what I mean?
It's all you can ever do, right? It's beyond.
Yeah. So what? In the meantime, what's your backup? While you produce no evidence, what's your backup?
Bring the receipts. Bring the receipts on Clubhouse.
In lieu of receipts, what's your backup?
The backup would be Soul to Soul.
Oh.
However do you want it? However do you need it? Damn it, that was on my list. Moose.
Come on, man.
It's called Back to Life. If you're searching.
Yes, actually, that's right. Correct. Back to Life is the correct.
Wait, do we have to check if it's 90 or 89? Hold on.
I mean, it's
1989, the first album.
To Life.
Okay.
Just on the cusp of the decade, Jay.
Oh, you fucking made it. You lucky son of a bitch. 1989 from the Keep On Moving album.
I respect your R&B boundaries, by the way, Scotty.
We have to have boundaries on Clubhouse, Good moderation is rare. All right.
Back to life, back to reality, back to life, back to reality, back to life, back to reality, back to the here and now, yeah. Show me how decide what you want from me. Tell me maybe I could be there for you. However you want me, however you need me, however you want me, however you need me,
how many? 30? I don't even want to do the math. 35 years?
Still holds up.
Yo, I shouldn't have even said that because now I feel really old. But what I pulled up was pretty interesting. Karen Wheeler is the vocalist, and she said she wrote it, and it's from a near-death experience that she had. So she, yeah, I don't know. Shout out to the Brits for this album. This was it's just one of the great albums of that era of the 20th century, of the last 50 years. Thank you for that backup, Moose. We're just going to assume no receipts, and we'll edit out your submission from the replays.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Rolling Stones?
I don't know. No. He must have been in the rock room, and he came over here, and that's all good.
Here you can get on it. I forgot to bring my R&B passport for a second, but I found it. Thank you.
That's all right. We'll keep you honest here. Sin, and then Amina, and then we'll close out. Go ahead, Sin.
Amina, I was gonna put a song that you put in the chat, but you want to go ahead first because if you don't say that song, I want to play something else. So if you're ready.
So I will say what song.
Jody Watley.
It's 1981.
Oh, which one?
A very good year indeed, if I say so myself. It is, She's a Bad Mama Jamma.
Oh. And Sin, we'll go to you right after, is that cool?
Okay. Yeah.
All right, cool.
By Carl Carlton.
Got it. This is such a good one.
Look at her. She's a bad man, just as fine as she can be. Hey, she's a bad man, just as fine as she can be. Her body measurements are perfect in every dimension. She's got a figure that's shown up in attention. She's poetry in motion, a beautiful sight to see. I get so excited viewing her anatomy. She's real, she's stacked, got all the curves a man like. She's real, she's stacked, got all the curves a man like. Look at her, she's a bad man, just as fine as she can be. Hey, she's a bad man, oh, just as fine as she can. Looks like she's born into the gold. She's bad, the essence of beauty, who's such a lovely hair. She's boxy classy, oh, sexy sassy. She's heavenly, a treat for the eye to see. She's real, she's tight, got all the curves a man like. She's real, she's tight, got all the curves a man like. Ooh-wee, she's a bad man, ooh, she's bad, she's as fine as she can be. Hey, she's a bad man, just as fine as she can be.
Let's acknowledge for the second. Thank you, Amina, for this. This is great. The title, She's a Bad Mama Jamma, in parentheses, she's built, she's stacked. Let's acknowledge how great the lyrics are, how it would never go now, but thank God we have preserved this. And as a side note, the guy the guy who actually wrote this and produced it is Leon Haywood. And Leon Haywood, I'm going to throw this out there because it's 70s R&B. He has an amazing song. I'm going to play a snippet of it, and then we'll go to you, Sin. And you can see the consistency in his writing because the title of this one, and it's a jam, is I Want to Do Something Freaky to You. And you can hear the sample. Listen to the remaining 4 minutes on the playlist. Shout out to Leon Haywood for, keeping it 100. I appreciate you. Woo! That's our Leon Haywood twofer in some respects. Carl Carlton with She's a Bad Man with Jammo.
Was that sampled, aka ripped off by Snoop or The Chronic, or?
It's some. I'd have to go to the website. It's definitely.
I'm sure.
Is it Dr. Dre?
It was Dr. Dre.
Thank you.
No. Was it Dr. Dre or was it Snoop?
I know, confusing them.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely love that sample. I'm like, let me hear what this is about.
It's Snoop. It's Snoop. It's the fresh double P, D-O-double-G-Y-D-O-double-G. It's Snoop. It's Snoop.
There you go.
All right,
Nice.
I love it. This is why I love it here. All right, Sin, what do you got for us, please?
So I was gonna go to Jody Watley, but this is the last song of the room, right? Is it the last song? Because I feel like
I think
this is a send-off song.
All right,
so you're in the movie theaters. It's 1980 something, and you're throwing popcorn around. You're about to leave the movie theater, and this is like the last song of the night, and it just makes you feel fun, like we had a great time here, and so this is just the last song of the night.
I love this setup. Thank you for
yeah.
Thank you for painting the picture.
Yeah.
Very visual.
Yeah,
I love
my tags on, my acid wash jeans, and my Reeboks, and I'm just wanting to dance a little bit. All right. So we're going with DeBarge, Rhythm of the Night.
Yes, ma'am.
Listening to it on your Walkman.
No iPods were out yet, ladies and gents. Okay? We were on the struggle bus over here. When life was simpler, before stealing songs on... What was that thing we used to steal songs on?
Napster. You weren't stealing. You were sharing.
Sharing.
Yeah, we were sharing. Sharing is caring. Yeah, before AOL, before dial-up, it was just rocking out.
That's right. All right, so we're gonna. So I'm gonna do this since it's the last song of the night, Rhythm of the Night. Just remember the playlist of everything we got. even including I Want to Do Something Freaky to You, of course, is on the playlist, pinned up above on Tidal, and also the replays for the room are on. We did, what did we do? Three and a half hours today.
Spirit, can I make a point of correction?
Yes, please.
It is Dr. Dre and Snoop. That's why I was like, is it Snoop?
Okay. So Dr. Dre produced.
Yeah, it's on the Chronic.
Okay,
I believe it's on the Chronic album.
Yeah, I mean, what a great sample.
I think it's nothing but a G thing.
Absolutely.
Baby.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for participating. Thanks to, this is the first time I ever said this, thanks to the people who listen on replay, whoever they may be. We appreciate you. It's been a good 3.5 hours. Great way to spend Sunday. All right. Thank you, Sen. Thanks, Brian. Thanks, everybody. Here we go.
The world is on your shoulders, and all of the madness has got you going crazy. It's time to get out, step out into the street, where all of the action is right there at your feet. Well, I know a place where we can dance the whole night away, underneath the electric stars. Just come with me and we can shake your blues right away. You'll be doing fine once the music starts. To the beat of the rhythm of the night, dance until the morning light. Forget about the worries on your mind. You can leave them all behind. Oh, the rhythm of the night. Oh, yeah. Look out on the street now, the party's just beginning. The music's playing, a celebration starting. Under the street lights, the scene is being set. A night for romance, a night you won't forget. So come join the fun, this ain't no time to be staying home. Ooh, there's too much going on. Tonight is gonna be a night like you've never known. We're gonna have a good time the whole night long. Oh, feel the beat of the rhythm of the night. Dance until the morning light. Forget about the worries on your mind. You can leave them all behind. Oh, the rhythm of the night. Oh, yeah. That's right. Come join the fun, this ain't no time to be staying home. Ooh, there's too much going on. Tonight is gonna be a night like you've never known. We're gonna have a good time the whole night long. To the beat of the rhythm of the night, dance until the morning light. Forget about the worries on your mind. You can leave them all behind. Dance until the morning light.
The DJ Master Mix at the end, Scotty.
Went into this whole rant about
other female rappers and how everybody else gets play, but she don't get play, and boo hoo hoo, and she wrote this whole 5-page manifesto, and it was just nuts, and she was just going on, and none of it had any rhyme, reason, or flow to it. It was, oh, I'm ready to just, I'm just so sick of music, I'm tired of music, I don't want to be involved in it anymore. And the next minute it's, oh, I want to revive my career. She just, ooh, child. She a child on the she got some deep seated trauma she need to go take care of. Okay.
To speak directly to what she said in her post, what's wrong with sleeping raping basically a 15 and 14-year-old girls, that the 80% in New York is 17 and the 80% in Florida is 18. So it's a crime. So it's statutory rape, and if he was doing that, he's a rapist. So that's just to say, make sure that we understand what was wrong with him, if he was like a 14, 13-year-old girl.
It's crazy how she tries to make an argument. At no point in any civilization, we're in the United States of America. Our society is not built for that type of behavior. I don't care where it's legal at in the world and all the historical perspectives. She sounds dumb as fuck. And she's, so I expect dumb things to come out of her. So yeah, she's an idiot. It's plain and simple, she's an idiot.
And I don't know who said in the chat about who cancels her. Azaria Banks has not had a hit song in about 3-4 years. She's had more problems than she's had a song. Let's be clear. She doesn't have a going music career. At one point, she was going in a good direction, and she just went left. Let's be clear.
Even if she was a multi-platinum artist, what she said has no excuse. I don't care how wealthy she is. I don't care, I don't give a fuck about her career. Whatever she's saying, whatever's coming out her mouth, she's doing something very irresponsible with her platform, and it's disgusting. She's lost, man. She's a lost soul. That's what she is.
100% agree. And I mean, anybody who is caping for any of this, like last night, we were in this room, and you should have heard some of the things. We had a guy who's Latin American come in here and start calling me all kind of names. Like he was calling Lisa all kind of names, using the N-word, just being a filthy, low down. He called us ghetto, all kinds of craziness. It's like some of y'all really think that your proximity to these people is that close, but it really ain't, because when they're ready, when their shit starts to go down, they're not taking you on the bus with them. Let's be clear, because I'm starting to see like people who was caping for Trump, especially on X. Listen, now all of them jumping off the boat. I find it quite funny.
Didn't the courts had forced her to go get a mental health evaluation? She had got court order. She's bipolar. So.
That's even more sad that if she's bipolar, that she's in a place where it sounds like she's not on her meds. You know what I mean?
Right.
Let's hope her family, gets a hold of her and gets the help that she needs. I'm hoping her family sees that and they get involved. They need an intervention. Shit, I can't. My hands got freaking turkey. Can you unmute me, please? Thank you.
Okay, so what was the topic? We're talking about she got $5 million on Epstein files.
Okay, can you guys hear me? It's very crowded in here. So y'all can hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. They about to tear the airport down. Okay, so what I found was an article, and it's just a little fluff article from the New York Post. It's saying that
Odds that Trump will release Epstein files surge above 50% for the first time. This was published on the 26th at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The odds that the White House will release any of the Epstein files spiked above 50% this week, with gamblers putting $5 million so far on that question. Kalisi, a site that calculated all you gamblers, is it pronounced Kalshi, Kalshi, a site that allows people to make wagers on the outcome of almost any event. No, sir, it's not. Thank you. The Casey site that allows people to make wagers on the outcome of any event saw the number of people betting yes on the question skyrocketed Wednesday after news broke about Trump and the DOJ back in May. Let's see what else. Thank you, Lucy, on that. It's telling us about all we know about Jocelyn. We know about the 100 different people linked to a sex offender. The largest trade was 3,000, when the odds were just 21% if Trump releases the file. The gambler will walk away with close to 15,000. Who said, how did that go for 1 million? Statute will fail unless the files contain genuinely new, previously unreleased material, not just a rehash of what was already public. Prediction markets are the most accurate tool available to predict future political events, said Fresh. It claims Kashi routinely outperforms the polls, expert opinions, and often other forms of prediction. So what else? Y'all better jump in this, because he outdoes every other avenue of predictions. I'm gonna jump into this. Somebody was affected and see how much is on tape from this jump in. 2 weeks ago, the odds were that any files released to the late pedophile would be released was priced at 13%. Okay, so that's what they're doing. They're betting on now if the Epstein files are ever going to be released. And it looks like 50% of the people who are wagering feel that they're going to be released.
Is there a time
Y'all want to
horizon?
start betting here?
Is there a time horizon associated with this bet? Like in the next year or during this? Is there a time horizon associated with this bet?
Wait. You have to repeat it. Let me go on mute for a minute.
Is there a time horizon associated with this bet? Is there a time horizon?
What does time horizon mean?
Means like between now and maybe like a year or 2 years, like yeah, because he's making
let me
a bet.
look at it. And we should start one in this room. Do you guys say your bets?
Yeah, let me see. Let me think about that.
I know Jim and I want to take it. Jim and I, we're betting if the FC files are going to be released.
I only bet when I think I'm going to win. I'm not sure on this one.
I believe they're going to be released at some point, but I don't believe they're going to release it right now.
I don't think they're going to be I don't think they're not going to be jaded or tainted. That's the problem that I have with them. So even if we get them, I don't know how true or how viable those freaking files going to be. So yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, they're going to add it before they submit.
Yeah,
So during his administration, do you think I guess right? So let's go with that. During his administration.
We don't have no takers.
No.
Yeah, there's no takers. I'm good.
It's going to be
released. None of us can take that.
It's going to be released a couple of years from now, but not now.
No, they're gonna do the slow drip down. You know what I mean? Like every little thing. Yeah, like every little thing, like what they did with the Martin Luther King files. And every other file, they slow drip. And now they supposedly released all these other files. And you see, nobody else has had a conversation about it except for Bernice, which she said, and clearly she said, we did not ask y'all to release any more files about our daddy. We're good, and you needed not to do that, so you should have minded your damn business. And it gained no traction because this was one of these conversations they were having. We got to get those files. We got to get the JFK files. I mean, the JFK files were released. Again, nothing. It's just a bunch of bullshit at the end of the day. They're going to redact the shit out of it, and whatever they don't redact, they're going to make sure that if somebody's name appears, you don't really understand the context of what the hell is actually being said. So they're going to redact it to the point where it's going to look like, if a sentence says, Clinton boarded a plane at 6:45 and he went to Venezuela, they're going to put Clinton was on a plane. You see where I'm going with that?
So has anyone read any of the MLK or the JFK? Wow, this got 2 Ks in them. I just noticed that. Okay, anyway, has anyone read any of that, any of those files? I haven't. Has anybody seen any excerpts of it? I haven't. Has anybody? Anybody got a PDF of the files? No?
I haven't, that one I haven't seen.
I do the
Not
King
the current
Files.
one. Yeah, not the current one, not the one they just released, no. I had the old one, but not the, you have the current one, Mike?
I'm not sure, Rez. I downloaded it after this came out, but I'm not sure if it's those or not. It's so many pages. I haven't gone through. I just sort of skimmed it in different parts, but I'm not sure if it's the updated one or not.
Yeah, I have no interest in going through those files at all. Like, it's just, he's a human being. I'm not even, maybe one day I'll get a chance, but right now in my life as it is, I see no rush to dig into those files. The greatness that these men brought about, both him and that white guy, they never, that was, they left their mark. They had more positive impact than the state of lights of a.
Here's the thing, we know that MLK was shot to death, and we know it was set up by the CIA and the federal government. That's just the bottom damn line. And at the end of the day, you could put all the fill in betweens, who he met with, all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, he was assassinated by this damn country because he was trying to do something to move this country forward. And I mean, there's nothing else that I need to know at this juncture. You know what I mean? I'm good.
And he was not an elected official. Let's remember.
Right.
He was not an elected official. He didn't violate any ethical laws as far as, do they have any ethics though? I know they got a code of ethics for the Senate and the House. Anyway.
They have a code of ethics on all branches of government. No matter what branch of government, you have a code of ethics. The only people that don't have, and it's not even ethics, they don't have they don't have a financial thing. Patty, you know what I'm talking about. When you have to sign off on that statute that says you can't take X amount of money and all this other stuff.
$100 million plane.
The only people that don't have that is the Supreme Court. They're the only ones. That's why, what's his name, that jackass Tom has been able to take all these gifts and stuff. You know what I'm talking about, Patty, when you can't accept gifts, right? Over a certain amount of money.
It's a statute.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it.
So that's a clause, correct?
They're not really supposed to, Supreme Court justices are supposed to report to. It's just broad, the language is broad.
The emoluments clause is in the Bill of Rights, right? It's in one of the documents. It's a law. It's not a it's not a it's something just passe. It's an actual law. They tried to get Trump on that the first time, and they came close, but he stacked the Supreme Court, and that was the end.
The main rules they have is the 3-word clause.
Can you brief us on that? Because my brief us on that.
The what?
Oh yeah, it's just don't get caught.
Oh shit. Gemini, I cannot with you. He's like, don't get caught.
They live by that. They live by it.
Well, guess what? The Republicans don't even give a shit no more because they're doing all the shit out in the open now. I mean, Gemini, there was a time they used to hide all of this crap. You know what I'm saying? Now they're doing it in plain sight.
Man, that's what they do. Like most administration is they doing most of their dirt besides the Epstein shit. They're doing most of it right in front of your face, blatant. Like, you know what? If we hide in plain sight, nobody can see it or question.
Yeah, well, the rule of law is no longer the boundary. We operate outside the rule of law now. Clearly.
But when was the rule of law? When was the rule of law ever really operated in on a straight line? There's always been diversions, right, of the rule of law. But the problem is that now they're just overt with it, versus before they just used to be, you know, we gonna do it in the back room corner, you know, we keep it quiet. We ain't doing that no more. Now it's we just gonna break laws, we gonna do what we want, we gonna be racist right in front of you, we gonna call you all kinds of names, and what you gonna do about it? And so what, that there's laws on the books that protect you. Try it if you want to, because we've stacked the courts. That's where it is.
My boy Lou, I kept getting pinged to this room while we were hosting the room earlier, because he had a room on Twitter, or still does, where he has the owner of the new town in Arkansas. Yeah, he has him in the room right now questioning him, and he's being blatantly honest. Like, look, I just want to make sure that we preserve our race. We don't have a problem with other races, but it's too many immigrants. It's too much delusion. They don't give a fuck no more. They're just telling y'all, like, white is right. We don't want to get rid of white, and we're going to make towns that are specifically white, right? Because I'm literally writing a book called Sundown about a group of teenagers that end up in a sundown town. But at the end of the day, like, this is beyond sundown. This is sun up. Like, we don't give a fuck. Broad day, we don't want y'all here type shit.
Hell, this is sun out.
I told y'all.
They just don't care.
This is about bloodlines. I told y'all this is about, you know, they don't want their blood diluted, and this community was able to infuse itself into their bloodline, and it's about bloodlines. Black folks can be clearly identified by our skin, our kink, right? But the Mexicans and other Spanish people, from other Spanish people speaking countries are absolutely coming in here and mingling their blood with their blood. This is a blood issue more than anything. It's about bloodlines. It's the Aryan, pure white, blonde hair, blue eye narrative.
And Trump is right on board. He's leading the charge right now. You know what I mean?
He's the leader of it. Right. Let's be clear. He started MAGA for that reason. This is what I've always said to folks. Make America great again. What period in America was America great? So if you are going from the narrative that he literally threw that dog whistle out to those people, this was his linchpin to them, like, hey, step on board. You can finally be racist all you want to be. He literally, during his first during his first campaign, when he came down off the stairs, you remember he called the Mexican judge? He said they're rapists, they're this, they're not bringing their rights and their breasts into this country. Like, people have forgotten that. Like, he blatantly said that before he became president.
I think you're mixing up your hoaxes, because he didn't talk about the Mexican judge in his inaugural speech. You're mixing up all your...
about inaugural. I didn't say nothing about inaugural.
I said inaugural, meaning his first speech.
That's not inaugural. I didn't say anything about inaugural. I said when he was running.
I know you weren't talking about the inauguration. Let me not use that word. I don't want to confuse you. Let me use another word.
You're not confusing me. You're not using the right word.
No, I am. That was his initial speech.
I didn't say initial. I never said his initial speech.
I said it. Excuse me.
Well, then don't talk. But you're speaking for what I said. I didn't say anything about it.
You mentioned about the Mexican judge.
I said he was speaking, and these were several things that he said. I said when he first started to run. This is what your problem is.
Right, which is inauguration.
I didn't say nothing about inauguration. Man, boy.
His inaugural speech as a presidential candidate was when he came down upstairs, and he didn't talk about no judge in that speech. He did talk about the Mexicans. He didn't say what you just said.
That word inaugural.
I use the term inaugural because that was his initial speech as a presidential candidate. The word inaugural applies, but it's confusing y'all, so I'll take it back.
It's not confusing anybody.
Well, I don't know why Rez is getting confused just because I said inaugural.
I'm not confused. You are incorrect.
Okay, so let's move past the word.
Don't say the word.
I can say the word if I want to.
Incorrect.
It applies.
Does not apply, sir. It doesn't matter. You want to argue. It doesn't matter when he said it. Doesn't matter when. It doesn't matter when you said it. I'm good on my facts. I don't need you to fact check me, sir. I do not need you. I do not need you. Sir, I don't. Here we go with this whole shit. Yep.
So, Infinity, when he talks about the Mexican judge, I was at one of his rallies.
No, he talked about the judge way down the line when it was in the heat of the election, when he was talking about
Okay, so I just
because she said when he came down the stairs, and they weren't stairs, it's an escalator. It wasn't stairs, it was an escalator. But she said when he came down the stairs, he started talking about the Mexican judge. The difference is that he was mixing up
well, then you're both wrong, because that's not what happened. I just Googled it, and it says he first publicly referenced Judge Gonzalo Curel, Mexican heritage, on May 28, 2016, during his campaign rally.
Thank you. And that's what I said. I said when he was initially running.
Y'all are arguing about
That's not
something.
what you said.
Exactly what I said. You are trying to twist my words.
You said when he came down the stairs.
Oh my God.
This is typical distraction. God, this is typical distraction tactics 101. Take us down a rabbit hole so we stop talking about what we're talking about. That's what he's doing.
Listen to the information.
No, he's listening. He's
I'm
listening.
listening very closely. This is why I can't repeat the words that she said.
Okay,
He's just
so
all
I'm
fine.
telling you, it was not coming down no goddamn stairs. It was at his rally, and then they said that he continued this following other media interactions. Okay, so,
Right, because that judge belonged to a group called La Raza, and if you know anything about La Raza, okay, they're
we're
distract, deny, and defend. That's their tactic. Distract, defend.
and all, but it's all in the realm of truth. That's what you can't do.
Let's get back on.
You called it a hoax. You called it a hoax.
Let's get back
And it wasn't a hoax.
It is
It's not a hoax. He said it.
What
It's
did
not a
he say about
hoax.
Mexicans? What did he say about Mexicans?
He said they're rapists.
So they,
He didn't say the Mexicans are rapists. He said
He
the ones
did
that
say
they're
that. He said
saying.
Mexicans. You are a liar. He said Mexicans are rapists. Yes, he did. Yes, he
I'm
did.
being muted. Lisa, I'm being muted. He didn't call Mexicans rapists. He called the ones that they're sending. He said when Mexico sends their people, they're not.
So, question: what do you guys feel about this guy that wants to build this white-only?
You guys chill on the stage, please. Because I can't be doing that.
I was kicked down while I was in the middle of the stage.
Okay, can you be quiet for a minute? I'm in the airport. You guys know I'm in the airport, right?
she's in the airport. And Manfinity, chill out, dude. Y'all stop dropping him. Manfinity, you gotta stop trying to talk over people and let them complete their sentence.
Yeah, Manfinity, I can't do this tonight unless you can be an active listener and wait your turn, and then everybody's gonna go on mute while you speak after you have waited your turn on mute. No, sir, I do not know where I'm going.
So, what do you guys feel about this man that wants to build a white-only town in? I think it's
It's in Arkansas. Or Oklahoma. It's either Arkansas or Oklahoma. What are the two?
They already built it.
Yeah, they already started it. Yeah.
Yeah, they've already built it. I think it's like 50 families living there, and they said over there's a bunch of other families that's actually donating. I was supposed to do that room with them, but I'm not on that Twitter shit.
So
The motherfuckers be dogs. They're like crazy.
I just want to say it excludes non-whites, gays, and Jews.
It's all Aryan whites. So
So don't.
And shit is crazy. The dude is actually from California, the founder. Shit is crazy.
Right, so don't trip. Forsyth County here in Georgia, like if y'all seen an Oprah tape, like they went up there, it was whites only. That's the nature of this country. Like it's just because they doing that city. I mean, literally, don't trip. Good, like that's like 50 racist white families that none of us have to live around and be worried about.
Gotcha. Got all the women that said it to you. Got all of you. Gotcha.
I think we need to watch it, like, and that's the reason why I'm writing the book I'm working on now. I think we need to watch the indicators. And right now, what we're seeing is indication of them getting blatant with it, right? It's not a secret anymore. We're going to go public with it. We're going to go on to Twitter and have a room about it. Yes, we're pro-white. We don't want your serve the greater race, the white race, white is right, stereotype. Like, the more you see this type of rhetoric being publicly spread, the more you have to be ready for what comes along with that, because there's an element of preservation to it. I get that, but then there's an element of hate. There's an element of superiority, right? And when you start to see that raise its head, don't be surprised at the other things that come along with it. That's not going to be just on its own in the wilderness. That's going to be implemented in different cities to whatever extent we allow it or tolerate it. That's why I feel like we have to combat it at every turn. I don't think it should be tolerated on any level, right? We know they're in the middle of the woods. That's cool. Now they're trying to do it in another state. Okay, it worked here. Let's try over there. What happens if they keep trying that in every state? What happens now? Because I don't know if you know, the Arkansas is now trying to do it in either Mississippi or Missouri. I can't remember which. I know it starts with an M. So they're trying to do it in that alternate location now. Right, so we should just turn a blind eye to that. Now, then they're doing another state, turning a blind eye to that. Now, some blacks accidentally encounter one of these encampments, and they're automatically targeted. Oh, now we need to be. No, we need to be on that shit early, bro.
Right, and let me.
What I'm saying, hold on. Let me say something.
Y'all, but can I say something? Can I just talk? I know y'all be hurting inside.
You know, I just want to. Was it your room, Patty, where we got, you weren't there, obviously, Jim and I, where we got pushback. At least I did. We're talking about doing something and speaking up on this issue. And I think it was Michael also that co-signed that particular stance, that we just chill out and don't bring attention to it. When I was like, oh no, we need to light this on fire. We need to do this. We need to do that. We need to march. We need to do commercials. We need to do. And so I can't believe it that we're agreeing on this. Is that what I'm hearing, or did I just?
We're 100% agree. Like, to sit on your hands. Give me 1 second to be really brief, bro. But to sit on your hands when you see blatantly racial movements happen, right? And you're just gonna sit there and allow it and not tolerate it, is to be complicit, right? That's like watching a woman get sexually assaulted or assaulted in any way, shape, or form. And you're like, well, I don't know. It's not my business. So you keep moving. Like, the more you turn a blind eye, the more you are enabling and complicit in it. So when it finally comes in your direction, somebody you care about gets harmed by it, don't complain then. Don't start then, because you didn't give a fuck before.
So Scotty, did you want to go?
Yeah, I just want to be super quick. Can I be super quick, Michael, if you don't mind?
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. No, I just want to say, where the rubber meets the road on something like this is when somebody tests it in a court of law. So if somebody who is not allowed to, buy a house in that area or move in or whatever, has to file a lawsuit because they can prove that they're not allowed, it'll be easy to prove. But then it'll go through the court system, possibly eventually getting to the Supreme Court, whether or not this is allowed. Knowing the Supreme Court, they'll probably just go ahead and allow it, and then you'll see that happening all over the country.
Scotty, I think that's not going to work, and I'll tell you why I don't think, right? First, they're legally, this is what they think anyway, that they're legally entitled to do this because they're doing it on private land. They purchased this private land for that purpose, and they can set whatever rules they want, independent of, publicly owned land. That's where they're going with it. But let's go with your route. Let's say that they do go through the Supreme Court, the lower courts, and then ultimately the Supreme Court, and we're fighting it. We want to live there too. We want to live there too. This is why they will win. Nobody wants to live around a bunch of white people that want to kill you. So if you win and you finally get to have a house amongst all the whites that don't want you there, how the fuck does that work? Who's going to stay there now? So they're going to stay white by default anyway.
So can I please just for a second, because I did want to respond to what you're saying at first. So the thing is that just because they're saying this, so I just did a quick search. So because Donald Trump, when he went to Michigan on a campaign trail, and he went to this police station at some township in Michigan. If Sandra's here, she might be able to tell me the township, but it's like where the Klan, it's either the headquarters of the Klan or it's where the Klan originated. What I'm saying to you is that
would be Howell, Michigan.
Thank you. We are so you think black families are going moving over there? Do you think that town is probably already all white? I'm just saying, even like in Brooklyn, and not Brooklyn, but in New York, I remember like the whole thing about I think it's like Bensonhurst, there was an Italian neighborhood.
That's correct.
I think Tawana Brawley
Yep.
came through. So like there are already these towns. So the fact that they say it, who gives? In my opinion, it's just a non-starter. We also are segregated ourselves. This whole thing, even Martin Luther King said he feels like that he might have led his people into a burning building with all this segregation, this desegregation stuff. I'm just saying that we are literally already self-segregated. So the fact that there's a white town, there's already a ton of white towns. What sundown towns? There's a town in Texas that I can't think of the name of this town, where it's like this scary ass sundown town.
And if you go throughout the South, a lot of places are segregated. Most people live within proximity of the people who they relate to. So you have majority Black areas, majority Asian areas like that. If you go throughout the South, it's extremely prevalent. So it already exists without it being like anybody like blatantly saying, "Hey, I'm living with my own kind." Does that make sense? What I'm saying, Mike?
No, it makes, and that's what I'm saying. So this announcement that it's a whites only town. So let's, as Black people, let's get a Black only town. Let's say we're gonna repatriate Tulsa. We're gonna go back. We're gonna rebuild Black Wall Street. So like it's gonna be Blacks only. Whites can't come here. What the fuck? Who? It's just, it is what it is. We literally already doing. I guess what I'm saying is just for them to make this proclamation. I get why it might be a something, but literally just the Civil Rights Act of 1964, we just got out of apartheid in this country. We went through this whole Jim Crow thing. You realize that like we were segregated. This shit was already like this. The fact they're trying to roll it back, I get that the announcement probably is like jarring to people, but let me just say that it's a lot of towns, people ain't living together. It's already a lot of white towns in America. They're just not saying they're white towns, they just are, or they call them sundown towns. Your ass better not be caught there after sundown.
That part.
It just, to me, it's a non-starter.
And there's still towns literally that if you go on one side of the railroad track, it's all Black people. And you go on the other side, it's all white people, like in West Virginia, for instance. I have a friend that's from West Virginia. And I was in shock. I went to go see his mom. She's passed away now, but we served in the military together. And they invited me to come to West Virginia, and they were like, "Oh, don't cross the railroad tracks." And I was like, "Wait, what? Why?" And they were like, "Cause that ain't outside of town." I was like, "Oh, okay." And we talking about in like 2011, this was the shit that was going on. So it still exists.
Yeah. So I think you're kind of conflating two different things. Yes, historically, because of redlining, you have certain areas that are still predominantly Black, and that's just, we haven't been able to, there's certain areas that have just remained that way. But what you're talking separately is to have an all-white town. Now, what I read in the article, it said something about there's like a pre-screening that happens. So he's pre-screening people, so you have to pass the first test, which is to be white. That's discrimination under the Fair Housing Act. That's not gonna fly. So once you show a pattern that certain people are being excluded, I mean, these people can sue, right? So that's like, it's not even let's start a Black town or whatever. Like, no, we've already litigated this through the Fair Housing Act. You cannot advertise, a whites only town, right? Even though I know he's doing it, but I don't know if there's like a legal ad somewhere, because you could just sue off the legal ad. I don't think he's that dumb. So by him doing the screening and just excluding people of color, Muslim people, Jewish people, etc., he can get sued in that way.
No, I agree with that part as far as the suit part and the legal part. I agree with you. I don't think my desire was to conflate sin. My thought process was just to say, look, we still live in those unspoken separatist pieces. Their stuff is more extreme, and I get it, and I agree with you 100%, because now you're literally screening people. But there's other methodologies that people have used to literally keep Black people out of certain areas. I lived in a predominantly white area, and they gave me pure hell, especially when Trump came into office. I went through pure shit. I sold my house because I was getting tired of it. It was getting to be too much for me. So they use other tactics. Let's be clear. You know what I mean, Sin? I understand.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm in the affordable housing space. I 100% understand. And I know exactly certain communities are targeting others. I'm not saying, I just wanted to, I didn't mean you in particular were conflating. I was just saying we need to be careful when we're talking about two separate things, to sort of compartmentalize them a bit so we're not conflating them together.
Gotcha. Okay.
Let me, because I did want to respond to what Sin said, because she mentioned redlining and the Fair Housing Act. So I get that. I grew up in Maryland, like a suburb of DC metropolitan area. So Prince George's County, I think that it may still be, but it's like the top 5 richest black communities in America are in Prince George's County. There's a whole thing.
Still is. Yeah.
So here's the thing. It's not just about like redlining and like we want to go someplace we can't. We can have our own. People already have their own. And here's the thing to the Fair Housing Act, because when that was instituted, they like unfair practice, right? Like, you know, have us living in like slums, like where we can't own stuff. You know, you're renting forever. You're always under that. Like Donald Trump and his dad or whatever, the suit and the Nixon administration. We're trying to go and get something that's fair. But if we have our own and it's nice, thus like the Tulsa situation, even you look at the movie Rosewood or whatever, just in like Bloody Summer 1919, all these communities built up, had our stuff together. Why would anybody in this world or the next, and I really need to start questioning black people's insanity level, want to go live in this town in Arkansas where the Fair Housing Act would even be a thing? Like, why? Who's the one who wants to go and break the color barrier there? Like, why the fuck are we even doing that? Didn't we see what happened in the 60s? And I'm saying, if you're living in squalor and somebody else is living like in a mansion and they're saying you can't get to this, great. Then let's get together. Let's go, and we got to segregate. We got to break this shit down because we got to be a part of this. But we can get our own. They got their own. But yeah, if anybody wants, I don't even see that coming up, because who the hell wants to go live there, or whether it's black? If they do, then God bless them.
So Mike, I want to say this to you. All right, so you're correct, and I agree with you. But different states, they do different things. So based off of what Sin was saying, I'm gonna go off of what Sin is saying. All right, so like in New York, you have, I'm not gonna use Manhattan. Let's use the whole state of New York. So in New York, you can't really have a building that don't have, or some type of community that don't have some level of Section 8 going on in that area and building whatever. Now go to Manhattan on the 5 boroughs, all 5 boroughs, include Manhattan. You will have a billionaire, and the billionaire live in a building. All right, they live in the penthouse, but a Section 8 people live on the lower level of the building. So here in New York City, it's different. Things are done differently. I can't speak for other states, but in New York State, things are done totally different. There's no way that person that we're referring to, that we're talking about, that I brought up, can ever do those type of things in New York State. It just will never happen. It will be shut down.
In the city of New York, but you don't think upstate New York is still very separatist? Because I've been upstate.
Yes.
Whereas, let me answer one thing that Dap said.
Way upstate. I would say more past. I would say
past like Oneonta. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Way up there, we would get away with it because up there's red.
Right, that's what I was saying.
Down here.
Let me answer that, because I did. Let me finish. I just answer. You can't do it in New York City, Dap. You can't do it probably in Atlanta. In major metropolitan areas, you can't do it. You see what they're doing in Arkansas, or like Rez just gave an example of upstate New York, or those Klan towns I talked about in Michigan. Like, literally, they would never happen. If it did, then what Sin was talking about, that's when the Fair Housing Act will come into play, because people got to be able to live and move around. And it would be, I mean, they can try it, but that's when you get into like the Fair Housing Act and people getting sued or whatever. Again, if somebody's going to Arkansas, God bless you or whatever. Or if you're going like some like podunk town in upstate New York, like you go to Watertown, New York, if they decide to make that all white, hey, have at it or whatever. But I'm saying major metropolitan areas where it's a bunch of people, it's impossible. Or there's just gonna be lawsuits out the yin yang.
Exactly.
Don't you think that's the reason why they do it in these remote areas? Because at the end of the day, who's going to test the water? You know what I mean? So they go into these remote places that most people don't want to go because they're not built up areas, and they do this kind of crap.
Yeah, but we as black people live all together too. Jewish people, in Maryland, again, I grew up a lot of like strong Jewish communities in Maryland where like they're all together. Baltimore is one of the most segregated cities. Like they have Phillips Point, I think it's the Irish, they have Little Italy, they have like all these different like where people just that's where they live. They go to church, they do all their stuff, and they do it, and they just live together. America's already like that. The fact that we're like been sold this crop. Like we're this big melting pot. Yeah, a lot of people come over here, but they come over and they get right in their communities and they pretty much stay together. Unless it is like in New York, or like you have where like brown people have gotten together. But even when you hear like these tales that they talk about with LA, where the Mexicans and the thing with the Mexicans and the blacks, and how the blacks were running the Mexicans, and now the Mexicans, they got Mexican gangs in the LA Sheriff Department that are literally out killing blacks and like getting like tats for like like a black person they take out. This country is not segregated. Like
it's not desegregated. I get your point.
Desegregated, right? Literally, we have the ability to go anywhere we want to, but people self-segregate.
Oh, Mike, I 100% agree with you. I mean, you brought up the same point that I kind of said earlier in regards to we still got Chinatown, Little Italy. Every state that I've been to, literally, you're gonna find a Little Italy, a Chinatown. Some segment of the population that people all live and co-mingle within their cultures and races and things like that. So I 100% agree, right?
Yeah, and all I'm just saying is that a town in Arkansas in the middle of nowhere, who's even going? The fact they said it, I get it. The fact that they're saying it, Trump has enabled that. Before, like social norms and social mores, it wasn't good to say that because, like when Lyndon Johnson was in office and the Kennedys and what they did with Bobby Kennedy as Attorney General. And like forcing people into schools and Dr. King and them getting their heads beat in on Edmund Pettus Bridge and America feeling sorry because dogs getting sick on black people. All the stuff that happened that made people want to be like, okay, we need to change some of this shit. We're like 60 years away from that now or whatever. And it's like we have a fucking somebody that's more like a classist than a racist that's in office right now, but he's using people's stupidity, so he's enabling that. And you have the Heritage Foundation, who are full of racists. You have a Stephen Miller that's a racist. You have Bannon that are these are white supremacists that he has all around him. So you doggone Skippy, it's going to be something like that. But what I'm saying is it's already going on. Just the fact that they're coming out of their mouth and saying it in some public town in Arkansas. Good, I get it. We need to fight, but are we going to Arkansas to pick it? What are we going to do? It's it's sometime Arkansas. If they bring that shit to LA, if they bring that to New York, they're that's something.
We're going to do nothing, and that's it. That town will eventually crumble, right? You mean to tell me people also, a white family could move over there, convert to Judaism or Muslim, and what are they going to do? Kick them out, right? We have a freedom of religion in this country. So that's what I'm saying. I'm like this, how does a town like this last? We do nothing because it's not our concern. The town will crumble on its own.
I don't know if it's going to crumble on its own. They might be successful, who knows. But with that being said, right now, racism is definitely at an all-time high. And it kind of makes me think back to everybody okay, in LA, the blacks need to really stand up for the Mexicans because ICE is doing this and ICE is doing that, and they are, right? But also right now, a real big story that y'all probably not going to hear about because you're not in LA, is that the Mexicans in Compton are banging on the blacks on spray painting their churches, chasing them home, shooting at their houses, and the cops don't know how to stop them. All right? That's happening in Compton right now, yesterday, right? That was in the news yesterday. that they're actively targeting black families, and these are not even people that bang. It's not a gang thing. It's a race thing. These are people trying to make a home from work to their house, right? So it's getting worse. It's not getting better.
All right. Why is? I'm sorry. Is there a backstory behind what you're saying? Like, or is
yeah, just a backstory. The Mexican gangs don't fuck with blacks, and the blacks don't fuck with Mexican gangs, and now the neighborhood racial demographics are changing to the point where this church that used to be in a black neighborhood is now in the middle of a Mexican neighborhood because of the way the racial change is happening, right? And they don't want people going to that church, so they bang it. I mean, it's real simple. They don't fuck with us like that. That's why we be ready to take their head off after time. Like, that's just what it is at this point. Now, me, I'm different. I have friends out here that I rock with, but it's also, I know if I'm out and about and then there's a group of them, I'm gonna shoot. Like, I'm not fucking with y'all. Y'all don't fuck with me. There ain't no friendly kumbaya shit out here. It's not that. Now, you can have isolated incidents, like, and I have to be hyper aware that I'm an individual case. So when I go to visit his house, I don't stop at the gas station. You know, I know I gotta have enough gas to make it to his house and make it back out without stopping. Because if I stop, it's probably gonna end up in somebody getting dropped, and it ain't gonna be me.
Look, those cities that you think are gonna crumble, I don't know, because I would say the biggest example is Salt Lake City. This is a Mormon town. They were like, basically said they were going to be racist against black people, and Salt Lake City is like a tech hub. So I wouldn't consider that. Secondly, grew up in San Diego, there was like a Mormon kind of like castle that was in La Jolla, and there were black people couldn't go in there. They let that shit go on for like 20, 30 years. It's still there. It's some Crystal Cathedral shit. It's still there. Now that more people have their reckoning, I think they allow black people there, but for 20 years I grew up there. Black people couldn't go. It was just something that we accepted. So when you say like that shit will crumble, I don't know. It depends on the businesses. Salt Lake City, they got JP Morgan, they got not JP Morgan, what's that? There's Goldman Sachs. They've got all these tech companies that are coming out of there, and they still kind of have these things where they're like exclusionary. I can't believe that. Something could happen to that town and they could blow up and they'll still exclude black people. Hell, I know.
So Salt Lake City excludes black people?
No, so it's a Mormon town, a city, and if you're going by kind of like what I was hearing, like it was extremely exclusionary, and even though they have black people there, you were like locked out of a lot of stuff. Like you were locked out of a lot of stuff, and it's still that town like boomed and thrived, and it's a tech hub, and and some of that sentiment is still there. It's still there.
Okay, so let me tell you something about America. Every city in America is racist. Like, do you think New York City is not racist? Because it is. Don't let these, liberals fool you. They're racist as fuck out here, okay?
Oh, yeah,
I can't even tell you the shit that I've seen here since the election. The shit that I've seen here. I'm talking about hate crimes. I'm talking about a lot of shit.
They have to hide it. They call micro racism.
Yeah, but you're talking about America. America's a racist country, so you're not saying. So the way Salt Lake City, people are exclusionary there. Believe me, people are exclusionary everywhere. I see it every day, right? Every single day. So everywhere is racist. But this time in particular, because the laws are the way, I think the way they're setting things up, this is bound to fail. But I don't think anything of it. I'm focused on helping who I can help, who I can mentor. Like, I'm not, I don't even think about this white town. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I feel you. Don't get me wrong, but the last thing I want to mention is the town that you were talking about in Texas. It's called Vader.
Vider, yeah. Vider, actually.
Vider.
Thank you. Yes.
That is definitely known.
Stay the hell away from
when you're going to Adam, you do not stop by that town. You don't get gas. You get gas before the town. You get gas at the town. You don't
get gas. And yeah, that's a fact. Vider's well documented.
2025?
We're talking about right now.
Tonight.
So Lisa, Lisa, I've been researching this.
I wouldn't go in Missouri.
I've been researching this for a minute, Lisa, and I can tell you like this: there's a lot of story times on TikTok, because where you can find a lot of them, and YouTube, but mostly TikTok, where there is mostly UPS and FedEx workers that are saying that they accidentally got routed there and almost got killed. Right? Like, it's really that serious. Like, you show up after dark, you die. You stay there after dark, you die. They're very open about it. They have the Confederate flags.
So the police are...
There's laws. There's laws, but they don't give a fuck.
I'm just asking, the police are involved in it too then?
The police are allowing it. They don't care. The police are part of it. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Overseers in this country, like the police have never given a damn about black lives. Let's get that straight.
Most of the times you find them being, all the sundown town research I have always has a botched police investigation where they basically turn a blind eye, or if not, were absolutely complicit in it. You don't run to the cops and think that's how you die. Like, okay, I'm gonna go to the cops. Good luck.
Listen, Rebel Ridge might have been a fictional story, but trust me, Rebel Ridge, if you ever seen it with what's his name, Aaron Pierre. Listen, that is definitely what sundown towns are about. It's a really good movie to see.
And as far as sundown towns not working, I can tell y'all about Murder Mountain, which is Humboldt County. That's been around, I don't know, 80s, 90s. They're doing extremely well right there. Like, they've been around. Everybody knows it's sundown. They do extremely well. Nobody gives a fuck. It is what it is. Go up there and die. If not, you stay alive and they keep doing what they're doing. You better do what you're doing somewhere else. Just because it's racist don't mean that they're not going to be able to thrive. Racism has been thriving and alive, just not next door to you because you don't see it. But that town is more than likely going to succeed.
Racism is thriving, you know why? Because people like Trump and his cronies are keeping it alive. And every time that we hit a patch in this country where there's a possibility it could die down, I'm not saying go away, but die down, somebody comes in and amps it all the way back up. And he just amped it up 30 notches, like 30 notches.
But you know, like, look, I just want to tell Drew real quick. So Gemini, like I said before, I was talking about what are we gonna do about all this stuff that's going on, all these black people that are being lined up to for Trump to demoralize, dehumanize, and just devalue them. And it's just like nobody wants to do anything. It's just that we want to just sit around and basically wait for the other shoe to drop, or I don't know what it is, but I feel very uncomfortable just like day in, day out, especially with our leaders. And we're numb. I haven't heard anything from anybody. Has anybody heard any of our quote-unquote leaders, I don't know who they are at this point, say anything about what's going on with Kamala Harris, what's going on with Obama, and the real reason that they released those MLK tapes before they were supposed to be released in 2027?
I haven't heard anything on a grand scale.
Let me say this again, just to make sure. When you do that, you draw attention to it. So, like somebody talked about earlier, the MLK files were released, like a week and a half ago now, and the story died on the vine. Outside of Trump keeping this Obama stuff going on social media, I really don't see too much about that in the news. But you know what I do see? The Epstein files, Ghislaine Maxwell being interviewed by Trump's attorney. I'm seeing a bunch of that. But if somebody goes off and has a conniption about like a distraction, then that's what a distraction is meant to do. It's meant to draw your attention away from the focus. Like even your title for the room tonight about the Epstein files and like people gambling on that stuff. Let's keep the heat right where it needs to be. So anybody needs to keep their mouth shut. As far as our Democratic leaders, don't need to dignify any of this shit that Trump says with a response, because all you're gonna do is just make it a news story and keep it going. Our leaders aren't doing anything. Democrats don't seem to have any fucking leaders right now.
They're non-existent. There's nobody to lead the charge. Gavin is not going to work out. I don't know if y'all been following this.
That's because y'all not looking.
Let me finish real quick.
Yeah, but
Gavin,
it's a false
Gavin
statement.
right now,
It's a
I don't.
completely false statement.
Okay, right now, nobody did shit about the Martin Luther bus being moved. They didn't make a fucking statement.
Because it was part of an executive order. It was a presidential executive order.
You can still get pushback. Like Obama said, quit bending over and spreading your cheeks. You can still
back an executive.
I'm gonna tell you how. You can still create by creating public. I'm gonna tell you how. You can't listen if you're talking. I'm gonna tell you how right now. I'm gonna tell you how by not bending over, by creating public announcements, by not just sitting there and letting it happen.
Publicly announcing this shit.
No, there's not publicly pushback. They're not doing it. Who? Show me.
Fucking Trump Kool-Aid.
Show me. They swallowing cum. They're not doing shit about shit.
Yes,
that's why Obama made this statement he is. Obama made that statement about being tough for a reason because he sees it too. Everybody is sitting down and letting it happen. I guess Obama's slow too then. Obama said, man, the fuck up. And I'm agreeing with Obama. Step up. Step up.
Who you telling to shut up?
I said step up to the. Ain't nobody tell you to shut up. I said step up. Step. S-T-E. That's why Obama made that comment. Y'all need to listen to Obama's submission again.
Well, okay, you tell me when's the last time you heard from a Bashir, someone that we know that may be running in the next election. Yes,
don't know.
Four different occasions within the last 2 weeks. You guys don't know because you're too fucking busy.
There's not enough opposition. They're not stepping up.
Why? Because y'all are too busy fucking sniffing up Trump's ass. That's why. You're not paying attention to what's going on in your own fucking party. You make jokes when someone sits on the fucking on the stoop of a goddamn trying to make a statement. Y'all make jokes about that shit, right? So you're not paying attention. You're too.
Make jokes about what? What are you talking about?
Somebody's ass. That's the problem.
What are you talking about?
If you're so fucking concerned, all y'all, y'all always got something.
You're not even making sense. What are you steps? What are you talking about?
Every fucking morning, the conversation is about fucking Trump. If you want to fucking really know what Democrats are fucking doing, make one of the fucking stories about what a Democrat has done today. Because there's fucking speeches going on all the time. There was fucking 2 speeches in the last week in South Carolina. You tell me who made those speeches.
I agree with Patty. That's good.
You don't fucking know. You know why? Because you're too busy sniffing Trump's asshole and trying to figure out.
I agree with Obama, who knows a lot more than Patty about the Democratic Party. A lot more.
Nothing could have been done. The fucking executive.
I think Obama knows 10 times more than what she's talking about.
Nothing could have been done. An executive order was signed. They fucking petitioned the court. The court said we were releasing. And guess what? We was talking about this shit 3 months ago. You think the shit wasn't gonna fucking come out? It fucking came out. What do you think a Democrat
It could be highlighted and put in the media a lot more.
Guess what? Tell me what you see the
It needs to be highlighted. It needs to be pushed back. People need to stop just sitting there and letting it happen.
Because the entertainment is in fucking Trump's dumb shit. The media fucking emphasizes Trump's dumb shit. You motherfuckers aren't even paying attention to the reality of what's going on within your own party or the party that you're fucking supposed to be supporting. You know why? Because you're supporting the fucking narrative of a Republican.
Explain why Obama said what he said. I'll wait. Explain that, Patty. Hold up. Wait there. Wait, Lisa. Explain why Obama said what he said.
He's saying do
right, then you need to know he knows what he's talking about.
He's saying that, but guess what? He was talking in a form that you weren't even privy to hear. The only thing you got out of that was a couple of fucking sentences. Not one of y'all can find the fucking speech online. You know why? It was a private speech. What people do is just take bits and pieces of information and send it out to the public. You weren't there. I weren't there. The fucking media was there. It was a private.
He said it's going to require for Democrats to step up. He said they need to step up. Period.
They're not.
They're not doing shit. Be emotional if you want to. They ain't doing shit.
To do. You tell me.
Go ahead and fight rhetoric. If they want to keep putting out narratives, we need to put out more narratives. We need to push our own narratives. That's what.
Explain what's going on. I bet you can't tell me. I bet you can't tell me too.
We need to push our own narratives, Patty.
So check this out. People People slept and watched this motherfucker, woke up in the morning and seen him early in the morning fucking give a speech. You tell me 2 things in his fucking speech. You know what? I'm gonna be nice. You give me 1 fucking thing. And I guarantee you can't fucking say anything. But I could bet you Sue can.
In whose speech? What are you even talking about right now? Who are you talking about?
I bet you Elle can.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about...
Who are you talking about?
Who did a fucking...
No.
Broke somebody else?
Who are you talking about?
You tell me. You tell me.
Who are you talking about?
You should know because it was all over the news.
A lot of things are all over the news. Who are you referencing?
There's only one person to reference, and he's a black man. Who gave a speech? And it went over 24 hours, and he was breaking someone else's record. You tell me.
It's Cory Booker.
Okay.
Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries.
It was Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah.
It was Cory Booker.
It was not Cory. It was Hakeem Jeffries.
So y'all give me 2. Give me 2. I want each one of y'all. Give me 2 things out of there. 2 fucking things. You could have turned on the TV.
I know what you're talking about.
You know why you don't know? Because you don't give a fuck. You're too busy sniffing up somebody's ass and going against your party that you're supposed to be fucking supporting. I don't give a fuck if you're independent.
I'm not supposed to support shit. What the fuck?
And you're saying that Trump is a piece of shit and you rather have voted for...
He is a piece of shit.
Guess what? Pay attention to what the fuck that they're doing instead of joking about it and complaining.
I'm not joking or complaining. Let me say this, right? Because that was a nice monologue. But I'm going to tell you this. When Obama came out and said we need to do a little, when he said y'all need to do a little less navel gazing and a little less whining and being in field positions, he's talking about y'all Democrats not doing a goddamn thing. He said it. Get mad at him.
He did not.
He gave that speech this month. I'm going to read it to you. He did. That lets me know you didn't read. I'm going to read it to you again. I'm reading. He said, no, well, you didn't read this. I'm going to read it for you again. He said, a little less, he said, I'm reading it verbatim, a little less navel gazing, a little less whining, and being in fetal positions. It's going to require Democrats to just toughen up. Stop looking for the quick fix. That's what he said. Those are his words. And I agree. Get mad at it. We gotta combat rhetoric with rhetoric. We can't allow them to just control the fucking narrative. Okay, if we can't combat an executive order, I get that. But we can combat it with the narrative. We can put it out there. We can highlight it. We can highlight the fucking negativity that he's doing consistently. We can do that on a daily basis until it takes root.
What Patty said.
She's wrong. I'm saying that what Democrats are doing is not enough. Nobody muted you. I didn't mute you. On my daughter. I don't know what you're talking about.
Highlight a Democrat every fucking day. Do that.
That is a
We can do that too. They need to do more.
That way, you can see what they're fucking doing.
Are you discrediting Jasmine Crockett? Because she's always...
No. I said outside of Jasmine Crockett.
Not you. I'm talking to Gemini. Gemini, are you discrediting Jasmine Crockett, who is loud and proud?
I love what she's doing, yes. We need a lot more of her. We need a lot more.
I'm not saying
we need more.
She gets highlighted is because of her lashes. She's black, and then she gets.
Thank you.
And she represents it one way. There's other ways to do it. She can be loud and proud and ghetto. We need people to do it refined. We need all kinds of people.
I love me some Jasmine Crockett, but nobody
me too.
wants to hear the interesting. Nobody wants to hear the interesting speeches that are actually being made. No one wants to highlight some of these fucking lunchings that they're having at some of these shitty ass red states. Nobody highlights that. You know what they highlight? Beach blonde built bitch, bad body bitch, or whatever the fuck she said. That's what they want to fucking highlight. If you listen to the last time she was standing on the stoops, fucking giving a speech, the speech to me was trash. I'm gonna be honest, it was trash. That's what we fucking highlight. That's what they want to highlight. Highlight the shit that's actually going on out there. There are people out there. Bashir has made a lot. He's in Kentucky. He's in fucking Kentucky. He's going to other states. You got when they highlight Gavin Newsom, they highlight the fucking shitty shit that he saying that he's trying to become he's siding with Republicans because they highlight certain words.
He just flopped in the worst way. I don't know if you heard Gavin is
pay attention to nothing. Because if y'all did, you know what? Every day when you come into the fucking room, if you're fucking being modded, say something about a fucking Democrat. Figure it out. Go fucking
I
Google.
accept your challenge, Patty. Every time I come in here, I'm going to try to find at least one person from one state, from one city, from one town. I don't give a fuck who, and I'm going to drop it. I accept that challenge.
That way you can stop complaining about what Democrats ain't fucking doing.
There's a reason Obama made that speech this month.
You know who Obama's talking about?
The point is
talking
there,
about you.
Gemini.
That's
the
who
thing
he's talking
is,
about.
we need to
He's
do
talking
something
about.
different.
He's talking about people in this room. That's who the fuck he's talking about. When Dr. AG made that comment the other day, or about a week ago, I agreed with her. You know why? Because I'm fucking tired of it. I am fucking tired because a lot of y'all really ain't fucking.
I don't think the leaders of the Democratic Party are in this room, Patty.
The leaders, he's talking about y'all, Democrats.
He's talking about the leaders. He said the leaders, the leaders. He literally said leaders.
About every one of y'all. Was you in the speech? Was you there? No.
That's one of the things highlighted in his speech. A quote from the speech.
You were not privy to that goddamn conversation.
He said the leader.
That was for Democrats overall. He's talking about every one of us.
Remember, the speech is, yes, we can. We is all of us. We is not just the leader.
You can shift the blame on the
We
leaders.
is us in this room. We can.
The party follows the leaders. We need the leaders to lead.
Well, maybe if you knew what your leader was doing. Who's your representative? What district are you in? Okay.
Preach. Just saying, Gemini, she ain't wrong, dog. She ain't wrong.
And she damn sure ain't right. I mean, you can suck dick all you want. It ain't gonna make her right. Obama is more right than she is. Obama is a lot more right than she is.
Wait.
Obama knows a lot more about the party than her, and she keep forgetting. I'm not a fucking Democrat. She's saying, what party are you in? I don't have a leader. I'm not in a fucking Democrat. So
Don't fucking leader is.
She asked me, who's the leader of your party? Nigga, I'm not in the Democrats. Fuck is you smoking?
Well, you should know who the fuck you voted for.
I know who the fuck I voted for.
Do you understand what Patty is saying, though? Do you understand?
Do you understand what Obama is saying, damn? Do you understand what Obama is saying? And why he said it?
He repeated it several
times. And that he was talking to the fucking leaders. He wasn't talking to all the Democrats in general. He's saying, I need you guys, the leaders of this party, to step up and do more. Get the fuck up. Stand the fuck up. Toughen the fuck up. All y'all do is fucking cry.
But Gemini, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing.
Emotional ass motherfuckers.
Hold on, but Gemini, a lot of us make an impact in our local government, which is what really drives dollars, right? So what she asked you was about your local representative. I just left Georgia, and for the years that I lived in Georgia, Representative David Scott was my representative. Not only did he represent me, I knew what was going on in our district. I knew what was happening and was very engaged in what was happening. So if you don't even understand what's going on in local politics, it's problematic for me that you guys always talk about what's happening at the federal level, but you don't even know who your city council is. How many people have actually been to a city council meeting, has been to a planning and board zoning meeting to see what actually is being put in your city? Because please understand this, your planning and zoning meetings are just, okay, I'm glad for you.
Planning and zoning all day. Fuck are you smoking? I deal with planning and zoning all day. How you got a license here?
Okay, you don't have to.
Like y'all is talking. Y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. I deal with them all day.
Talking to like that.
I deal with planning and zoning more than y'all do. Fuck is y'all smoking? How do you get licensed? Who controls licensing in LA County?
I don't know who you're talking to.
So when you were talking about the leaders, right? So this is content in the audience, right? Since no one was there. But this is what the media is saying. This is actually coming, and I will post it in the chat since you guys got it. And this is audience with CEOs, business executives, policymakers, and everyday Americans. The purpose of doing more. Encourage businesses. Urge the public. Promote broader public-private cooperation. It wasn't only to Congress. It was to everyone. But you're not a Democrat, so it wasn't aimed at you. It was aimed at Mel. It might have been aimed at me. It wasn't aimed at you. So I get where you read it.
Here's the thing. So we can't. So free speech affects everybody, right? We can agree on that. And right now we have someone encroaching on free speech, encroaching on a lot of laws. And so what I got out of it is like, we can't, we have to do something, right? Yeah, he did say Democrats, but I take it as everybody, right? All hands on deck. Like, for me, you can't just say, oh, this isn't my district. Oh, this is like, if there's a problem, we need to be able to listen to people. We need to be able to act. We need to be able to help each other. I know what's going on in my district and the district of all the districts next to me. Why? Because I'm very much engaged. I don't know everything, but I'm constantly, on a regular basis, engaging with people, not with necessarily the issue that I deal with, but multiple issues that affect a broad range of people, right? And that was like a call to action for people. And whether you're a Democrat or not, I take it as, if you're not a Democrat, okay, but we're in a fucking hole right now, right? We're in a fucking hole. Millions of people are going to lose healthcare, right? Perhaps 10 million people will lose healthcare. That's going to affect us all. Like, all these things are going to affect us all. So we need to be engaged and we need to act. And that's what I took about Obama's little snippet that I was able to.
I read 3 articles in regards to it, and all of it said that he's talking to the leaders. One of them is called the bigwigs or whatever else. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. About the portions of the party that are not taking action.
Or a Messiah figure. That's exactly what he said. So he's talking to us. Pay fucking attention.
I'm paying attention. Y'all are not stepping up. Y'all need to
support candidates. Defend democratic values. Who the fuck you think he was talking to? Who the fuck?
In that portion, it's in on everybody. This person's where he's talking to the leaders.
He was talking to.
The leaders are going to lead. You understand what a leader is supposed to do?
Of you motherfuckers that ride a dick and don't even fucking pay attention to the actual read.
I'm sick of motherfuckers that ride a party and don't know what the fuck going on with the young party, want to defend it emotionally instead of actually looking at them not doing fucking shit. And then losing and wondering why.
You don't even.
And then losing and wondering why. Lose and then cry. Listen to your leader. Listen to Obama. He said for a reason. Do something.
Right, Trump supporter. You're the enemy, to be honest.
Yeah, accountability is your enemy.
No, I'm accountable for me.
Accountability for Democrats is their enemy.
For the last 14 years. See, I support defending the Constitution. So I've been
She's asking you to be accountable.
Motherfucker, I've deployed 6 times.
Get off her fucking dick, damn. Shut up. Shut up. She can speak for herself.
Don't talk to me right now, because I'm telling you, I'm not the one.
You're not
I've been accountable, motherfucker. I got shit to prove my accountability.
Democrats need to be more accountable, period.
I got shit on my body to prove my motherfucking accountability. So don't tell me about accountability.
The party as a whole is not being accountable, and they're fucking failing.
and
You
flop.
you just want to talk, Gemini, because you want to hear what you want to hear. You're not even hearing what
I heard what she said. I just don't agree. I don't have to agree because I heard it.
You don't have to agree. You don't have to agree.
Right, y'all act like somebody got to agree with everything somebody say. Like, y'all stand up and pass him. I fucking dick. I have my own fucking mind.
Suck a dick. Okay. So
I said quit. That's what I said.
I'm not sucking dick.
I have my own fucking mind. I don't just bow down because somebody else think differently. So, fuck what?
So then you don't have an understanding problem. You have a communication problem.
Motherfucker that don't actually pay attention to politics. How about that?
I pay attention to what matters to me politically.
Exactly. You need to pay attention to everything. Because if you only pay attention to
nobody can pay attention to everything. I tried to pay attention to as much as possible.
That is the reason
why. And I also see that.
That is the reason why we lost. Because we didn't pay attention to our own community and what they wanted. That's the fucking problem.
No, the problem was enough people did not show up.
That's the problem.
A lot of people didn't show up. I voted the way I thought. I voted for Kamala, but that don't mean I did too.
I changed my state. I changed my state.
Can we stop beefing? And can we just have the...
No, I'm not gonna stop beefing with him. Now it's up forever.
No, it's
forever.
Y'all Haitian, come up.
Hey.
She want to crash out over me saying Democrats need to step up. I don't give a flying fuck.
Okay, all right, just chill.
Less than a fuck. I give a negative. What is a negative fuck?
My mic is broke. All right. So yeah. So
A negative fuck is actually celibacy.
Damn.
I'm a celibacy.
Okay.
That's the problem. We can't make this. I don't think it's say something that applies. Yeah, I don't think it is either. I thought about it after I said that's kind of why. But at the end of the day, like, if somebody can say something about Democrats and it triggers y'all that much, and your own party's leader, the commander-in-chief for 8 years, said the exact same thing earlier this month, which means that you need to be stepping up, whether it's the whole party, the leaders of the party, whatever the case may be, the party, which I am not a part of, by the way, then why the fuck are you going to get mad? Well, then everybody needs to step up. I'm not part of y'all's everybody, so I still say
I read the article so you can understand what exactly was being said.
Then let's say I grant you that. Patty, let's say I grant you that. Let's say I did read the article, but let me say I grant you that.
So what was
I did.
Who was the target?
Stand up, toughen up, step up, do something, vote the right way, move the right way, lead, do something besides crying about it. That was the essence of the article.
In New Jersey.
We already know that, and like, give us some new info. So what I'm saying is this: if your own leader is saying that, right? Let's say that he was talking to the entire party. I grant you that. I concede to that, right? Now, if he's saying that the entire party needs to stand up, which I'm not a part of, by the way, I just vote that way for the most part. If he's saying that the entire party needs to stand up, and I echo that sentiment, hold up.
Get together and figure out what we need to do.
No, I'm an independent woman. To answer your question.
You're not loyal.
And I'm not loyal. I'm an independent thinker. Like I have my own brain. That's what you should do, right? You don't blindly just follow a party. That's fucking goofy.
That's why I'm not fucking with you for good.
I don't care if you're not fucking with me. I'm not blindly following a white party. That's you. I'm an independent thinker.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Whoever is blindly following anything, whoever blindly follows anything, don't have a fucking brain. I said what I said.
Yo, listen. Why are y'all beefing? Stop, seriously.
Watch your mouth about my mother.
No, it's up and stuck. I'm telling you, it's up and stuck.
Be in your emotions. I'm gonna be all in your feels.
Listen.
Get in your feels.
I don't fuck with these misogynistic ass niggas. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Why are you?
There ain't nothing misogynistic about it. I said something that you should fucking know. Obama said it too.
You have no fucking brain. That's what's not.
I didn't say you didn't have no fucking brain. If it applies, it applies.
I heard you. I don't give a fuck.
I stand on what the fuck I said. Listen a little more. Talking I ain't listening. Use your fucking ears.
Why are we beefing, y'all? Come on. Listen. At the end of
It's a loser hearing.
Listen, stop.
Bitch, I lost one of my hearing and one of my.
I ain't called you out your name, don't call me out mine.
Okay, so what?
Why are we? What's
You got
Showed you weak. Showed you weak. Yeah, I said your hearing sucks because you ain't hear what I'm saying.
I'm gonna boom the room.
This is
I'm
crazy.
gonna boom it.
Past 30 minutes just for it to be an example and a learning experience, because it has been for me this evening. And if you refuse to make it a learning experience, well, just have a good damn week and try to see things clearly.
Now, Bonita, I might not agree with you 100%, but I think we can find a common ground. Because I've been in here in and out when the conversation was only about men at first, right? And I wasn't allowed on stage and a moderator who I don't see today arguing. But I don't like the T-app shit for men. T-born, was it what it was called? I hate the world where men, in order to make women realize something, they become women. I hate that. It devalues men. And I understand that the conversation is about men and women, but I'm a man, and I think our women have enough to concentrate on because we've talked to them for so many years. So I do talk to women, but I like to talk to men a little bit more because I'm a mentor of men. I'm not eligible to mentor young ladies about anything. But when I see the T app open and women are talking about men, and then I hear on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, whatever, right? I do make money on social media, so I pay attention, right? And I see men go, well, if they got their app, let me do mine. I hate that tit for tat thing for men. Because how dare we come into a room and tell women we're logical and solution based. But every time a chance pops up in the world for logic and solutions to exist, we end up becoming emotional. Right? So I don't like the T-born app. I think it's a very emotional response to the T app. I think those men on that app would have survived perfectly fine because I know the real world. But I don't like that men take women's protocols and then go, I'm a man because I took a woman's protocol. I just disagree. Like, and I'm only 33, but I was raised by older men, so I might have a more older mindset. I'm from Chicago originally.
Dang, why are people sometimes? You know, I've been trying to figure out. People from the South sound extremely old.
My family is from the South.
Okay. Why do you sound like you 70?
Yeah, but it's just because I don't think, because I'm married, and I come on this app a couple times a year, but I'm married. I've never been able to get through my wife by being more of a woman. My wife don't respect me because I'm more of her feminine. My wife might be mad. We might have our differences, but she loves the duality that she's a woman, I'm a man. I don't want her to be a man. She don't want me to be a woman. So when I hear men become women to make a point, I'm slightly disgusted. Because how dare you tell women they're too emotional to have a conversation, yet you get emotional to have the conversation. And I'll end there because I don't want to be too long-winded, but I'm not a fan of men taking a woman's approach to prove a woman wrong. I think stoicism is enough. And I think good women, no matter where you go, no matter what she say, I think being a stoic man makes a woman want to be with you forever. Being an emotional man makes her want to date you for a couple of years. I'll land them.
Thank you. No. Appreciate it. You still sound 70 to me, but it's okay. You said y'all need to stop being so emotional. Donnie! Come on up here.
You can't be right with you.
Nah. What you say?
I said you can't be right with you.
I should say hi to Donnie. Say hi to Donnie. I know. All the time. She just talks so crazy. I don't know.
Hi, Donnie. Hi, Mickey. Hi, Mickey.
I know y'all
be in there going in.
Say hi to Dottie. Say it. Okay.
Oh my
All right.
God.
I don't know what she be saying. She just, if you yell at her, she'll talk to you.
You got a dog, man.
That's a cat. Say you're a cat.
I wish I could have a cat. I'm so allergic, it don't even, like, I'll die. But I really, I
Let me
love
send you
cats.
some cat hair there, my nigga.
Oh my God, Bonita, don't kill me now, sis.
Let me send you a
Fuck you, cat.
My goodness.
Fuck you. That is diabolical.
Nah, because
Bite me, Donnie.
Donnie said hi.
Look,
Donnie said
Bonita,
hi, cat.
look, Bonita, my homie had 2 cats, right? I used to sacrifice my allergies to see those 2 cats interact with each other. They used to do swanton bombs, F5s, all the rest of the shit I could. Them cats was a ball. But God damn it, did I not sacrifice my health to see these memories?
That's Benadryl.
This nigga done blew up like a damn balloon.
That's
Oh
Benadryl.
my goodness.
That's
All right.
Benadryl.
Let's get back to this. How do men and women devalue themselves? Hush, cat. Okay. How do they devalue themselves? Ooh, Lord.
RPO we will go in on a topic.
They wouldn't stop. They had 1 million of them. They had 1 million of them. I don't even know what to do.
Like,
they had so many different examples. It just would not stop. It really wouldn't. Like, I don't even know. We got to keep it going, I guess, because everybody has different things that they said. I didn't even hear the first one at all. But whatever.
Hey, Panda, can I
where we had to end it to start the second one.
I guess so. I don't know.
Man, that he was a liar.
Oh, get out. That's why there was part 2? Wow.
Yeah, because the man straight up said, I didn't say that.
What did he say?
What was the... So... Shit, I wish Miss Clark was here.
He said he did not say that women were incentivized to leave black men.
Yeah.
He definitely said it.
Women are not incentivized to leave black men.
He said that women were incentivized, but he said that he did not say that.
Yeah, he denied saying that.
Oh, okay.
But he actually
why
said
the
it.
hell did he say? I'm gonna have to listen to that replay. I'm confused as to why he made this. What's he saying? Like, what the fuck? All right, yeah. Well, that didn't work out too well for him.
Then he goes talks about being. Hold on. Then he talked about how he was accountable because after we ended the room to listen to the replay of him saying it, then he said, "Oh yeah, okay, fine, you're right." He's like, "Yeah, I'm being accountable." We're like, accountable. When you said it, we go, "No, you did say that." You would have said, "Oh, okay." Then. But instead, you waited until we started a whole new room to take accountability. That sounds like being gone. That doesn't really sound like accountability, but what do I know? I know somebody's trying to talk.
A lot. You know a lot.
Good Lord. This is a hot mess.
Miss Cleo, I love your PTR.
Oh, thank you.
Who's got dang bold?
Damn.
Bold.
You okay, Bold?
You good?
Can I ask the ladies in the room?
Hold on, is Bold okay? Are you dying? Put your hands in the air, Bold. Put your hands up.
He's
coughing up no hair.
That nigga okay. He higher than he was 2 seconds ago. He's going to
Okay, all right. As long as he can talk. All right, keep good.
No, I just had a lady. I had a question for the lady.
Oh, can you not talk on top of each other? That's y'all dicks banging. Can y'all stop? Thanks. One of you at a time.
Throat fluttering.
All right, so Bold, you're good. All right, perfect. Now there was somebody who was trying to speak just now, sir.
Oh,
yeah.
No. I don't want to get over Bo's weed high.
You good? He can breathe.
Yeah, he can breathe now. Salute to you, brother, for breathing. I just wanted to ask the ladies a question. Because I noticed some of y'all been in here for a minute. Have y'all felt more valued as women over the years? Or, and y'all go to all different rooms, right? Or do you feel like you have more to prove as a woman? That's just a question to the women.
On this app?
So that I can... In general, like the world, because I think this app is just a part of the internet, but the internet is very much, the internet. So like, as
You
the
and
world
Paul
goes,
sound alike.
no, I'm not him.
Nah, Paul sounds extremely squirrely. Like he just sounds like too many words at one time. More valued. What do you mean by that? More valued. Like, like that. Like, because I feel like I've always been valued, and I don't know. I never think about my value levels at all. So I don't know if I can even answer that. You mean okay? So,
I don't know. I'm trying to process it too.
Yeah,
but I typically don't think about what people consider my value if I don't consider the fact that those people are alive.
Well,
yeah, that too. That's part of it.
My value to the people that I care about, do I feel like I'm fighting for it? Like, or it has to be proven more? Do I feel like they value it more? Who I care about?
No, I really did mean this as a very interpersonal question. So this is why I see a lot of ladies in the room. I don't expect y'all to have all the same answers, right? So I'm just saying, you've given your rhetoric, right? You've talked to men, you've heard disgusting men, you've heard good men, right, in different rooms. As far as real life goes, though, when we log off this app, do you find value in the black man, specifically black man's rhetoric, or do you feel challenged? Is that better?
Challenged.
No, that's a totally different question.
Yeah,
those are some.
Answer that one though, because I think I got more.
Which one are you? Which one?
Do I find value in black men's rhetoric? Typically not.
No, you have an option: empowered or challenged. That's your options to the question.
Okay, so empowered or challenged when I listen to black men in real life? Is that what you said?
No, totality.
In real life?
I'm saying totality.
This has no
From men you know in real life and men you know on the internet. Totality, right? Do you feel more empowered to one of the two? Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna let somebody else go and see if they can answer.
I don't mind going.
Give me an idea of what. Yeah, that'll give me an idea of what exactly.
I don't mind going.
Thank you.
Bodie, I also heard you. Were you trying to go? I don't want to step on nobody's toe. Okay, I'll go after.
I'll go after you, Miss
Wait.
Cleo.
Okay, let me just go because I'm getting confused now. All right.
Please, just go.
So
Anybody
I would say that I feel challenged, but not in the way that I think you're using the word challenge, because I think challenges are good and they actually empower you. When people push you and, in my real life, not this Clubhouse world, on Clubhouse, because I know you want me to put them together, I just can't, because the men I deal with in real life operate very differently than most of the people I interact with on Clubhouse. On Clubhouse, I feel confused on a regular basis because men can't even keep up with what their arguments are. Like, they'll say something, you'll question it to kind of understand or make sure you're understanding what point they're making. And in that questioning, they realize the shit they said, the reason I didn't understand it was so confusing that they start changing it. And I go, well, you first said this and you said this, and they accuse me of, being even though they're the ones who are confusing. So, I real men, in real life, I feel challenged, which is empowering because, like, iron sharpens iron type of thing. And on this app, utterly confused. That's my answer.
Well, Ms. Cleo, I will say this. This is not a trick question. I don't have a connotation attached. So I'm not saying a good connotation or a bad. This is genuinely, which is not for most men on this app. I'm literally asking an open-ended question for me to learn. Not for you to, there's no trick behind it, right? So be yourself.
I didn't think there was a trick.
Yeah, I don't think
you did. I think you answered it well, Miss Cleo. I'm just clarifying to other young ladies. There's no trick.
Yeah, and like you said, it's going to be easy to DJ. And I'm getting a lot of requests for this new song.
You fucking lying. Okay, so put me in the queue for people who are gonna answer, and y'all just got a display of just how much niggas be making sense and mattering in this bitch.
Okay, I'll go. Feeling empowered about what men said on Clubhouse, no, because I don't value men who has nothing but time in a day
talking to random strangers on the internet any valuable than what I'm doing right now. My actions. I'm at work. Sorry. Take that moot point. Now, do I feel challenged by what they say? No, because if I have a hint of feeling challenged, that means I'm here to prove a point, and that proves them right for what? I think that makes sense. So, if I wanted to be challenged, it will be the benefit for myself, where I myself challenge myself to benefit for myself, because I live for myself, not for others. And
I don't look at it as a challenge. I just look at it as, are you making sense? You're not making sense. Why would I get mad about someone on a voice app? I'll never fucking see it on my whole life, especially these men. Ugh, no. I know my value. I know my worth. And any opinion that comes out of any of these burnt motherfuckers' mouth on this app, I really don't give zero fucks. I don't care. I don't know you. You don't know me. That's your opinion, boo. You could go to bed with your opinion. I just don't care. I don't care.
So the options were challenged or empowered.
Yeah.
And I'm really trying to walk through it. So, was there a vagina talking? Challenged or empowered? There's no challenge in the. I rarely hear it make sense. To be honest with you, like I hear a lot of emotions called logic, and then like. For them to empower me, they would have to be powerful. See? So the options that you're giving me, I can't really pick one. Confused often. Empowered, impossible. Yeah, they don't have a power to give me.
I like. See, that's what I like. I like the confused. Right. That's all what you was doing.
Did I say
I like the confused sentence because.
Yes, you did, Miss Cleo.
Miss Cleo
clearly said this was confusing.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I'm just listening. But I heard the last thing.
For a fraud, but I was just like,
Miss Cleo,
what I like about it.
Hold on.
One at a time. My goodness.
sorry,
Real fast, because I like to just jump in as a referee, just jump right back out.
Thanks.
I think he intentionally gave two options just to see if you would pick the greater evil, because nobody really picked either or, but Miss Cleo hit it first when she said confused, because she wasn't really choosing empowerment or challenge. She originally settled on challenge though, but she said challenge not in the way that most people would see it, and then she topped it off with confusion. So then we're all on the same court.
Yeah, I like confusion because I think that's a human emotion, right? There's a lot of smart. I come to this room because there's a lot of smart people, right? And it's often of a smart person, they don't want to admit when they're confused about something. And that's not that this mean anybody who talked before, right? It was an honest question. But, when you live in real life, and you, as a man, at least, because I can't speak from a woman's point of view, you could easily, from Clubhouse or any internet app, hate black women. But you could also learn to love them if your algorithm is right on other social medias. Right? So when I hear confusion, the only reason I appreciate confusion is because it tells me that this person has a mind of their own, to where I hear bullshit, but I hear great shit. And sometimes I get confused on what is good and what is great. And it was like the kid said, it was an open-ended question, so I'm not hating on nobody. But I was looking for the obtuse answer of, you know what? The world shows me 100 ways to be a black person, man or woman. But I've decided that I'm going to figure this out through confusion, because it's so many ways to operate that with my own mind, not nobody else's mind, my own mind,
I'm still trying to figure out what the correct process is. So, you know, I appreciate everybody's responses, but I did love I'm gonna say your name correctly, says Firo's responses, because it shows a human reaction.
It's Fro.
Too much information I'm sorry, sis?
It's Fro. Know why?
Oh, Fro. Okay. I do appreciate Fro's response because it shows a human reaction to being confused because there's so much hitting you at one time that you have to find your own way. So I'll just land there.
So I do want to respond to that, though. I think that with our answers, you kind of created something for yourself. So one, it wasn't an open-ended question. You said it was not. And the confusion is not like I heard great shit and bad shit. The confusion is literally, what are you talking about? Like, the confusion is more so hearing somebody be conflicted in what they're saying and not being sure why they're still talking. It's not so much, wow, that was powerful and I'm just kind of lost. It's very clear what they're saying and it's usually contradictory to what they've said before. And that is confusing.
Well, I will say this, Fro. This is why I gave accolades to the people who spoke before you. Because I didn't ask a right or wrong question. I think everybody was right within their own mindset. Right? We often talk about mental health until conversations not about mental health includes it. So when I asked the question, it was an open-ended question because I get to know people on a more personal level. Right? I don't know if y'all understand psychology.
But you gave us multiple choice as not open-ended, sir.
Right. Have you ever took the SAT? Hold on 1 second. Have you ever took the SAT?
Of course.
Right,
Can we move from this question?
Yeah, the open-ended ones I had to answer like in paragraph form.
By the way,
it didn't tell me to choose this or that one.
Right, but because there's a paragraph form, this is why I did not interrupt somebody given their paragraph. I didn't say it's a yes or no. I asked a question that allowed you to expand on your mindset.
But you didn't. You gave us two to choose from, and we said, fuck that. We're going to give you another answer.
Yo, a teacher's going to jump in. I just want to be... No, I'm going to do my teacher thing.
Can we make it quick? Because it's just a question. Can we move from this question? I want to get to the topic.
Yeah, I need a piece of the pie.
Because I don't want to get caught up in the question. I want to get stuck. I'm tired of getting stuck sometimes. It's like I don't even understand how he even wants us to answer this question, let alone us to even sit around answering it.
Just want your opinion.
I mean, opinion on what exactly? I don't really know. So that's why I just really want to move this because I don't think anybody really understands what it is.
It's not logical. It's not.
So that's why I'm saying let's just move.
But that was my point. There is no response that will make me happy. I want to say indulge in the people.
That's not what open and closed.
All right, yeah, let's move. Oh my gosh.
He made an error. It wasn't an open-ended question. It was options. It was only 2 options. Perfect. So we can do that. He misspoke. Yeah. So I have a new question.
He didn't misspeak. He just was wrong. You remember when
either way, let's not get
something ago. We just talked about
So new question on the floor.
There's nothing else here.
Or is it
this is men being the most protected.
Is value self-induced or peer-approved?
Is value what?
Self-induced or peer?
Both.
Self-induced or peer-approved?
Both.
Combination.
Well, that you did quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's both. It absolutely is both.
Do you have a different thought, kid?
Yes,
okay,
I do.
Share it, because that's how things don't end there. If you disagree, share your disagreement.
Well, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole and be misunderstood, but I think
so. You're not going to share?
Yes, of course I'm going to share. My man raised no hope. I think that value comes from the consumer. I think value is peer approved. So you can say that your house is worth $10 billion. I'm in real estate, and nobody buys your house. Your house is not, in fact, worth $10 billion, because if it was, then you would have a buyer. I deal with it all the time. People list their properties for above market rate. Market is what your peers are willing to pay in that area for this product or property. I think a lot of us think that we self-induce our value, but unfortunately, if you're trying to sell some goods, people got to buy it. And people only buy based on supply and demand. And supply and demand is measured by its volume. So if there's a whole bunch of houses on the market at the same time, evidently the prices are going to drop because they have options. And if they don't have options, then the price is going to go up.
What does that property versus a human being?
I mean, I think it makes sense. I do. I think that it makes sense because if you're discussing now, I think that you can have a value of yourself, but if we're talking about other people experiencing you, then I think that they do determine the value of what their experience is of you. I think sometimes what gets blurred is people that are not considered or are not of value to the person whose value is being determined think that their perception of that person's value matters. Now that's a whole different realm.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying? If I would never sell my house to you, your value of it wouldn't matter. If you know what I'm saying? If I am not in the market for you to be the buyer, of whatever said house. So I think that there's several ways that a person's value can be determined by themselves, by the people that they would like to exchange with, and also by the people that they would never exchange with, but those people still want to matter to their value.
Exactly. Like there's. Let me just give this last example, and I'm gonna give it back to you. Less women are going to sign up to be with a broke nigga. That doesn't mean a broke nigga can't still find somebody. Somebody is gonna, be in the running and purchase this broke nigga. But let's compare him to somebody with a little bit more finances, and he's also handsome. I mean, we hate to admit it because we're human beings, but let's be fucking for real. That handsome man with a bag is always going to have more people checking for him than this broke ass nigga that's trying to live in your house for free.
I think part of why the examples of like goods and services doesn't exactly work for people, particularly if you're talking about partnership, which it sounds like you're doing, is you're actually, well, I don't consider myself in a competition with other people where I do think goods and services are in a competitive environment. So I think that's one shift is deciding that it's a competitive environment, one. And two, you're only really the limited number of people that you're actually looking to sell to, which is different than in like traditional sales and goods and services. So I think those two key pieces make it a bit different. Also, I do think some of your value is internal because even if nobody's going to buy my house for a certain value, I'm willing to stay in my house because of the value I see within it. And that doesn't mean there's not value. That value lies within me and my enjoyment. And I'm upgrading, I'm doing this, and I may not even ever sell my house. So it doesn't mean the house doesn't have value. There's a lot of value, and some of the value in the house is like, this is my childhood home. This is where I grew up. So there's a value that nobody else will ever have that still is a very rich value that exists. So I think to make it cut and dry how you could sell on a market to be where value lives, I don't necessarily think that exactly translates to my opinion.
But value is directly in competition with a thing. Is it not? Like,
what do you mean?
You can. So in my field of profession, right? I'm in real estate and I deal with clients that want to sell their homes or buy homes. So, in order to give a thing a value, you have to have something to compare it with. Otherwise, value doesn't exist. It's the comparison.
That's market, but that's when you're starting to talk about, like Adrian is saying, the market value of something, but not the intrinsic value of something. Have you ever heard that something is priceless?
Yes.
It's not in comparison to necessarily something else on the market, but more in comparison to time. Something is timeless as well. So that level of self, that intrinsic value that can be placed, you don't have to compare. And just like Adrian said, it could be something as simple as a memory. And
understood.
You're the only one that holds. So
yeah, I understand that, but I'm speaking value.
You're talking about market value though, because again, you're the one that drew the comparison to real estate, because that's your profession. So yes, I hear you in that term. But again, how does men and women devalue themselves? The analogy, when you draw out the flaws in the analogy, you actually can take a step back and answer the question thoroughly yourself.
So I would say, stepping back from, the market hypothesis, right? I don't think that black men or women can devalue themselves at all, because you can be ghetto fabulous, a bum, and as long as you say to yourself you have high value, regardless of what the market or what everyone else says, then in your mind, you're valuable. So there is no devaluing of a person, because a person is always going to see themselves as valuable. You're a human being. I have civil rights. I have human rights. I'm not devaluing myself. I can be a piece of shit.
No, but you have people you have people like narcissists and the like that get extreme pleasure out of tearing somebody down, stripping them stripping their value from them to big up themselves. And this is where a little portion of the devaluing conversation comes into play, because not everybody values everybody.
But that goes back to the market scenario.
But there's a manipulation because of what that particular individual is going through. They're gonna devalue somebody else to feel better, which is fucked up.
But so, can they really devalue another human being? Can they really do that?
Yes, because how does somebody commit suicide?
Let me say that.
Sure, Donnie.
And I might have been a little too poetic the first time. The only way you can devalue something is to compare it. If you're not comparing, there is nothing to devalue, value. It's literally intrinsic. So I'm looking at myself right now. I'm driving on this fucking open road. If I was to say, oh, nobody's as cool as me while I'm driving, now I would have to look into this Acura, this Hyundai, this Toyota in front of me and really make a comparison versus I'm driving down this open road. That's it. The value is just that. I'm driving down this open road. And so when I get to my destination, now that's the next piece of value with time, right? So when I get to my destination, the value is I'm home. I appreciate that. But it's no comparison. Oh, I'm going to get home faster than you, Toyota Tacoma. Like, how? So again, value is really only placed out externally when there's comparison.
Right, and that's why I was saying that there's 3 different ways. So, kid, you actually just contradicted yourself, because when you said you're saying that a person can't be devalued, but you explained a person as a house able to be devalued. So, I don't know.
I gave 2 points. I didn't contradict myself. I was trying to better understand how someone can have intrinsic value without comparing themselves to another thing. Like, you can say, I'm priceless, or this thing is priceless. It's priceless to you. But somebody can walk into your home, look at that you think is priceless, and say that's worth $1. In comparison to all the other nickels, this nickel, it has sentimental value to me. No. My uncle gave this to me.
You're right, which is actually why I think that his question, why Nono's question went the way it did, because he asked us if something that we don't value empowered us. Impossible. Like how?
That's
right.
But
I think that's exactly why his question.
I was just trying to unpack it further. That was my whole purpose.
But kid, what you're doing is, even in the way you continuously talk about it, it always situates itself as a comparison. You don't actually, because you live, it sounds like the way you approach looking at things is comparatively, right? And so every time you give an example, you give one that rests on comparison versus giving ones that don't. And so what happens is you give an example, go, isn't this proof? I'm like, yes, in that example, because the example itself is a comparison. I love my brother and I value my brother to the ends of the earth. That has shit to do with my sister. Value my sister and love her to the ends of the earth. That has shit to do with my brother. I value and love my mom to the end of the earth. That has shit to do with either of the people I've named already. They are all priceless to me, and there's no comparison of them to me. But nor is there a comparison of them to your family or your friends or myself.
I disagree, because, and I'm just.
You're going to disagree with how I value people?
Oh, okay. No, I'm disagreeing that there is no comparison going on.
You're going to disagree with how I value my family. Great. Go on. Tell me how I
was going to disagree with the logic of it. That was it, but you got it.
No, go on. I would love to hear this.
Sure. So when you have category, right, and you place things in categories such as family, right, and humans that are not family, comparatively, you value family more than other people. So if they're not part of this category,
bingo,
they're not priceless too. So it is a comparison abstractly. It's not like we're doing it like with a mean spirit or anything.
No, you've decided that I place that value on them. I've said that they're priceless, and it has shit to do with anybody else. You've decided that I've made family more important than other people. That's what you've decided.
Well, you said it's. Okay, maybe that's true. But however you view that category called
there's
family,
no maybe there. It's definitely true. There's no maybe. But go ahead, continue.
But yeah, I did not say that. You inserted a value that I never said, and then told me that I'm doing something based off of a value you've added in to my life.
Because you just very specifically said that this is not in comparison to your family or your friends or even herself. The value that's being placed is just that value. She's not giving a $10 limit, right? And saying you get $2 because I like you get $5, you get $1.50. She's not doing that, right? She's saying I have infinite dollars. All of you get $1 because I value you all the same fucking way.
I get that there are people who operate that way, and I do think there are species of people who I have comparative value for, right? I just don't think everything operates that way, right? I definitely don't value most people who are sitting in here talking. Don't. So it's not that I live in a bubble that there aren't comparisons that exist, right? That's not what my argument is. I don't think that everything rests in a comparison.
I'm with that, and that's what I noticed when he first asked the question. When he asked us the question, he placed value in people that we don't value, and that's what made that shit so hard to answer, because his perception was there was value in these stragglers, and it was trying to tell you that shit was very difficult to answer.
But how do we have the bad without the good?
Yeah, just talk. This analogy shit ain't working.
Well, let me ask you really quick. Let me dialogue with him for a second.
Let's talk.
This in the layman's terms. How do you have the bad without the good? Why can't you just have?
Yeah.
Because it was literally that simple.
Hi. You made a good point. Wow.
They all come together to form a beautiful picture.
What?
So
we still talking about this Da Vinci shit?
Especially having kids. It would just speak clearly, like, without like analogies and metaphors and poetic.
In Morse code right now, but you know, I'm decoding a little bit.
Please, can you translate?
Yeah, they all come together to paint this beautiful picture.
Who's they?
The good and the bad. He's trying to create this level. He's trying to create this level of duality within everything, right? Value, devalue, men, women. So, how do you have the good without the bad? Why can't you just have? Well, they come together to create this beautiful picture. Once that picture is created, this is to you, Bold. Once that picture is created, what do you have?
Beautiful picture.
Donnie, I think you have a picture that has this good and bad that would not be considered if it were something else that had to include the good and the bad. So I think we get to this place when people realize that they are the bad or the devalued, and they still want to be included. And I peeped that when the dude said something about people don't like to admit being confused. A newsflash, we all have vaginas. We actually don't mind admitting that we're confused or we don't know shit. That's actually not something that we got a problem with. Like, we don't live in a world. We don't live in a world where if we're confused or wrong, we lose merit. We don't live in that world. So
who's confused about who even shared confusion? Like,
right, like
It was just interesting.
I think Donnie made the point earlier.
Hold on 1 second, let me say this real quick. I appreciate you picking up on that, bro, because his submission was you need the good and the bad to create a beautiful picture. So you're putting the bad back in this realm of being included in this beauty, right? The existence is the beauty. Like Fro said, you have a picture. Why can't you just be okay with that? Having good, bad, happy, sad, anything in between, you have. So that's the problem with me in this conversation as I'm listening in this devalue value. The level of intrinsic, whether that's motivation, love, self-esteem, it's lacking. And that shows in the comparative nature because niggas want to look at the fucking homeless man and say, I have a studio, I'm doing better than you. No, nigga. You don't know what. That nigga might have a Cadillac fucking van behind this liquor store just panhandling. You don't know that. So why compare it? Because it looks good at face value and makes you feel good about yourself?
The second part, Donnie.
That part.
Can I just read something? So Donnie,
because if it was about having the good and the bad of like terrible ass women and good ass women, the narrative would not be the same. This is about including self in something that you want to be included in. That's just so easy to. It's transparent.
So Donnie was right when he said there's a difference between intrinsic value and value by definition. So I just asked Chad, pulling up the definition and scrutinizing it to its core, right? So, no, value in the sense cannot exist without comparison. For example, saying this is expensive assumes a comparison to something cheaper. This is better assumes another thing that is worse. This form of value requires a reference point, whether it's another object, a past experience, or an internal standard. But if you mean intrinsic value, yes. In some philosophical and theological frameworks, something can have value in and of itself, regardless of comparison, which is why I gave the submission. If we are talking about intrinsic value, then there is no devaluing of a person because a person will always have value according to how they see themselves. So no, a person isn't going to say, oh, I'm not valuable as a human being.
But people do that.
It's called depression.
Okay. People actually do that.
You're right. You're absolutely right. They do that. I stand corrected. They do that. It's depression and suicide.
Yep. And comparison.
But it's not value. It's intrinsic.
Right. Comparison.
It's intrinsic value. So for the market, like if we're talking about dating or comparison, like business owners owning shit, competing with other nationalities and ethnic groups and shit like that, yeah, value does exist.
Yo, did you not listen to my submission at all? Like, he had to mansplain it and had the word intrinsic for you to, like, this shit is crazy because I legitimately said in my submission, I go, in a market situation, that makes sense. I literally said that this.
I didn't say that you didn't say
This
that, Miss Cleo. I just
devalues the
reiterated.
conversation. This devalues the conversation because Ms. Cleo has made it abundantly clear. She has said this several times. See, this is where we draw the line as to whether or not you're going to value this conversation or you're going to devalue it because you have a one-track mind to believe what you want and just go with that train of thought instead of listening.
Are you not listening? I started my statement by saying Donnie was correct. And I also said I stand corrected. And I reiterated everything that Donnie said. I gave additional context. And I
why get defensive?
I never said, I'm not getting defensive. You're the one.
Your tone, your inflection of your voice says otherwise.
Let's just pause it here. Don, thank you for mansplaining for me. I appreciate how you do that very well in RPO.
Well, let me just say this very quickly and briefly so it is understood. I only reiterated exactly what Adrian said because I was listening to her. And I do appreciate, was that Kid?
Yes, sir.
Damn, he driving and went into the abyss.
Was there a recap possible or a reset?
Definitely can do a reset. I don't know if we need to recap.
I was about to say we could do a reset. The hand was over about 15 minutes ago.
I'm lost where we at.
We wanted to take it through the conversation, so we're here now.
Well, we actually thought this was a new one because of how Kid posted and we got duped. It wasn't actually new.
Yeah, I just walked into part 3. I wasn't here for part 1 and 2. But I think Panda's busy, so quick reset. Welcome to Research Purposes, follow the mods. The topic for the night is how do black men and women devalue themselves. And this is part 3. So if you missed the first 2 parts like I did, go back and listen to the replays. So right now, I had put on the floor the question of value. I said, is value self-induced or is it peer-approved? So that's pretty much how we kind of got on here in terms of how we see value socially. So I opened up the conversation or the debate with the comparison of the market using real estate. But we got to the intrinsic values of human beings or us black people in the community and how we value ourselves. So as I said earlier, I stand corrected because Miss Cleo kind of like got the dust out of my eyes when it comes to intrinsic value and how people can lose value or self-worth over themselves because of life circumstances, mental issues, whatever. I lost a best friend to suicide, so I'm actually disappointed in myself that I kind of missed that point. But the question is still on the floor. What do you guys think? Do you think that self-worth is self-induced, like you create your own value and you make other people see the value in you, or you don't care about how other people see you? You don't care about how other people see you and you just hold value yourself? Or is it peer approved? You go to school, you get PhDs, you get all of these different things that qualify as, accolades, and, people, show you, like, hey, like, you're well accomplished, you're well established, whatever the case may be. So, enough of me elaborating, it's back over to you.
I look at it as self-esteem. I have self-esteem with a willingness to accept constructive criticism. Esteem is defined as to hold something in high regard. Therefore, I hold myself in high regard. My value comes from my self-esteem. Now, if somebody wants to try to come at me sideways to make me feel otherwise, I might feel a way about that and get upset for a quick minute. But if I have self-esteem, nobody, and I mean nobody, can devalue me. They can try. It's their opinion. They can try. It's their mouth. But at the end of the day, it's not going to happen. Because you got to ask yourself, when you covet something, are you taking away from your value to want what somebody else has?
I stated earlier.
We can barely hear you, 2.0. You gotta speak up a little bit.
Sorry. I stated earlier that value only comes with self-worth, only within. You only devalue yourself if you seek validation outside of yourself. Given point blank. Okay? If you only see yourself based on the use of what others can view you as, then are you really yourself? Yes or no?
I want to say yes. You can still be yourself even if you seek validation from others, because their critiques of you can't perfect you. You may not ever become perfect, but their critiques of you can make you look at your weaknesses and make you want to go out and try to improve those weaknesses. And then maybe somewhere down the line it can start to become intrinsic, or it might start off intrinsic and you may want to seek validation. I feel like it can play off, it can sort of play off each other.
But see, here, let me be the devil's advocate. Are you going to go ahead and take critiques of people that you don't see value? Are you going to accept any critiques from anybody by anything just because they feel like they want to go ahead and pick your brain? Yeah.
So,
why do I have to in this state of, hold on one second. Right. Let me get in here. Why do I have to in this state of comparative value adding to my esteem? Because I can sit in places and spaces, and I'm going to reiterate my question so it's not lost. I can sit in places and spaces that I know they're going to praise me. So why do I have to take into account not being myself when I'm seeking validation? The part of me that's seeking is putting myself in places and spaces to be praised.
I mean, we can use this for example. Let's say, like I want to start out working, and I don't know, I get a subscription at what is it, brunch, whatever.
Hold on, Bo.
And I'm getting okay.
I don't want to overwhelm her with information. You get right after. I just wanted to include that. So that was for you, ma'am.
My phone back.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I haven't thought of that way.
And see, that's the beauty of human, right? It's not necessarily, and somebody's playing out not somebody, this whole conversation is playing out this level of duality. And within that, the level of validation in value, validation, value, root word's the same, right? Value.
Wow.
But with that, yeah, I got you. So with that being the case, it's just one of those things that we can't take away the human aspect of it. The marketplace is a thing. It's not a person. And so again, that's why that comparative piece of demonstration as it pertains to value gets convoluted in the whole mass of it. Because if you look at it, intrinsic value and external comparative value is human. It is very possible in certain sectors to have one without the other. But in the totality of life, you have to have them both. Because now that places safety as one of them. I'm not going over here because I know X, Y, and Z. Instead, I'm going over there. I just compared two places and put my abundance of safety in front of the measure, in front of as the measure to make a decision. So it's one thing to try to rest in one, but it's very, very human to look at the duality and say, okay, I know that in regards to X, I'm going to go over here because not only is it valid to the fact that I will be whatever, I've looked at the comparative analysis, and I also know that if I go over there, it is valid to potentially hurt me. So that evaluation that's being made, it's not just each compartmentalized thing is going to be either intrinsic to you or external. There's no middle ground in that.
You're right on a certain point, but I definitely disagree when it comes to external validation, because people utilize external values that needs applause. It's not considered value, it's considered vanity. Praise is nice, but it's not proof. Real worth is what survives the silence. So when it comes to validation and seeking applause from other people of your worth, that diminishes your intrinsic value of yourself, if you get what I mean.
Yes, but if you do not know yourself, this is why we're going in circles saying the same thing, but in a different way.
Hold on, Alicia. Let's not be so,
I'm
contrite in the response. No, it's all good. Yes and no, right? Because again, I can know myself and understand that in this realm, that praise is because of me. Whatever section of me that is. So, externally, all I did was accept your applause. But internally, I did all of the work. So you just gave me an Oscar, that's it. So that doesn't really, it doesn't blur that line whatsoever. And I'm not saying that's all people, but there's a fraction of people that can do that. And your question was, can you, essentially?
That makes sense. It's a lot to think about.
So, Donnie, what you're saying is that accolades and all of that is fine and dandy, but at the end of the day, we should just know ourselves and know what we value so as not to be devalued.
I'm not telling you to do anything left or right. I'm just sharing, right?
No, I'm asking, is that what the gist of what you're sharing? Maybe I missed something? I'm just asking, because I like the way this is flowing. I'm just a little curious about something. That's all.
I don't understand what you're asking. I apologize.
It's like this, right? Look at the people that come in this room, always wanting to center themselves, right? How many times have you and the other moderators had to silence me for something, right? Yeah, hi to you too, Corey. So anyway, what I was saying to you,
Let's flip this back on yourself really quick before you ask your question. I just want you to think about something. How many times have you referenced the moderators in terms of making a point to others to validate your point?
I've done that several times, but not because I feel devalued.
So now think about your question and then ask it in a couple of seconds, because I think that might hit home for you.
You sit in a room full of people you don't value all day. But yeah, you find value here.
You can't speak for me. You'll never be able to do that.
You don't value me.
Opinions are like assholes. Everybody has them.
Am I right or wrong?
You're right. I really don't because of what you said in another room, but that's for another time.
Y'all keep y'all personal shit. I don't want.
Yeah, I was about to say it's about to get weird because
I don't care. I'll go on mute.
No, it was about to get weird because also like bold. I don't really know how to say this because I'm also simply a participant. I am aware that I'm a valued participant, but like you just be here. So like to say that to her is weird because you're not the room. So I don't know what be going on.
One of y'all said it earlier. Said, I do not value anybody in this room.
No,
I mean, but her not valuing you, and then you saying you come in here and sit in a room full of people you don't value. You don't value me. It doesn't matter that she doesn't value you. You're simply another participant in the room. She didn't come here to value you.
Yo, bold. No, I'm going to put you on mute because you're confusing the word every and anyone. And those words are very different. I don't value everyone in this room. Facts. It does not mean I don't value anyone in this room. Not facts. There are people who I've shown that I value them by action too.
Right.
So, do not confuse the terms. Everyone and anyone, although sound really close, actually don't mean the same thing, and their context really matters here. Thank you.
You see hold on one second, Bolt. I got
it happen at the same time.
You see all these little hearts that I'm putting up? Oh, damn, they froze me out. But you see all of these little, like, fires and hearts? These are the people that I extremely appreciate because of their value, right? And I can't get around to everybody right now because, again, they fucking froze me out. But one thing that I do understand is not everything is meant to be valued. Let me say that one more time. One thing I do understand is that not everything is meant to be valued.
Say that.
Because not everything is for everybody. And I'll end there.
And I think that was what was getting kind of lost and confused between No-No's question and Kid's question. I do think that sometimes there's this assumption that if somebody is valued in the space, everybody's kind of valued the same or worthy of being valued the same. I made a comment in the chat. It's a brother who comes in here and he has this little energy where he kind of tries to like make the conversation go his way or like, I don't know. The nigga's name is Dr. G. Anyway, we just kind of step over his body every time he do that shit. I think it's the funniest thing in the world because I don't know what you came here and thought your value was, but it's what we think it is. And if we don't think that it matters right now, we will step over your body. And so I think that what people sometimes don't understand is that they are somebody who is easy to step over. But they see the value of other people and they just kind of like place themselves among it. They place themselves among it because they can have entry into the space. It's not the same. You are carpet. Like it be like that sometimes. Some places I go, I am carpet. Like and people just get like you got to get that. So like Adrian said, the words may sound similar, but they are not. Sometimes you just be carpet. Sometimes you be doormat. Like sometimes you just be decoration in the space. Like it just be that.
And one of my first entries into this room, they were having an intellectual debate, and I engaged. And T, bro, she just like let me have it, bro. Like just like it. If you just like sit back and listen, don't even say shit. Just let a motherfucker talk to you. Just zone out and really soak in what they're saying. Like damn, that was some hurtful shit, but I can take some of that and apply what you said. And then like you go apply what they said to your weaknesses. But like most people just don't know how to shut the fuck up and listening is a superpower. But
when you applied it to your weakness, did it make you quote unquote better?
I would like to say so.
So you initially said that quote unquote it was some hurtful shit. I don't know about you, but hurtful stuff actually hurts me. It makes me worse. So how is that? And this is the beauty of constructive criticism, right? There's no feelings behind what T said. I was there. I was the one calling you a dumbass. Remember that?
Right. Yeah, right. I let y'all talk, didn't I?
Yeah. Right? And I would say just based off of, what was that, 3 weeks ago at the most?
Mm-hmm.
Just based off of that time, yeah, you are getting better. So how is that constructive criticism hurtful?
So do you really want to hear that? They say the truth hurts. Do you really want to hear that shit? Or will your ego snap in and want to go back and forth? But the trick is to shut the fuck up and listen.
So it wasn't hurtful, you were just being sensitive. Gotcha.
I don't know, man. It makes the question very interesting about the devaluing. I think men and women devalue differently. I think right now we're kind of in the nucleus of how a lot of men end up devalued, and I think it starts with this idea of like socially being valuable regardless, like just because this is a man in the world. Like I think it's that. And we've had the display about 2-3 times in the last 30 minutes of how that happens. I don't know if anybody else saw it. I definitely did. There's this placement of value prior to asking about their own value. And then when like the answers come back as like, who are you again? Then there's this space of like denial for the comfort of ego. Confusion for the cradling and the safety of ego. It just is. Like I don't know, man. I don't understand it. Like I said in the chat, like when I'm carpet in some places, that shit don't bother me. I don't feel like I need to try to become a flying carpet. I don't feel like I need to, like, I just understand that these people value something else, and it just, maybe it's not me. And that's cool. Like, it's nothing wrong with that. But that's because I don't come into the space expecting to be valued by strangers simply because I exist. And I think that that's something that, you know, a certain group of people they kind of like expect that they be valued because they kind of exist. And it just don't be that. I don't know. So the it kind of feels this or it kind of hurts. I don't know, man. Can't really relate because I don't come into spaces expecting to be valued by strangers, people who don't give a damn that my parents fucked and had me. Like, I think a lot of people need to get used to that. Most people don't give a damn that your parents fucked each other. They don't. It doesn't matter. That was special to your parents. Like, I don't know. Run that shit past them. See if you're a flying carpet to them.
Your existence is merely an observation. We do understand that. And I can literally close my eyes, plug my ears, or leave quietly and you no longer exist. Not in my world. You may exist in your own or somebody else's, but I'm the observer, and that's the only thing that really matters, is the observation. Because
or the lack thereof.
Or lack thereof, correct. And so it's just one of those things, like, I just hate this value and needs and versus wants, and you guys know me, like, it is what it is. It's there. Good, bad, happy, or sad, or in the fucking middle, it is there. What happens next?
Can I say something?
You just did.
I want to say more.
Then talk.
Absolutely. So when a baby is born, the baby doesn't pay for a room. The baby don't pay for clothes, a place to stay, no parents. But because the baby exists, all of those things come with it. Because it's attached to its intrinsic needs. So just because you choose not to pay attention, you just choose to not be a part of me that people need, what makes you a liability, not an asset to humanity. Because at the end of the day, we all know that those who want to pay attention to people and want to listen to them and to give them attention, that we value people. Why do people care about people who don't value them? You understand what I'm saying? And so it doesn't matter if
I don't.
You observe somebody, or you
actually? You asked, do we understand? I don't understand actually anything.
I didn't either.
That you just shared, and I'm not. I'm saying this from like a legitimate. I'm lost.
That's okay.
Like I hope you hear in my voice that I'm not.
Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want to understand. That's the thing.
It's not that. It's really not understanding.
So
if I did want to, hold on.
The point is, value is intrinsic.
Hold on.
It's intrinsic.
It's not intrinsic when the conversation was about your value to somebody else. That's literally, the conversation was about your value, the perception of your value to others. So it's not about the intrinsic value, it's about the perception of your value to other people. That's two different things.
That's not so that's when we've been conditioned to allow our value to be based on somebody else's feedback. That's not normal. So if someone is, basically what I'm saying is, if we are trying to get our value based on somebody's feedback or how much they pay attention to us, if we're not operating the way we've been designed to operate, that's not healthy. So that doesn't really matter.
Until we're talking about the value of a hoe, a whore, somebody who's fucked 30 people, then you're going to think your perception of that person's value matters. Y'all be playing games with people, and y'all be having no fun with the bull.
I didn't give her value. I can't take it away.
But you have a perception of her value to you.
No, I don't. Yeah. Do you know I stay in the community? Do you know I live? Not only do I go into school, I go to an organization of women who have been do sex trafficking rings.
We're not talking about sex trafficking. We're talking about somebody who wakes up and says, I want to fuck 30 people today.
I don't see no different from myself. Every single day I see these women, I see them no different from myself. So you're wrong. You may not see value in a woman like that, but don't project that onto me.
Well, don't project onto us that we don't want to understand you. We just didn't.
You don't have to understand me. What I said is the truth.
No, okay. You just projected onto us that we just don't want to understand you, but now you don't want to be projected on too.
Again,
right.
I'm not here to agree.
You do math?
Nobody said you were here to agree. Like, sir, you literally, the thing
y'all see it happening? It's happening again. This is like the fourth one in 33 minutes.
Happening. You want
hold on. Truth. No. You submitted. Do you understand? You propositioned the question to check my understanding. I willingly admitted that I didn't. And instead of saying, because you would think if you're asking, do I understand? Bo, you got something going on. You would think that if you're asking, do you understand? Okay, let me,
I got it.
Thank you. You would think that if you go, do you understand? And I go, no. The next response, the logical thing would be, okay. Well, either which part didn't you understand? Let me try again. Did you get this? What about that? What about this point? Or I can say it succinctly. That's what you think you would say when you say, did you get it? And the response is no. Instead, you wanted to actually go insult it. When I tried to make it very clear, I wasn't trying to actually do that. I said, hey, can you hear my tone? I'm not, because I know my tone can get there. And people will think a thing even when I don't mean it. So I tried really hard. And Ken, you can tell me, did I sound, I tried really hard to go, I hear you, but I didn't.
You said on multiple occasions, I'm not being shady. I'm literally telling you I didn't understand, and before you could land, he had already received your submission as you didn't want to understand or you were in disagreement.
I said that.
Why would I admit you disagree with?
I understand that
disagree with old boy. Nah, him, the other dude.
You talking about me or Truth?
Who is it talking about? It's not healthy to have that habit.
Truth. That's Truth.
So like, let's say Truth, you have a son and he may not have intrinsic value to get into AP classes, so you have to externally impose pressure up to him and hold him to a higher standard, and then he gets his certificate. He's able to show you that, and that can translate into like him. Like going out and purchasing a car, like a Hellcat, a black Hellcat, tinted windows, whatever. Man, that was sexy. And him being like accomplice of that and wanted to go buy a home, I mean, it's healthy. It's healthy, man. But like we're saying, like you also have to have that intrinsic value as well to balance it out. But I don't understand. I don't get it. I can see it being used as a healthy tool, but I'm gonna land right there.
So when I tried to explain my point, I couldn't even finish. So that's how I know she didn't want to understand.
Like, no.
She just wanted me to shut up.
No, I didn't. So here's again. You got to a point in your, mind you, you're going to continue. I didn't understand the base of what you said. So how, if I really didn't care what you had to say, I actually would have stayed my black ass on mute and let you say that and stepped right over what you said.
So why didn't you ask me a question then? You never asked me to clarify.
You asked the question and I responded. Don't try and flip this.
If you want to understand it, you would have asked the question, but you didn't.
No,
That's the
you.
point. So we can move on.
Oh my God, I'm tired of you niggas crying today. Shut up.
Yeah, she literally started with saying that she was confused, and before she could ask a clarifying question, you said, no, you just don't want to understand. You got super defensive, like somebody said they were coming to pick you up for ice cream and they never showed up that weekend.
I listen to tone. I know what sarcasm sounds like. I know what kind of...
No. That's where I gotta stop you, bro. Because you don't know her. You don't know her yet. You made an assumption. And that's why she said repeatedly, right? And I'm not pandering, I'm just listening to the conversation. This is what I do. You don't know me, but like I play referee damn near all the time. You assumed that she was being combative and she was trying to tell you before you even responded, no, I don't understand. You asked the question. You landed your plane with understand, and she responded no. So she's not wrong in saying that was passing the ball back in your court for you to say, well, maybe I can deliver it a different type of way so that you can understand. However, that wasn't in your spirit. You thought that she was being combative, and you said, well, you don't understand because you choose not to understand. Our thing is black people, we got to understand that everybody digests this information differently. And communication is a skill, which means you got to go inside your Barney bag and you got to pick out different ways and forms to communicate. If you truly value the message, if you really want a person to understand you, it's not how you're used to speaking on an everyday basis. You might walk into a completely different realm that speaks at a completely different dialect and speed. Some people got ADHD. You gotta be direct. Some people need analogies and metaphors. Like you gotta build rapport. That's all, bro. I'm not attacking you. I'm just speaking on what I.
Okay, so let's try again. Let's see. Miss Cleo, what part of what I say you did not understand?
I don't remember anymore after all of this.
See, there we go. Shutting down.
What?
That's what I'm talking about. You don't remember now?
Why is that not reasonable based off of...
Oh my goodness.
Hold on 1 second, sir. Let me ask you something. Why is her not remembering unreasonable based off of the fact that your initial submission was all of 15 minutes ago?
You know when somebody says they don't remember something, do you know what that means when they say that?
That they don't remember. They
don't remember.
They cannot repeat what you have said because they cannot recall it to their memory.
So who remembers what I said?
I do not.
Gives a fuck.
See, y'all don't care. That's what exactly what I'm.
No, I'm just sorry. I don't speak for the room, bro. I'm just
Black women and black men devalue themselves. It's Dr. Edward Smythe, East Labella.
I'm sorry.
Somebody what the fuck?
Yeah, so, sir, I was confused. And the fact that I was confused and then we had a 15-minute conversation, you expect me to be able to recall something I was already confused about 15 minutes later after all of this? That's not even logical.
That shit wasn't valuable.
See, here's the thing. There are people who are saying shit, Bonilla getting off, saying shit that you should be saying shit to. I didn't do that. I told you I didn't understand. Instead of you just doing that, now we go through all of this, and when you say, hey, what did I say? I go, I don't actually remember anymore. And anybody who's been at RPO with me knows that my memory is not that great anyways. So, like, the question you're asking, and then it said that it's because I don't value what you're saying. I mean, I couldn't value it because I didn't understand it. I
what you said now. I had to go into my memory bank.
Okay.
Because initially I did not, but now I, sat with it. You were talking about babies being born and how when they are born, they don't pay for anything. It comes down to, the mother and the father giving them basically their intrinsic and immediate needs. And then you said the basis of what you were saying when Adrian said she was generally confused is that you're talking about intrinsic value. I know that's parsed and not verbatim, but did I get the gist of what you said?
Yes.
Okay, so the part I'm confused about is how that baby had intrinsic needs that were being met by the parents. I actually didn't understand that. Because at that point, a baby to me would be getting their needs met, have their extrinsic needs being met. So I didn't understand that. And then everything after that, because it built on that idea, I was even further confused.
So the question is, what is your definition of intrinsic needs? What needs?
I'm just going to go to the...
Encompass that.
I'm just going to...
What does encompass that?
Intrinsic... Okay, so this was my misunderstanding, because intrinsic means belonging naturally or essential. So there, you are talking about essential needs. When I was thinking of intrinsic, I was thinking of when we talk about things that you personally have that aren't externally, given. That's the way I was thinking of it. But I look it up, and you're using it as essential, which I didn't understand.
Yeah, which you don't pay for that, that's why I asked you.
Wait, what does paying have to... I see, and you see I went there with you? I actually entertained it.
Okay, yeah, okay, thank you.
So what does... What's this energy, sir? Like, I'm very confused.
Because it's like I don't know if you wanted me to affirm you or something just now, but it's just like, you said that
you wanted to be affirmed.
No, I did not. I don't want no affirmation. Like, I just...
It's absolutely you that's looking to be affirmed.
That's all.
Yeah, what? You said that's why I asked
the whole room can see it.
Yeah, what?
You've been talking about it in the chat. Everybody can see that you came here to be affirmed.
Be valued. No, I don't.
And the fact that we didn't understand what you were saying first bothered you because you wanted to.
We value you.
Everyone sees it.
We value your truth. Because if it would have bothered me, we value your truth.
If it would have bothered you, you would have stopped talking about it a long time ago.
We value your truth. I would not be calm. Truth, we value you. I would not be aware. You are valued. Bro, I already know that.
Well, there is a question on the table.
The main character.
The question was, what does the paying for the child's needs have to do with what we were talking about?
Yes, that was the next part of what I was
saying. So basically, there's no need for a transaction for the baby to be this need because you can't pay for needs. Needs are intrinsically given because you are valuable already coming into the world. Being intrinsically valuable is a part of your needs. It's a part of being your needs met. Meaning, I'm not meeting someone's needs because they're valuable to me. I'm meeting their needs because they are important.
What's the difference?
Meeting their needs not only says something about who they are, but it says something about me and the value that I bring to the spaces that I'm in. If you're not meeting someone's needs, that
I'm not.
So what is the difference?
I put him down because I put him down because I actually want to understand, and he wants to just talk. And like the reason why I'm stopping is because he says some shit that I don't understand. And instead of like making sure people understand point A, he wants to make points A through Z. And I'm not here for it. And nobody else probably even wanted to talk to you. They all probably were like, Adrian, shut the fuck up with this nigga. So I ended it, and you're welcome, everybody. I'm sorry that I took so long.
Thank you.
It's fine.
Good night.
That man said, you're not valuable, you're important.
Yeah, I was like, wait.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
And I was like, wait, I want to sit with that. Like, where's the difference in those two? He just kept blabbering. I was like, oh, I see what's happening. I'm slow, and it took me a long time to realize what was happening. But once I did, I was like, fuck this, bye. And then he left right afterwards.
This gonna be another one of them words that gets misused on a daily basis now by these birthdays anyway, so.
Like the word accountability. stability.
Like that. Yep.
Well, I prefer the word ownership.
Or deflection. Doesn't know.
Why do you prefer ownership over accountability?
It's the same shit, man.
Everybody wants to be an owner, but they don't want to own up to their own shit.
That's accountability.
Yo, so why is there a preference? Because everybody likes to be an owner. That's why you prefer the term ownership.
I need you non-poetic niggas to knock it off. Y'all really be slandering the fuck out of poetry. And as a slam poet, y'all niggas gotta shut up. Y'all suck at poetry sometimes. Take a course, I don't know, do something different. But y'all think y'all be like metaphorical and it's hitting big. It's not. It never hits. I don't know what to tell y'all. It's stressing me out as a fucking poet. It's stressing me out.
It was just some dry humor.
Very dry.
No, it wasn't even dry. It wasn't humor. So don't positive the humor that didn't exist. The now that's the wrong noun. That shit was not humor. It wasn't humorous, so it wasn't humor. So you gotta pick a different word and add a different adjective.
I meant to like how everybody's talking about like owning the business, owning the empire, owning that. Everybody wants to have like ownership of the whatever. But nobody wants to own up to their own shit. That's all I was saying. It was just a dry joke. My fault. I didn't mean to offend y'all. My fault.
Offend?
You gotta go back on me here. I'm sorry.
But I'm not offended. Did you get I was offended from that? That's just
no, but I am as a poet. Fucking
okay. Okay, she might be offended. I was utterly confused. Like what?
I'm angry.
I
don't know. I just didn't like that.
Corey might be angry because I'm offended. Don't be offended.
Yeah. And today's just been such a long day. It feels like, my God, it's just...
Hey, Brother Corey.
Oh, hey, God. How are you today, my Lord?
Good, man.
What up, dog?
How you doing today? Dyslexia, a lot of people suffer from dyslexia these days. I ain't gonna lie, that's deep.
It's not dyslexia. I would not call you that.
Corey, how you feeling today, man?
I mean, God, you know you are omnipotent, so you know me, peaceful and productive.
You know love is everything anyway, so you know how that goes.
Well, you know your children down here are saying otherwise, God. The men are saying that love is not something that is necessary when you're trying to run your last name like a business. Ooh.
Love is definitely important in everything.
That's what I said. I can't wait, God, to get to the gates and turn around and be like, Peter, not that one.
Y'all gotta stop this.
That one didn't
tell the story
because it's crazy.
But yeah, no, but what I guess the dude couldn't explain like his point of view if he believed that importance and value.
Oh, we not.
No, he just had a tantrum before he was explaining it, and we're not going to talk about it, actually. We're going to step over his life and his body. We're just going to step over it.
Just like you couldn't even remember his name, we're not going to remember his presence. And I don't have dyslexia because I refuse to call you that.
I think that's the most difficult part of today is certain people realizing that they can just be stepped over, like really realizing their value. Like I think that they've come into a place. Yes, they've come into a place and they've decided that because they participate in the conversation, they are valuable to the other people here in the conversation. They have swiftly learned that they can be forgotten, stepped over, unimportant, devalued. And they've had a hard time with it today. A certain group more than the other group.
It was only one guy.
I don't think I have to specify.
I'm not even going to do that, bro. I'm not even going to do that, bro. Because it was only one man today that sat there and took it like a man, I would say. Everybody else has failed and just been so, just terrible.
But you know, that's crazy.
Hold on, Fro, I just spent a lot of time looking at your picture. And when homeboy put in the chat or said out loud, like, what are they holding? I didn't even look at the picture. And I go back, I said, how is a yellow hand? Oh, shit.
Yeah, everybody's doing over-under. Everybody's doing over-under. One hand's over, one hand's under.
And the black man has the blue man's dick.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the part. And the blue
so
man,
does the yellow man.
The green man has a yellow man's dick, and the black man
I'm talking about the black man's dick is actually blue.
Yeah, I was wondering that too. That's actually where it started. That's where the confusion started. I said, shouldn't that be black right there? I was like, oh, he's holding the blue man's dick. And I was like,
he had blue balls.
Yeah, the black man probably just got blue balls. The black man would be the only one.
You're talking right there.
I would not take your ass to an art show.
Because
why not? God, you're not supposed to be cussing on like that.
To freak the zoo.
I don't like that, God. I don't like you cussing.
I just feel like that picture is like unity and coming together as people.
Definitely coming together.
It's coming together. Everybody was like, yeah, coming together. Yes.
Yeah. Very accurate. You're so right. Omniscient, are you?
What y'all think is dicks in that picture is actually their auras in the ball.
Oh, it's an aura.
An aura in ball form, yeah. I'm actually with you. Aura in ball form.
Yeah.
You're funny, God.
Yeah. What else?
Those are like their infinity
He doesn't
stones.
even know he's humorous.
Those are
infinity stones. I agree with that too. What else do you want to say about it?
Yes. Infinity Stone.
Yes,
hard.
And beyond
D. All of the above. Dicks.
The yellow person is actually a woman. Ooh. And y'all didn't even know that. And
they're trans? Okay.
No. The green.
Y'all into some freaky shit, guys.
No, the green person is actually a gay man, and then the red person is actually that one is a transsexual. Then the blue person is actually a actual African American.
What about the red person tells you? What about the red person tells you that they're trans?
I would say the black one is a woman. There's no dick there.
No, but you gotta look at the red person is actually transforming the black person's orb into the same color as the blue person.
No, see, I don't agree because I feel like the bisexual person.
That makes them trans?
God, shut up. Damn.
See, look, God will never shut up because God is love.
Listen, God gotta listen.
Even if
you God gotta shut up. You God gotta shut up because God, you getting a little bit disrespectful and unruly, and I don't like that because you have the power here. So what I was trying to say is
Corey,
no, I'm trying to make an understanding, sir. Fuck.
Well, stop disrespecting me then.
No, you stop disrespecting this conversation.
I'm not. I am the most powerful.
Listen, what I'm trying to say is that I feel like. Okay, I feel like the bisexual would have to be like the blue one because he couldn't be touching a trans person. Damn. I don't know, that was a beautiful way to explain the photo though. God is good.
God is all the time. But that dog that just left. Hey, Ivy.
The reckoning of people's importance to others. Like today has been a day, Corey. I'm with you. It's been a long ass day. So many motherfuckers just decide that they matter, and then find out that they don't, and it's a catastrophe, baby. Okay, catastrophe.
So shall it be said, or shall it be written? Let's be.
It's you who put the curse on the kitchen.
More poetry.
You need to turn in this goddamn ticket. That's what you need to do 2.0.
I said that. She said she can.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
It says you can't join this house.
Because of what?
Somebody might have her blocked.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I did not.
Then that don't make no sense.
Do you know who would have you blocked? You have an idea who would have you blocked?
You can look at the list of you can open the members and look at all the people T and then all the green dots. I think those are the only ones who could have you, would stop you from being able to join. Maybe the blue, but I'm pretty sure it's just the green.
I don't know. Earlier she was like, I can't get in, but I have an idea why. Well.
Yo, Rohan, are you an African American?
What? He's gone. He's from what?
Well, look in his profile. Look. No, here's why I asked, Corey. It was not completely
He's from Barbados.
I know, but literally his profile said, voted top 100 most influential African Americans by The Root. But he's not African or an American.
I don't even see Rohan. Where is he?
He's okay. So she was asking. We were trying to figure out who would have her blocked. So I went to the members list and I was looking at the top. It has the admins, right? So I was looking at the admins, and under the admins, it has the first line of their profile, right? And so under Rohan's, it says. When I looked at it before, I could see voted most influential African. I was like, I bet you it says African American, and it did. And I said, yeah, yes, that's what I was asking.
He mentioned it the other day. He was like, somebody was arguing with him about his accolades, and he was like, well, I was voted the most influential, one of the most influential African Americans, and I'm not even African American. Like, you niggas ain't even filling up the spaces. They put a foreigner in. Like,
I was like, how is he voted an influential African American? He's not African or American.
They had to find somebody that hopefully nobody asked no questions about, because they couldn't find enough niggas to put in there. Shit sad.
I could see if it said, he's not even a black American.
Yeah, I think it was in an article that he was written into.
No, I get it.
Is he your admin?
Who? Okay, send it to me. Okay. I got my private chat 2.0 open. That dude's not one of our. I don't know that person.
Sure.
I don't know. Let me go back to here.
I'm nosy. I want to know who it is.
I'll send it to you. I'm sure you don't know the person either. Okay. Let me text. For some reason, I started texting Corey, even though all he did was giggle. Fro, here you are. Like, I don't know that person as a character on Clubhouse.
Oh yeah, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know that person as a Clubhouse character. Like, no, here are the people. That's who she was asking me about. I thought you giggled and were interested.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out why 2.0 can't turn her ticket in.
And so it would have to be like an admin having her blocked. So that would be T, Panda, Fro, Faye. I don't know this person. Oh, Pay. I was like, who is that? Pay, Jazz, Rohan, Corey, me, Shia. I figured it out. The way you said,
Boy, the private thoughts that be happening, man. Funny shit.
The private thoughts that don't be so private.
Yo.
I'm confused.
She stopped on a specific name and was like, oh, she knows now why she can't get it.
Yeah. He's real clear. And the worst part is, this is something, that person barely even comes. And now you can't join, and that person barely shows up here.
Wait, did we find out who it was?
Oh, I did.
Who is it?
I'll text you.
It was the last name said. I don't know if y'all recalled it, but
I just texted to you, Corey.
Why can't we just remove their admin role for a second and then let her join?
I'm not. I mean, you can do that. I'm definitely not playing around with that one. He who must not be named.
There's a reason why you've been disinvolved.
Oh, you right, Adrian. We're gonna be
Yeah, you know why, right?
I'll talk to T. No, I don't know why at all. I don't.
Message Augustine.
No. I'm gonna keep my talk ticket because I'm not having you talk to her.
No. We weren't gonna talk to her. No, okay. We weren't gonna. No. Yeah. Like I said, that person's barely here. No. She thought we were gonna talk to who I text you, and I'll say no. We're gonna talk to T. She don't like I said. T
and Panda.
Yeah, T and Panda.
We got beef forever.
Damn,
that bad.
Did y'all?
I'm so nosy now. I'm gonna start a private room.
No, I don't care. You know what? It's or we could just kick all these people out. Could you imagine if we really just kicked out everybody in here right
Oh, let me see if Jack came up with a new outfit for me, and we are working on a new outfit.
What is this PTR? Are you sitting in hell?
Oh, pimp.
Oh, period. I'm a pimp.
I learned a lot today.
You love how casually I said that?
Oh, yeah.
I learned a lot about people's perception of value. And actually, I don't know if it's a learning or an affirmation of something I already kind of peeped. But it's been interesting. Long day, but interesting.
I just hate that men can't focus. DEFCON, did you get your Good Burger costume yet?
Yeah, nah, you gotta do that shit last minute.
No, that's not what you gotta do, actually. I just get disgusted with niggas, man. It's just so bad. Why you gotta be so trash? It's so easy to just go ahead and have that and be ready.
Why you gotta be so trash? You already smell like ass.
Thank you. They done added Michael Jackson to Fortnite.
For real?
Oh, did they?
Well, they got the Jackson 5 on there as a song that you can sing now. I was singing the music with you the other day. Now I can sing ABC by the Jackson 5, and it's so good.
They can't just leave that man in the ground. They just want to bring him up a profit.
I've been waiting years for Michael Jackson to be in Fortnite. Don't you speak blasphemy on this name. No, it's not a skin. This is just a song. It's just a song.
He was ready to rumble boxing round 2.
Yeah, Michael loved video games, but he was ahead of the curve. That was my first video game, was Ready to Rumble boxing round 2.
I heard they used his real voice.
They did.
And
he created this.
Ready to rumble.
Yes.
He killed that shit. Okay, then.
And he did the Sonic soundtrack to the original, the old Sonic games.
Stop it.
I just seen his Oprah interview today. He was talking about his skin.
A fucking genius, that man. I'll tell you. Ugh.
I know he was kind of based off of Muhammad Ali, but I always wanted to be Afro Thunder.
Oh.
Holla, doctor. Afro Thunder had a bird chest. He was too skinny, man.
I don't like it when people talk about people with bird chests.
Taking notes on men's misinterpretation of shit.
Wait, what we do this time?
Just in general, the way men respond to shit on this app is very interesting.
That's what I was speaking to earlier, Adrian, about like men being the most protected group of people in the world. Like they are literally allowed to have a delusion about what something meant if it did not feel good the way they heard it. And most people don't redirect them, which is why I think that they start windmilling in here, because we will redirect you. Like you, for instance, we'll say something and they'll be like, such and such and such, right? Actually wrong. No, that's not how that happened. That's not what I meant by that. And then they start windmilling. It happened in here earlier with the confusion about the question. Like, I gave y'all open-ended question. No, you didn't. You gave us a fucking multiple choice of 2. Like,
which is close.
There's nothing open-ended about that. It was open-ended. No, you're wrong. Just say you're wrong. Eat and accept that. What is so hard about that?
And
I appreciate that y'all said that y'all was confused because most people won't admit that they're confused. Who the fuck is most people? We literally say all the time when we're confused in here. Who are you talking about? Yourself? You struggle to admit when you're confused because if you're confused, you can't be right and you feel entitled to being right. Well, as somebody that is right all the time to an exhausting point, nigga, you need to get used to being the fuck wrong.
Preach.
Listen, did you also catch that he was looking for an obtuse answer?
I think he was looking for it to be argumentative or something. Like, I don't, or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe he really was looking for some understanding on it. But if the understanding wasn't what he understood, he was going to make it something else. And that is what I didn't respect.
It's like, I'm looking for an obtuse answer, but, you know, it's not, it shows you how human when you realize that you said that you're confused. Also, your value is based on confusion, based on the comment, the question that you interpreted. You want people to say that they're confused, just to say that it shows people that are human because they're confused, because you don't know how to answer a question. Make that shit make sense.
Do you feel empowered, or what was the other one, Adrian? Do you feel
empowered, challenged,
challenged or empowered?
And I was
by
just
the
like,
men on, and then he really meant online, but he had to include our lives, like collectively between the men that you know and the men online. Do you feel challenged or empowered? Well, I don't feel shit about you niggas on here. What are you talking about? The ones that I feel some type of way about, I have regular conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I value what they have to say. If you're talking about the rest of y'all, I step over your body. Like, what are you talking about? I'm not challenged.
Step over my body.
I do it all the time. DEFCON?
So he was specifically stating for real life men that we interact.
He asked for both. He asked for both. I answered for both. And I was very clear that these online men, I'm often confused by. Not all. Like, Corey don't be confusing me. Avi don't be confusing me. You know, like, there are men, like, I'm not going to bundle every man who's online or even on this app as
He's gonna confuse you.
Jesus don't. Even though sometimes
Chris, CJ don't confuse you.
No, like, even if CJ were confusing, I would just say you don't confuse me. Nani, most of the time you don't confuse me. I'm just gonna be real. Like, I have a bias there. You know, I have no problem admitting when I'm wrong. When I have a bias, I have a CJ bias. I do.
Oh, honey, me too.
See, Adrian, I was just gonna make a proposal. I was gonna make a proposal to you, Adrian, but since I confused you, nigga.
I didn't say that. You weren't gonna make no. What? I want to hear this proposal because I know this is some bullshit you about to sell me right now.
Nah, it was actually a good proposal.
Okay, I want to hear it.
We should open up a space, you and I as the lead moderators, and you go ahead and pick the topic. It doesn't matter what it is.
I know where you're going. I'm fucking here for it. Keep going. Oh, I'm so excited. Keep going. Yes.
No, you already caught it. See, you already know what it is. So,
oh, yes.
You nigga, no.
I did no. To be honest, at some point, most people probably confuse me. No, I fucks with you, Donnie. You took that all wrong. Please don't. Come on.
No, I'm just messing with you. But yeah, that would be a great idea. Just to see.
I love that idea, actually, because that shit, when it happened, I was like, what?
It happens often. It's not, that wasn't a one-off.
It was not. It was not. It was not. Okay, y'all, sorry. Me and Donnie show done. Thank you.
I have dreadlocks down.
Hey. Welcome to the club.
I don't know if I like it.
Possibly welcome to the club temporarily.
Yeah. It's the... I literally...
I mean, they're not locked yet. They're not locked yet.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. They're not really
just in the
locked
doorway,
yet.
you know?
I'm just standing in the door. Huh?
Do you feel dirty?
Yes. And I'm only on a week into this.
I figured.
Yeah, I had to put a stocking cap over my head and wash it like that. My hair is so soft, it took forever for my hair to lock. But now they're down to my elbows.
No, I'm not going to wash it. I'm really not going to wash it. I'm just going to keep getting haircuts and keeping it lined up. We're just going to let it be what it is until I get a retwist 4 months from now, which I guess is what, November?
Can I see a picture, Corey?
Yeah.
I think you started yours different than yours are 2-strand twisted, right?
Hold on. Is it in my page? Yeah, it's the second picture.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it.
Yeah, mine
I wouldn't have even
yours are 2-strand twisted.
I just thought those were 2-strand twists. Yeah.
Oh wait, no, you have 2 locks twisted together in this?
That's what I thought. I can't tell because I don't be knowing.
Yeah, those are braid locks. Yeah, his locks are braided down. That's how I used to have mine. So the biggest fan, Corey, don't fucking play. Alright?
Hold on, PTR. I'm not doing shit to them. My hair just comes out.
What do you mean it comes out?
Like, it's untwirling. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, because they're not locked. So you don't... They'll end up...
No, I'm saying the 2 strands. PTR.
Oh,
the 2 strands are...
every time you say PTR, they came.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, bro. I was like,
yeah, stop playing with me. I'm getting better.
I was like, is my phone broke? Go on, Donnie, sorry.
Often, Corey, where the braids wouldn't hold, but the locks themselves hold. What I would do is I would leave them bitches as long as possible, because when you take them out and you have them wavy locks, your hair fucking bangs. So, with that being said, let them damn near fall all the way out to the bottom of the braid, consistently around, and then take them out, your hair will be clean.
I don't see any braids. I see two twisted pieces twisted together.
PTR.
I don't see any braids.
Oh, I do.
Yeah, just keep washing it. Just make sure you keep it clean. You know,
I don't see braids. I see twisted hair, then twisted together. Like you twist one, you twist the second one, and then you twist those 2 together. I don't see braids.
But it's knotted. Some of them are knotted at the bottom. Did you PTR, bro?
I do see. I mean, I did PTR. You said they're knotted at the bottom?
It looks like it to me right there. Like in the picture that's right there.
It should be a rubber band.
I don't know. They look like they are just coiled together to me.
Yeah, there's no rubber bands at the bottom either.
Yeah, they're just coiled together. If they braided the tip, it's just so it doesn't come apart. But I don't see any braids.
The braid is just when you twist them. 2 strands.
No, a braid has 3 strands. What the fuck is happening here tonight?
Scenario for the braid.
Oh my goodness. Avi.
Dude, that was funny.
Can you do some deep research?
My hair is so fucking long. I'm such a bad bitch. Oh my god. But I just.
So those are gonna get some extensions in there. Don't cheat for the extensions.
I don't do extensions. That's all my hair, Bookie. But what did you say, Donnie?
Let me look again.
Yo, Corey, I thought of you earlier. Somebody said some shit to me in real life, and I thought in my head, no Bookie butt. And I was like, oh, I almost texted you. Like, that's how much it hit me when it happened. Like, literally, I was like, no Bookie butt. And I was like, oh, I can't do that. Like, this person doesn't know me.
I called somebody sweet earlier today in Corey Energy. I was like, no sweet.
Oh, no sweet.
I think it was a nurse, and I was just like, no. And then I thought in my head, I didn't say it out loud, but I was like, Bookie butt.
Oh, you thought Bookie? I thought they called you Bookie butt.
No, what I wanted to say to them was no Bookie butt. That's what I wanted to say. But I was like, no, and then I was like, I should stop it.
You should have did it.
I was like, I think no would be a good place for me to stop. I think some of the people at the hospital really hate me.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say to y'all. So, look, I don't want to wash my hair or nothing like that, but I do sleep with, like, a bonnet on and shit like that, or sometimes a do-rag. And when I take the shit off, I be trying to, like, kind of, like, re-zhuzh the hair. Am I just not supposed to do nothing? Like, I'm just supposed to be ugly?
I mean,
what do you mean?
Does shaking it help, or do you have to like run your hands through it?
I have to.
You can't just shake it back.
Well, not without like wetting it or something. Which
I mean, the best advice would be kind of to leave it alone. If you just have to like run your hand over it, but you're not running your hands through it, that is okay. But running your hands through it is going to be a problem.
Oh my god. The coils are like coiling up though, like the do-rag be pushing it down.
Yeah, locks, I don't know, Corey, I don't know if you made for it. Locks do have an ugly stage. Like, they do have
I don't believe in that.
Don't tell me.
Oh, well, you're about to find out.
I do not believe in that. The ugly face. Never.
See, I started my locks on my hair to my shoulders.
Hey, Donnie, you sound
very hard. I'm gonna be quiet.
Let me say this really quick. Corey, to uncoil them motherfuckers, shake them bitches, and then get a little bit of oil shit, spray it in there, shake them again, and they should just fucking fall where they're supposed to. But you gotta kind of put some rap music on and be a headbanger for a second. And the ugly face. You can make the ugly face pretty. Alright? You just, like everyone says, don't fucking play with them. Because then you're going to be extremely ugly. And you can't make that pretty.
No, ain't no rules to that shit. You can touch your hair, Corey. Do that shit.
Oh my god, it's too many different opinions.
DEFCON should never be one.
You should not listen to DEFCONs because DEFCON hair is niggerly. You have hair more like mine, Corey. I think your hair is thicker than mine, but you have hair like mine. And the more you tamper with it, the looser it's going to get. It's going to take longer to lock. I would say if you're going to do anything, you could do what Donnie says, but just be mindful of how often you do that. If you're going to be doing it every day, you are going to start to compromise the style.
Okay.
And give yourself, if they're two-strand, that's what I was saying earlier. I actually looked at the second picture. Those aren't braids, they're two-strand. But give yourself a good amount of time. Even if they start falling out, give yourself a good amount of time to keep them two strands in. That's really going to help that shit a lot. That's what it's the formation. It helps. So, yeah.
Can he use a little bit of beeswax, bro?
Beeswax is going to start to attract all types of lint and shit to his hair.
Ugh.
Well, what about
beeswax is very tacky and sticky.
Ugh. And we don't do nothing to
what about the water soluble stuff?
Water soluble. I mean, I don't suggest he put a lot of products in his hair at all, because he cannot wash it out right now.
Especially being in LA with that fucking sun, your scalp is what's most important. So if you can get it, there's these and don't use a lot of it, right? You don't want a bunch of product, but there's oils, natural oils that have that refined tip, that shit right on your scalp. Give it a little squeeze, let it do what it does, let it run, and do that every week. Don't do it after 2 weeks, but just make sure that scalp stays moisturized. Excuse me.
Oh my god.
Did you look up the process of locks before you got Corey?
No, when you said keep that scalp healthy, you good.
I mean, I talked to my ex about it and everything, but she honestly wasn't really the best at even aftercare for this shit. She just did my shit and was trying to suck my dick. And I was like, no. But
you want to moisturize the locks, get a mousse.
Yeah, it's a tedious experience.
That's what I have, DEFCON, but I'm worried to listen to you now.
Now, the more product you put in, the more you gotta wash it out.
If DEFCON is talking, you should be worried if it.
A mousse is actually cool if it. What do you have? What type of mousse?
It's called it's like a white and it's like spray painted black. I forget the name of that shit. It's in there on the counter though. But I have mousse.
When you're starting,
it's like foam.
Yeah, you just don't want to use a lot of product until that bitch is actually fucking locked. And once it's locked and secure, that every 2 weeks can be, every 5-6 days. And you can actually wash the shit out. But when you're starting out, you just gotta let your fucking hair do what it does.
I am a professional. I work a professional office job. And I just don't believe that black people should be out here looking to fucking mess with their hair all nasty.
But your hair doesn't look a mess.
I know, Adrian, but it's gonna in 4 fucking months.
No, it won't. Like you said, keep your regular routine. Fucking shadow fade all the way across. Nice line up. Keep your beard all tight. You can make the ugly face look pretty. Now, when the shit's growing from the root and you got a little baby afro, you need to get retwisted. Just get the shit retwisted, but you can still make that look good.
Yeah, and one thing about locks that I think a lot of people, including myself, do not grasp when they're coming from having loose hair is locks are not neat. Like it's not slick. It's not like slickly brushed edges and flat edges. It's just that's not the nature of the style. The nature of the style is fuzzy. It is a little messy. That is the nature of the style. If you want slick hair, you better get a baby, fucking start doing baby hairs or some shit. But that's not locks. That's not what it is. Actually, you're gonna push your hairline back if you think that locks is a slick edges, neat ass style. You're gonna push your locks back.
You just have to remember that locks most times comes as a derivative of an afro, and an afro is not clean.
Yes, it is.
Nah, brother, niggas with afros need an haircut. Stigma, right?
What?
That's what you're placing on it.
Donnie's talking about the edging. Donnie's talking about the edging of it. Like it's not if you're just growing a regular afro and you're not getting it cut, it's fuzzy on the edges. Like your hairline, the edge of your hairline is going to be fuzzy if you're rocking a true afro.
With this PTR.
I'm just saying.
Yo, I'm so mad you said this PTR before and I never looked at it.
Oh, you see that shit is now, don't you?
Yeah, I can't. I'm so mad because she's had this PTR up several times before. Several. And I feel like a fucking idiot because I just was like, some some colorful niggas and moved on with my life. Didn't ever look at
They colorful, all right. They some colorful niggas.
And now I look and I go, there's a lot of color in these niggas, literally in them, on them.
So, question, y'all. Last one. Are the 2-strand twists supposed to become one dreadlock?
They shouldn't. No, I think she just did that to keep them like together.
They can.
Or to keep them unraveling.
Some people start unraveling.
Some people, we call them wishbones, right? Some people have wishbones in there, where it looks like one at the base, and then it splits out into the actual 2 dreads. It's just a matter of how those hair.
That is
I
so
thought it was
yucky.
fishtail.
Ugh, that stink.
But I think with Donnie, I don't know if I haven't seen anybody start that on purpose. Usually when I see that, it's somebody trying to keep 2 locks that are thin. And so the ends of them are separate, but somewhere down the line, that lock was getting thin and they had to twist that bitch together. Like, I've never seen anybody start them like that on purpose.
Well, some people start them like that if your hair is already thin in a specific area, or if it's not going to necessarily lock the right way.
Yeah, but I think yours are, like, the parts in between them are too straight. Like, I think they're intended to be individuals. She just put them together so that they would stay twisted.
It's more protective that way.
But a good way to refresh your scalp is to get some fresh aloe vera stems. Take that out. Blend it with some distilled water, or just take some of it, cut from the plant, and just put it on your scalp, because you're out in that sun.
Have you had locks before?
She Mexican.
No, I have a friend that has a natural hair salon here in Brooklyn, and I went to one of her classes where she was showing people with locks how to keep their hair.
What were you doing there?
Excuse me?
What were you doing there?
Because I can be.
Oh, period. I know that's where we go. Free world, free country.
But you can use aloe vera, Corey.
Oh, you know why she was there, Corey. Don't even ask.
The niggas.
Excuse me, it was a woman's salon. What the fuck is you talking about? Donnie, go walk the dog.
No. Just because there wasn't niggas present, you trying to learn to catch. Let me step back.
How to catch a nigga. I can redo your dreads. I got a little aloe vera if you want to come in.
Single bitch that cares.
How to Catch a Nigga sounds like a bad episode of some shit.
It does.
I got a little aloe vera. I can play in your hair. It's a natural plant that I grow in my backyard. You want to see my garden?
Yeah, I love y'all hoes too. Yeah.
That's the bait car.
I know. I'm not talking to you, DEFCON.
Child, what is the bait?
Oh, you like cake? I got an oven. Just come on over.
Shut up. Just go bake some.
I'll make you empanadas while I do your dreads.
Who just said that last shit? I hate all the empanadas while I do the locks is crazy.
Very.
Yo, how have you been single for so long? I was.
Damn.
No, not like, okay, no, so that, okay, let me try and rephrase that, because that's not how I meant it. I didn't realize I really didn't, but every man's response, I was like, oh shit, that was not how I meant it. Recently, I learned about how long you've, never mind, my man's calling out to y'all.
You got the question directly, you can answer it.
It's okay, Alicia. I'm gonna be single for forever.
Excuse me? I wasn't paying any attention to any of you.
Oh, wow. Well, that's rude.
There's nothing wrong with being single. Run your race, nigga.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna do it for forever. Fuck these motherfuckers. Sometimes it's okay to be happy by your fucking self. And Adrian just got that fucking man. That nigga's fresh out the box. He still smell like plastic.
Get out the plastic, bitch. I'm feeling brand new.
Literally.
Box still in the trash can like Christmas morning.
I'm talking about what? He right there.
My motherfucking receipt is on the table, nigga.
Ain't found the scissors yet to get that little plastic thing off his wrist that had him attached to the box.
Listen, and you act crazy, we putting you right back in that box and taking your ass back. Don't act like the batteries ain't included.
Damn, I'm driving behind this new Model Y and their temporary plate just flew off. Should I tell them?
No.
Yeah, nah, pick that shit up.
No, they probably know everything, Donnie. They probably know everything.
Yeah, no, especially if they're white.
Oh, yeah,
I haven't looked inside the car yet. I'm gonna look and take a peek.
I mean, if they're white, it's a no. If they're black, then it's just a maybe. It's a late. So I'm still kind of leaning towards no.
They look brown, so they might be Asian.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Oh, nah.
They're going to be fine. Let's not waste time. We're trying to get where we're going.
Oh, by the way, he's a white man. He's a white man. My bad.
Oh, yeah, floor it.
Yep, going 90. Here we go.
Call the police.
Call the police is crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, there was a Tesla driving down the street without a license plate. I just let you guys know.
It's making me nervous. He's driving really wild.
Yeah, because why would anybody not have a license plate?
Maybe it's stolen.
Right. Poker face. She.
Did you mute on purpose? Or is the app muting y'all again?
It muted me.
Well, shit.
I'm trying to get them some poker face.
How they cut off Lady Gaga?
Right? Mama. Like, people don't go in the studio and make sounds like that anymore. Why?
I don't know. You know my favorite random sound? You know, actually, this is coming up randomly. There might be a better one. But in the moment, my favorite random sound is... Oh, what song is that? I can't remember.
Busta Rhymes?
What song is that?
Is it Busta Rhymes?
Is that Corn Freak on the Leash?
It's a rock. I think it's Freak on a Leash. Feeling Freak on a Leash. I think it might be Freak on a Leash. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that one.
I was going to say that. I like that one. I like that one.
Ooh, wow. Sickness by Disturbed. Wrong band.
Okay. Oh, yes, it is Down with the Sickness. Yes.
I love that.
The coronavirus anthem.
You are so stupid, Joe.
Come on, get down with the sickness. Bold, are you there? Hey, Bold. Hey. Hey.
Bo, I'm curious what your PD is.